salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Salt the Streets podcast, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture, and as it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird looking fellow they call Colin, and I am joined today, as always, by my co-host and brother-in-arms, the Nero of Neoprene. That's my new one for you. The original salt of the street himself, Donovan. Donovan, how are you today?
I am excellent, sir. I'm excellent. How are you?
Well, fantastic. I'm doing all right, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it's show day. Every day that's a show day is a good day. So, good sir, can you please tell us precisely where we are in the Salt of the Streets timeline and what the good people have looking forward to us discussing today?
Absolutely, sir. Today is Saturday, June 25th, 12:05 p.m. It is episode 128 of Salt of the Streets. And today, as always, on part one, we're going to be talking about our local stories. What do we have here? We have about the DUI cases that are going to be flipped over. I also have another story about the new task force that was just created by the Justice Department, the State Justice Department for, what is it called? It's the market or the, God damn it, what am I thinking of?
This is new to me, so I can't help you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's a retail theft task force. Thank you. I couldn't. Retail. That was the word I was looking for. It's a
That's
retail
right. You were telling me about that on Friday.
Task force, because some like $2.7 billion worth of retail goods was stolen.
$2.7 billion.
Yeah. It's bad.
That's a lot.
We'll see if that's the correct number. I may have. We'll get there.
We'll get
Either
there.
way, part two, we're going to be talking about obviously We're going to be talking about some Supreme Court decisions that were handed down this week. Some
big
opinions.
day.
We're going to go over some of them, and then we're going to compare and contrast specifically the Roe decision and the decision out of New York, which was the New York State Rifle and Pistol Club versus whoever it is. So we're going to compare and contrast these, and we're going to talk about both of them, how we arrived or how the Supreme Court arrived at their decisions. Excuse me. And then we're going to go into the part three, and we're going to talk deeply. Bilbo Swaggins!
What's
Bilbo
up,
Swaggins,
Bilbo?
He's here. Thank you for joining us, Bilbo. Right at the start of the part three, we're going to be talking deeply about firearms again because there have, of course, we had the Senate bill that was passed yesterday and signed by the president this morning, I believe.
Yep.
Before I came here, signed by the president. So as we stand today, you have less freedom and less liberty in this country as far as your firearms rights goes. We will go over that in part three, as well as some pushes that we have heard even from like ABC News about body armor and things like that. And then we're also going to talk about, well, in that, we're going to talk about why it's so important, why we talk about firearms so much, right? It's inherent, but we will get there. Part four, we have a beautiful, beautiful grab bag going for you, which, of course, Juul, Colin's real. He's hopped up on Juuls.
It's Juul, nicotine in general. I mean, they're coming after. We got some more basically like prohibition type shit trying to roll through from the Biden administration. So we're going to talk about that deeply in part 404 because I don't like it when people tell me that I can't go out and buy things that I legally can buy anywhere else. So we're going to get deeply into that.
That's right.
It's going to be a good show, man.
We're also going to talk about the recent recommendation for COVID shots for children 6 months to 5 years old.
Yeah.
And some updates on the Uvalde shooting like we talked about last episode. We have some new photos that have come out. We were hoping we're going to have some body camera footage, but we have seen a lot of pushback on getting that. So we'll talk about all these things. We have a great, great show for you guys. That's right.
Shout out Bilbo.
Absolutely. 100% Bilbo Swaggin. Just got a new gun today after the bill pass. You love to see it.
Love
to see it.
The more armed people that I find in the world, the better at this point.
100%. So you know how we are carrying all the time. We're out here, big fans of guns. So yeah, we'll get into all that today. First, usually we start, Bilbo Swaggins, you weren't here at the beginning of the show last week. We start with a little segment called Let Me Ask You This. It is generally a question that I throw at Colin. This new baby brain has got me. So Colin has a Let Me Ask You This for me today. Before we do that, Colin, let's go ahead and start off proper. Let's throw back these shots.
Gotta do that.
Spill part of that one.
Here, you can have the one that you finger fucked.
Yep.
How about that one? Cheers, buddy.
We'll clean that up.
Dr. McShaky hands again today.
Okay.
There we go. I'm doing it up proper. Next week, I'm going to have to swing by Total Wine and grab us some peanut butter whiskey to replace this bottle of BSB when it's done.
This BSB is not as good as when it was made by
the OG's Heritage.
Not as good.
No.
It's perfectly fine, but
all right. So I wanted to. This one's kind of fun because a little background people for you people just joining us.
Okay.
This is always the Let Me Ask You This is always like a last minute thing that happens, right?
Yes.
And basically neither of us were totally prepared for this, so I just reached into my notes, and I think this will dovetail relatively well with some of the stuff we're going to talk about in part 2 of 4, actually. I've talked a lot before about the uninformed voter.
Okay.
And I think we've seen a lot of these a lot of the takes that have been coming out since the 2A decision, since the Roe decision, where there's a lot of people making takes that are obviously ill-informed or none at all.
Yes.
So that being said, how much sympathy do you have towards somebody that lives their whole life never fully realizing that they've been ill-informed until they got like stomped in the dick by something like a Roe decision?
If you don't realize that you're ill-informed, then I do have a level of sympathy for you. If you recognize that there is more information to be had and you're just choosing to only consume surface-level information, there's some people who keep their hands off. They really don't know how easy it is to get into it. There are other people who we've talked about that I believe fit in the same category of uninformed voters that get all of their information off of like Instagram posts that are 9 or 10 posts long, and they just share all of these things and assume that that's the full story of whatever 50, 60, 100, 200-year-old political issue, American political issue they're trying to describe. Those people I have very little sympathy for. It's only maddening at that point because I know exactly how simple it is to find that information. And then if you just type in the text of one of those Instagram slides, you would find better information than that is providing to you.
That's true.
So, yeah. So the people like that, like I said, of the Instagram post world, very little sympathy for that. If you're hustling, you don't really know what's going on. You just don't realize, and then one day you have less rights. I have a little bit of sympathy for you because you're trying to hustle. You're just trying to get your shit together, you know. But
That makes sense.
if you believe that you're political, but you're really surface level political, I got very little sympathy for you.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really decent stance right there because it seems very, very fair. I find myself growing more and more, what's the word, impatient and uncaring about people that are due to, I don't like politics, I don't pay attention, you know, I just live my life, but then all of a sudden I have a very strong opinion about something.
Right.
These takes are becoming more and more popular because, I mean, politics, if you will, the colloquial term politics is everyday life. And it is, ever since COVID especially, it's becoming more and more in everybody's face. It's so much more opaque now that everybody feels like they need to have opinions, they need to get involved, they need to have their own stance on things, but they've never done anything to make up for the last 20 plus years of their life,
Right.
not knowing and understanding things when, like you said before, it literally is as easy as, you know, going to source material, reading an opinion versus reading the ABC articles that come out after it does. I mean,
Right.
It's really not that difficult for people to do. And if the more and more people that just kind of push it off as something that they don't want to get involved in, you need to understand that if you're saying that, you're also kind of checking out of the conversations that societies are having as a whole and which directions they want to go.
Right.
Like if you're just going to be an innocent bystander in this, you need to understand what that comes with.
Yeah.
And it's been really bothering me lately. I don't remember what it was this week that I wrote it down, but I know it was from this over the last 2 weeks because it was just in my random note pile. But
Yeah.
yeah, I saw that question last night. I was going through some things. I was like, I got to work this in somewhere today. So I'm actually kind of glad that we didn't really have something worked out for Let Me Ask You This, because I was like, hey, I got something that'll work perfect.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, and we talked on last episode, like my article from last month, and then I'll hit that, but my article from last month was about the firearms debate, you know, especially around the Uvalde shooting and stuff like that, and at the end, my ending stance was, if you don't know what you're talking about, I'm asking for you to just remove yourself from the conversation. I'm not telling you don't have a right to talk about it, because everyone has a right to free speech. Everyone has a right to say whatever they want. I'm asking you. I'm telling you, if you don't know and you don't want to know, if you don't want to understand, it's incumbent upon you to remove yourself from this discussion, because you're not adding to it anymore. You're only taking away from it by saying surface level things, by just adding the regular shit that everybody says. If you're just going to come to the discussion about guns and say to me, how many children have to die? I don't even want you here. I don't want you in this discussion, because you're operating under the assumption that I don't care that children are dying. I have 2 children of my own. Of course I care that children are dying. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Let's have an actual discussion about what I'm telling you is a natural born right to self-defense. Let's have a real discussion about this. And now you talking about some fucking kids, right? that's not a real discussion. That
Yeah.
not real. So,
I like
and I think the waning of patience on some of these issues is very understandable. You know, especially when they cut to like core rights and not just things that we like to enjoy. You know, people's right to choice, whether it's what you want to consume for yourself or, you know what I'm saying, your right to self-defense, things like that. They're deep issues that you can't be surface level about if you want to have an actual discussion about it.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good take on that. It's strange times, man. And I don't. What's happened over the last week, we'll just say, as far as rulings and reactions to coming from the federal government, from the president himself, from various people, it does not fill me with hope that our elected representatives understand that they're a part of a republic.
No.
And that to me is just, that's another nail in that coffin of. Yeah, I don't know how many more nails we got to put in this coffin. The republic is dead,
You can't
buddy.
get out of it.
All right, it's over. They're just trying to make sure this thing gets sealed away like the fucking mummy. Brendan Fraser can't come pop the top and free up that way. Emotep. That's a great movie, by the way.
Yeah,
I think it's back on. I put it on the background last weekend, and I think it was on like Hulu or something. But they have like all 3 or 4 of them now.
Yeah.
They're streaming out there. So if you're a fan of like that '90s action flick, dude, get out there, get you some Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
And what's her name? Rachel Weisz. Yeah, like
Oh,
librarian
man.
style smoke show.
Yes.
Yes, right.
100%.
That's the way I have to equate it.
90s style, like super tiny too.
Oh yeah, she's tiny.
And I'm not even like always into that.
She's just small.
But there's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm
definitely
here
a good
for
movie.
it. God, thank you. What a good way to start. I want to remind everyone before we continue to obviously go ahead and check out. Thank you for joining us here on YouTube. Leave us a like, a comment, share this with your friends. Tell them that we got going on here, and obviously check us out on Instagram, YouTube, Patreon. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content. All of this is at Salt of the Streets. We also have our personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. I promise I'm not drunk yet.
I am a big bird.
You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. It's a beautiful time. We are working on redesigning that website. But go
Indeed.
there, check out. You can find all the old episodes, all everything like that. So it is fantastic. With that,
And also, let me add this.
Yes.
The more people that subscribe to our Patreon and throw a few dollars our way, the quickest and the more badass we can make that website, BT Dubs.
That's right. We have the beer show came out yesterday.
Indeed.
What was the beer that you had this week?
It was the Rainy Days Hefeweizen.
There it is.
Just a plain Jane regular wheat beer, nice little citrus notes to it.
Yes.
Very, very drinkable. 4.5%.
There it is.
Nice, smooth, chilling drink.
We
That's-
start.
It was what I was drinking after work yesterday
Yeah.
while I was doing show prep. I was like, I'm just going to grab a crowler of this bad boy and just take it home. We're going to do a show on this.
You're gonna start getting into. We start getting into beers in segment 2, part 2. We're gonna start
Yep.
with this shot here. We also have the newsletters that come out at the end of the month. The preview that comes at the first day of the month for the book club. We just recorded that right before this.
Woo!
So we got the new preview coming out on the 1st. Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins is the June book, and the July book is 1776 by David McCullough.
Yeah.
So,
So
look
that'll
at
be
that,
next-
David Goggins, David McCullough. I didn't even think about that.
Ooh,
That's really
snap.
funny. So
Yeah, so it looks like next Friday is the first.
there you go. Next Friday, preview coming out.
Boom.
And I decided, because we got all 4 people that we fuck with, I'm going to start picking one person apart. Is what I'm going to do.
Ooh.
So the first one, you want to watch the video games, go check out Lexi Kyle on Twitch. She's live all the time. She's been streaming a lot lately. I'm a generic beer man, like my High Life. There it is.
There it
Who
is.
doesn't love a good old fucking Miller High Life? I'm here for it.
Fucking, isn't that champagne of beers right there? Or is that, I thought Miller High Life was champagne of beers.
That is,
Or is it
fuck.
Michelob Ultra?
No,
or?
I thought, what is it? There's a special type of Budweiser that's like, it's like Budweiser. All I can think is the word cafeteria. That's not it, because it's like classy. You know what I'm saying?
Damn it. I
Yeah.
did not want to look this up, but I'm going to.
Yeah,
For
just-
some
yeah,
reason,
yeah.
I need to know what the colloquial champagne of beers is.
Yeah.
Because that was like a, whoa, what button did I just press? There
It
we go.
is the champagne of beers. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Thank you, Bilbo Swaggins,
Yeah.
for saving me from
Yeah.
a Google.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I was always Rainier. It's a Pacific
Dude.
Northwest thing. Yeah. always
Rainier's.
Rainier, so.
My brother was talking some shit on Rainier's the other day, and I was like,
Fuck that.
you got to let it alone, dude. He's like, I'd rather have a Coors Latte. Like, well, then you're a bad person.
Everyone
So
who hates on Rainier just doesn't like the hype behind Rainier. It's not like it's that great of a beer.
It's
'cause
not.
None of the beers are that great.
No.
They're all pretty okay. You
yeah,
know,
they're light domestics, man.
yes, Rainier's good. I like Olympia. Olympia you like can't find anymore,
Yeah.
but in
There
some
was-
stores and always at rock shows. Anytime Leif is in that punk band, anytime Leif has a show, I can always get a Tall Boy of Olympia at any of the venues that Leif is playing at.
Wow.
Always.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but a few years ago, Rainier started to put out these bottles
Yes.
of Rainier Pale Ale,
Yes.
and they're gone.
Yeah.
And I'm very upset about that because I remember that beer being fucking fire for like a. I don't want to use that term because it sounds so alcoholic, but like your daily drinker beer.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna come home, have a beer after work or whatever, like you could easily have one of those, and you get all sorts of good shit. And Bilbo's talking about Yingling.
Oldest beer in America,
It
right?
is so good.
Love it.
Yeah, oldest brewery in America.
Love it.
Used to only be regional.
Yes.
When I went to New Jersey whenever we went, to go visit the family and do all that. April, to go see
Yep.
Papa Neil's wedding and all that. When I went to the greatest liquor and beer store of all time, which is right in my parents' my in-laws' hometown there, they always have Yingling. They have the standard Yingling, and then they have a darker version of it. And so every time I go, I'm like, first thing I get, 6er Yingling, man.
Yeah.
It's because you can't get it out here. It's wicked good.
Not even at like Total Wine or anything.
I've never seen it there.
Yeah. I wonder if they would.
I was just there too.
Gotta ask it, bro. Gotta see
Yeah.
about some fucking Yingling.
Yeah, and I bet you
I had some in Michigan.
if they
That's
don't
not
have
specific around
that,
it.
we got this place in Paulsbo, the Crabtree liquor store, underneath the restaurant there. And I've gone to him about obscure beers before, and as long as you're willing to buy a case of it, he'll order it for you from
Oh,
fucking
nice.
anywhere. Just have
Oh,
it
I'll-
shipped on a truck. It don't matter.
I'll get a case of Yingling.
So,
That's
yeah.
totally worth it.
Oldest brewery in America.
Good Pilsner. It's fantastic. I love it, bro.
Ooh,
I'm excited to drink beers already.
right. And we got all imports today.
Woo!
I went import today, so you got a couple surprises coming your way.
I love it. Colin
Part
cooked up
2.
a nice 6-pack for us. So got some surprises for you, Bilbo.
Some surprises.
It's gonna be nice. Okay, so let's do it here. Let's start. You want to start with the DUIs?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see here. Kids Up Court. I have my article is from the Kids Up Sun actually.
I tried to open that, and even with my Brave browser and stuff, I couldn't get past the. You need to
they be getting
buy our
you.
service.
Yeah, I had to sign up for the Washington Post today.
Oh,
I know.
how did you die a little
I
inside?
did a little bit, and I get that free first month. So when I get
Oh,
the
there you go.
email, I'll have to really decide if I'm going to pay them or not. but-
Fuck with the Washington Post.
Yeah, so we'll see. Okay, so this is from our local area. The Kitsap County is the county that we are from, and I can't send it to you anyway. But this article that I have is entitled "Kitsap Court Tosses All Breath Tests in DUI Cases," says Washington State Patrol official gave, quote, false or misleading testimony. So I'll just read a little bit of this article here. In a ruling that could affect drunk driving cases across the state, the Kitsap County District Court ruled Monday prosecutors could not admit the results of breath tests for drunken driving cases. All 4 judges signed an opinion finding that the Washington State Patrol laboratory official in charge of the machines routinely used by police to measure a drunken driving suspect's levels of intoxication knew for years the software used by the machine did not comport with the state law. Further, the lengthy opinion written by Judge Jeff Johns held that the state toxicologist Fiona Jane Cooper submitted false or misleading testimony by declaration in tens of thousands of cases that the machines complied with state law when they don't. The allegation of a state official giving false or misleading testimony in court from 4 judges, 3 of whom are former prosecutors, carries with it the suggestion of a crime. Cooper responded to the Kitsap Sun that she is away from work and ill and referred questions to the State Patrol spokesperson, Chris Loftus. And he said, the biggest thing we're pushing back on is we would never purposely offer false and misleading testimony, Loftus said. He denied there was any criminal intent on the part of Cooper and said it was an administrative matter, describing it as a discrepancy. However, if that woman knows that the software doesn't work, then she has to be giving intentionally false or misleading testimony if she is testifying that it is, in fact, working within the state guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
So tens of thousands of cases, including there's a number in here of how many are in the works right now. It is like...
Oh, so many. I can't.
There are particular cases like ones that can be done like district cases instead of county cases or something. And the ruling only directly applies to cases in district court, not municipal courts in Kitsap County, 5 cities, or courts outside Kitsap. So only in the district court. But yeah, there is a number in here for how many are actively going through. So that's what I'm trying to find right now.
Yeah, I saw like at least 10,000 or something like that.
That's how many that she testified in, but I'm talking about active cases right now. In light of the district court opinion, prosecutors are reviewing 395 pending drunk driving cases. 395 pending right now. So I don't know what that says about any of that, let alone the 10,000 or whatever that she already ruled against.
Yeah.
So we talked about that. I'm not a proponent of drunk driving. Right?
Yes.
Obviously. It's not something you should do. I've lost family members to drunk driving. It's irresponsible. What I am saying is that if there are people who should not have been thrown in jail or should not have had to pay money, taxation is theft regardless. But people who should not have had to pay fines, should not have gone to prison, should not have gone to jail, should not have to have blow and goes in their car or any of these various things that happen to people when they have DUIs, but did because this woman lied intentionally. What do we do about that? We just accept that she's ill.
She's sick. She's at home sick. She's got the Rona, so she's quarantined and safe. She's just got to have the perpetual case of Rona. Otherwise, she's gonna get hammed up. I would have. Well, she's a state official. Ain't nothing bad's gonna happen to her. She'll probably just get fired with a pension. But so I have a little bit more.
Let's hear it.
So this is a little bit more context because in a lot of the articles we ran across at first, most of the stories seemed to just say that these machines weren't working per the WAC, the Washington, whatever the code.
Right, the administrative code.
Yeah, so the Washington state law. And they didn't really dive into what it was that they were doing. Were they miscalibrated or what is going on? And so I found an article from Gleason and Morris, attorney at law. They wrote like a little private opinion on this from their stance. So I figured we'd take a quick look at that.
What is it, the RCW? That's what the laws are called.
The RCW and the WAC. They're two different things. Okay. So did the court just throw out every DUI breath test? ? The short answer is yes. Kitsap County District Court recently heard a motion to suppress a breath test in a DUI case. The basis for the motion was that the Office of the State Toxicologist, responsible for the supervision of the state's breath test program, has failed to follow its own guidelines in the design and operation of the breath test instrument.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
So what is the real problem here? Because we're just kind of rehashing the same thing. The machine itself is called a Draeger breath test machine. So
with the umlaut over it.
The umlaut, yeah, you could tell it's not American.
That's not good.
Not American. Comes in metric. So are breath tests unreliable? So this isn't about the reliability or accuracy of a breath test instrument necessarily. It's about the way the instrument calculates the final reading after testing the samples. According to the Washington Administrative Code, the WAC, the instrument is supposed to take the four measurements, round the numbers off to the 4th decimal place, then conduct a mathematical measurement to ensure the result are within an acceptable range. However, what the instruments are actually programmed to do is to take the 4 measurements and truncate the numbers before conducting the acceptable range measurements.
Right.
So what they are doing is, instead of rounding the last, few digits or whatever, because you got to get to below 0.08%, instead of rounding those numbers, they're just cutting them off. And now, I don't think that necessarily, that's not going to say that somebody isn't above the limit necessarily. Because if they're truncating, odds are those numbers they're just not getting incorporated. They're not being round down, they're not being round up, they're just being gone. Versus if you have those extra 4 digits, you can easily add, depending on what they are, like another 0.1 or 2, I would imagine, to your breathalyzer test. So if anything, you've probably been getting off on a lower level of breathalyzer because of the truncation of those numbers versus the rounding of those numbers. But regardless of that, it is in the code that they wrote, that's not the way it's supposed to operate.
Right.
And then, according to these other stories, this person actually knew about this and just didn't do anything about it.
Right.
So knowingly, from the sounds of it, supposedly, allegedly knowing about it and not doing anything about it, consistently breaking state law, and adding, putting the court into a situation where lawyers are admitting evidence into court that is inadmissible. And now every single one of those trials and court cases that had one of these machines used as evidence, the results of this machine, as evidence in their trial, all that evidence was not allowed to be there to begin with. So
right. So
so things, mind you, as I think we all know, to do anything in the court system costs you a lot of time and a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I would imagine there will be some form of like a class action lawsuit being done, or
restitution,
something like that, or somebody will push this up to higher courts and eventually get to the state Supreme Court, and perhaps, and from the sounds of it, I mean, this is the state toxicologist we're talking about in the Washington State Code. So this is going, I would assume that if anybody wants to take action on it, this is going to go from our county courts all the way through a state Supreme Court, and eventually the code will be mandated to change, so on and so forth, and then we're going to have to deal with all these people that were...
Well, it starts with the district courts.
Yeah.
So that's where I think that it would.
It's going to, it'll have to climb because it's a state-used machine.
Right.
That means there's other people in other districts that have been subject to this thing. And so I'd imagine somebody will try to use this as precedent to move it to the higher levels as they go forward.
Right.
But I'm not a lawyer, and neither are you, and we do not have brilliant legal minds. So this is all just, common logic, I think, in this case. And that's going to carry through the rest of today's shows, because it's basically all legal stuff today.
To your point, what you were saying, this article says, continues to say, according to the opinion, state law says the numbers are to be rounded, but instead the machines truncate the numbers or cut them off. Like you said, the judges found that Cooper had issued the bid for the machines, asking them to truncate, and knew or should have known that violated the Washington Administrative Code, often referred to as the WAC. In arguing against the motion to suppress the results of the BAC, the blood alcohol content, prosecutors told judges that the result of truncation versus rounding is often to the defendant's benefit, as simply sniffing off the end of the numbers would never result in the final number increasing, as could be the case in rounding. However, the four judges rejected that argument. While it may or may not be true, this is a quote, while it may or may not be true that truncation rather than rounding the mean is to the benefit of a person submitting breath samples into a Draeger machine, it is not the court's function to substitute our judgment for that of the state toxicologist, the ruling found, citing a previous case. That ruling comes from the case of Austin River Keller, 24, who on May 9th, 2020 crashed his car into a ditch while driving up to Huya Lake Road and Northwest. The Kitsap County Sheriff's deputy who responded did not note many signs of intoxication, and Keller denied drinking. He later admitted he'd been drinking according to the court documents, and a breath test found he had a blood alcohol content of 0.12. He was charged in Kitsap County District Court with drunken driving and pleaded not guilty. His attorney, Tom Weaver, requested the results of the blood alcohol content test be kept out of court, and after all four judges heard arguments, ruled in Keller's favor. His trial date is scheduled for July 25th. No shit.
Isn't that wild? And this is why I think this is a great story for the show as far as the local stories, because if a story's too local, it's, who cares? But this is something that I think has big consequences as it, may or may not work its way up the chain of the justice system. And it could have some pretty far-reaching implications as far as I'm concerned. It's a similar argument to, speed traps and radar guns. Did the officer calibrate the radar gun that day? I mean, they rely so much on technologies these days and specialty instruments to hem people up all the time. And it is very, very important nationwide. I don't care what police department you're talking about, what sheriff's department or state patrol or whatever it is, if they're going to use a piece of technology to try to throw you in a cage, they better be able to prove that those things are firing on all cylinders and they're calibrated correctly, and that the speed or the alcohol by volume amount or whatever that's in your, would you say that blood alcohol content? Whatever reading they're going to get, they need to make sure is 100% as correct as can possibly be. And if you have a state law in this case that tells you how you have to do it, it's a pretty open and shut case at this point, because they just did not do it. I do like the fact they talked about that, and because I didn't read that actual article. I was like, oh hey, I'm glad that I had
Get
the
some kind of
truncation
cock
right,
block,
Yeah. So this will be interesting because I mean I know people that have got hemmed up for DUIs before, and have been cost them a lot of money and really set them back in life, and they've all learned lessons and moved on, and thankfully anybody I know that's gotten a DUI never hurt anybody, thank God. But
we even had the Kim Potter case had that happen when she didn't check her taser.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, and we even know someone who said that his DUI was lowered because they had a lot of false positives for meth at the time that he did his blood test. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?
How does that happen?
So I don't know. It always, this shit always perks my ears up. What else are you fucking up?
Yeah.
What else are you doing wrong if you're gonna testify knowingly 10,000 cases that something's going right when it could be you ordered this machine to do that instead of rounding it. You ordered to truncate instead.
Yeah.
What are we doing? You had to know.
That's like ordering a fucking, like a measuring tape in tenths and hundredths of a foot instead of inches.
Yeah.
I mean, that it's a different deal. 100%. I don't understand why. Unless, I think my only argument in this person's favor is like, well, it's going to make it lower anyways. You wrote the law and you're still not doing it.
Yeah.
The regulation, and you're still not doing it. How do you just, once you ordered the wrong ones, maybe you go update the whack? I don't know. It just seems so ridiculous that this single person is totally responsible for all this. How many tens of thousands of people's lives, man?
Right.
Tens of
Tens
thousands.
of thousands. That's how many.
That's a fuck ton of people.
Yeah.
How much money did those people have to give to the state
Right.
just to try to be able to defend themselves as much as possible going through the system?
Even to have a blow and go in your car is, $250 or something like that every other month, I think, is what we learned. So, yeah. I was just talking to our homeboy about it.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
And you have to go to, I don't know. I'm interested to see what comes of it because at first, like I said, I was coming in fucking hot. I was thinking all these people were getting hemmed up. Because that in itself is because you have to go to like a Radio Shack or something to get your blow and go. They contract it out. You don't go to the courts to have it. You have to have it calibrated like every month, and you go to like I said, like a Radio Shack to do it.
Funny. I'm surprised they didn't pick Circuit City.
Complicated process.
Whoops.
I think Circuit City went out of business.
They
right?
sure did.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of surprised the government didn't go with them.
Just to try and boost them back up.
No, just because they're stupid enough to, put their money in a failing business. Fuck, man. How many
People
times
still
the
go to
government do
Radio
that?
Shack for like
Stereos and shit.
car stereos and
Yeah,
stuff. Right.
I'm fairly sure they're pretty good on like financing stuff too. Getting a new system like put into your car is not a cheap endeavor.
Right.
If you want some good sound, you got to donate some money. Yeah, then we got one Radio Shack within probably.
There's two.
There's one in Bremerton, I would assume.
One in Bremerton and one in Silverdale.
So that's okay. That's good. So I got two of them within say 25 miles from here.
Yeah.
If I need to. The one in Silverdale is actually good. I sometimes just walk in there just because I like to look
Just
at all
go
like the
into radio.
decks and like hear all the different speakers
You're
and stuff.
lying.
No. If I'm there, like it, because there's a Michaels there, there's TJ Maxx there, and so like if me and the wife go out to Silverdale,
Right,
I'll
okay.
drop her off at TJ Maxx, and I'm not trying to go to that store, so
Still go to
I'll
Radio
go-
Shack instead.
yeah, so I'll go to Radio Shack and then Michaels.
That's really funny.
I'm a weird,
I'm here
weird
for
dude,
it.
I guess.
No. It's a guy thing.
It
you know,
seems
I'm
very
just gonna go
90s
and
to me.
Look around.
Yeah,
Used to
it's-
have like 5 in my area, but they're all gone now. It's like the Blockbusters.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, the downfall of Blockbuster.
Okay, so the next story that I have here for locals is this retail task force, right? And I have this article from Fox 13. I'll send it to you here on Signal. Just 1 second. Boom.
I will say, ever since my last uninstall and reinstall the Signal, I only had to upgrade or update twice, and I don't have any of the bad signal, so I don't have to reinstall yet.
Yeah, I have to
Very excited
update
about
like
this.
most times when I open it on my computer, but it doesn't like mess up, and I don't lose any of my messages or anything.
Yeah,
It's all,
and
it's
the
all
updates
back.
are like 5 seconds long.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very quick.
All right, let's
Okay.
take a look here from Fox 13.
Yeah, this is from Fox 13. Oh my God, I was right. Okay. So the newly formed statewide task force takes aim at organized retail theft in Washington. Obviously, we live in Washington State. Seattle. Retailers statewide lost a combined $2.7 billion worth of goods to organized retail theft in 2021.
Whoa.
Yes.
That was the summer of love, if I
In the
recall.
state. That's in one state, my G.
That's so many dollars.
And all, not all, but most of those videos and stuff that we're seeing, because people are seeing the snatch grab videos all the time. Those are out of like California, shit like that. We're
Yeah.
seeing out of those all the time.
Imagine.
Too. I can't believe, because I've not seen, we live in a small town, but I've not seen it myself of people walking out. That's not true. We went into the dollar store one time, guy walked out with a bucket full of shit. Girl came out, was yelling at him. That's not true. I didn't even think about that.
I've never seen something like that.
She said, I think you forgot to pay. And he said, no, I didn't. And got on the
just
bike. And he said, "Well," yeah, and Jordan's like, that's fucked up. And I'm like, it is, but like, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
It is fucked up. I'm not going to get into an engagement with this guy over, what do you have, like some energy drinks or something? I don't care about these things.
Yeah.
Items in the store. This is not my problem. This is not my business. I don't care
It's
about
not
this.
going to be a repeat of that dude, that the store clerk at the Dollar General that shot and killed the guy that was holding up the store. Did you hear about this story?
No.
Oh, that was a wild one. Yeah, and then everybody's all it was right around the same time as the 2A opinion came out. So everybody was hot for
That's
trial for
wild.
guns, and some dude defended himself because he had a gun in his face, and then the family's outside like, why does this person got to be why is he carrying a gun at work?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's because people like this. People like, you never know what the fuck's going to happen, man. I don't know. Are we a state that did kind of what California did and make the, larceny, or is it larceny at that point? I don't whatever
I
theft
don't know,
of a certain
right,
dollar
the
amount.
I don't know if we did
I'm
that.
gonna
I would
give
not
it a
be
quick
surprised,
Goog.
or if Seattle at the very least did. Bilbo Swaggins, with that headline, it's like police don't exist. To that effect, this is an article that I just pulled up here, and it's from My Northwest, which is a conservative website, but that's going to tell you. Jason Rance is a very prolific conservative talk show host in Washington State, and it said the very first line, the Seattle Police Department confirmed it lost an astonishing 170 officers in 2021. 170, and that's after there was like budget cuts, and the most hilarious thing right before Carmen Best left, she was the first black female police chief in Seattle history.
Yeah.
And right before she quit, it was because there was a bunch of budget cuts during George Floyd and all that, and obviously she's like, I agree, racial equality and everything, but don't fuck up the city, and all chop, all these things happened, and they made her fire a bunch of people, and because they have a union, and the collective bargaining agreement said that they had obviously last in first out, and all the people, they had just done a bunch of hiring to increase diversity, so they had to fire all these minorities that they had just hired. And she was like, I'm not fucking doing that, so she quit. It's insanity. So it's only gotten worse since then.
Yep.
Second paragraph, the final separations report, which includes retirements and resignations, comes after a year of anti-police activism and a vaccine mandate that sidelined upwards of 100 officers. So not only people quitting because of George Floyd, all of these things, but also the vaccine mandate, it was not good.
That's crazy.
Yes, it's bad news. So
Yeah.
that's just this one article. So yeah, we can go back to this Fox 13. Washington State Attorney Bob Ferguson, piece of shit, used the statistic to justify need for a new organized retail theft task force on Thursday. It will be made up of local law enforcement, prosecutors, and retail stores. Right now, it's so easy to steal, said Mark Johnson, with the Washington Retail Association. I just went into Target in Gig Harbor yesterday. There was a designated security guy standing at the door. I was like, this is weird, bro. He had like a little, not an actual badge, but like an embroidered badge on his shirt.
Like his rental cop, like company's badge.
Probably.
Yeah.
He was definitely yoked up. I wouldn't want to fight him.
Ooh, yeah. It's like when I was in Russia after high school, that was the first time I ever saw retail stores with armed guards, like front and center. And they were a little bit more open about it over there, obviously, but it was a weird deal. That was like the first time that had ever happened to me, and now I kind of expect it everywhere I go.
Yes.
If I'm going someplace, you walk into Best Buy, there's the check-in, check-out guy or whatever that kind of says hi to you on the way in, but he's also kind of security. He's watching to see stuff, and you see more and more of those things every day. Maybe not the blatant, obviously a security officer or whatever,
Right.
but there's a lot more of this stuff coming, and I find this really interesting. We'll talk more about it once we get through the article, but
Yes. The goal of the task force will be to provide better collaboration and to share intelligence with groups of people who may be crisscrossing the state, targeting stores and pharmacies. This involves a group of individuals that steal products not for their own personal profit, but to resell them for profit, Ferguson said. He said 9 other states have similar task forces, but this would be the first for Washington State. We're seeing organizations use the dark web, said Nick Brown, the U.S. attorney for Western Washington. They're raiding Home Depots, raiding Fred Meyer's, packing it up, sending them overseas to other countries, selling them for massive profits. It's about the shoplifting. This is crazy, bro. But it's the small-time, constant shoplifting and lack of prosecution that have frustrated many businesses over the last several years. I had the unfortunate experience of witnessing in a store in my hometown of Olympia. Olympia is our state capital, by the way. A theft going on as I'm checking out, recalled Johnson. And I said, that person is stealing those backpacks. Are you going to stop them? They go, it's not worth me not going home tonight to my family to chase them out into the parking lot. They could be armed. They could have a weapon. I could get hurt. I could get bear sprayed, stab shot. That's a very extensive conversation.
that is very
to have
expensive.
with a store employee. Many large chain stores, I think they may be embellished a little bit. I would not be surprised if they say it's not worth me doing it, but I don't know all this. It's a lot of detail.
That is a lot.
Many large chain stores have corporate policies that tell employees not to engage with the person who's stealing from the store. The store's theft prevention officer sometimes stops a thief, but many are not armed, and the thieves know that. What retailers... Let's pause for a second, because now I'm starting to think. Okay. So you're saying the store, what do they call them? The theft prevention officer, right? I've seen it. I wouldn't die for my company's products. Me either, right? So that's okay. So that's what I want to ask about. is a theft prevention officer. If you pay that guy, that person, if you pay that guy to be armed, right? Are we like, how do you feel about that? A private company paying an employee to be an armed guard, like a Target. If Target wants to start paying an employee to just be an armed guard at the front of the stores, if our Target should be having them.
How do I feel about that?
Yeah.
I feel like if that's what they want to do,
Right.
I would hope that they'd be responsible about
That would
it
be some
and
wild shit.
make sure he gets training or he or whatever. I mean, it's Target.
I
It
feel
could
like
be
if you're corporate, you have to.
yeah, you have to. But no, I'm
Or
not.
request that the person applicant has training.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Because odds are, I mean, you're not going to make like the normie high school fucking purple-haired employee at Target. You're not going to just be like, all right, here's your gun, here's
Pay
your
them to
badge.
get trained.
Yeah.
That would be lit.
I mean,
that would be hilarious.
but if you're going to hire somebody with a security background, because
Yeah.
that would be the intelligent thing to do, and pay them accordingly, it's up to you, man.
Right.
Go to town.
No, you're right. I don't have an inherent problem with it. I think at first I was just thinking like fucking a guy
Target
with a gun
employee?
at Target. That's so crazy, Just in general, an armed guard at Target seems so wild.
It seems very contrary to their corporate virtue signaling over the last few
Right.
years, anyways.
Well,
but
and that's just an example. I guess it's difficult to think of a box store because most of them have come out and been like, I don't even want you to carry a gun in my store.
Yeah.
But even if I don't know. Most stores, it's difficult for me to conceptualize them having an armed guard there.
Yeah. Like it gets easier with the big box stores. Like a Best Buy, I wouldn't be surprised. There's millions of dollars of merchandise in there, man. And a lot of electronics are small.
Right.
Like you could easily steal a very high value item in just one go versus Target, they have expensive stuff there, but it's also Target. It's basically just the Walmart for people that want to be better than Walmart.
Yeah.
It's not really that much different. The people that go there just think better of themselves than the people that go to Walmart on the regular and are willing to pay for it. So I don't think fundamentally don't have a problem with it,
Right.
but they'd be hypocritical if all of a sudden this was their tack now. Although I would have some more respect. If we can't afford to do this bullshit anymore and to be virtue signaling on the corporate level, it has cost us probably hundreds of millions of dollars, nationwide chain like that. I mean, I would understand why they would make that decision, and I'm still not going to go support them with my money because I already don't support them. I don't like them as an institution, as a corporation, so I don't put my dollars there. And maybe they would get a little bit of that go woke, go broke side effect from, hey man, we're losing all this money. We have to do this now. We've seen the reality. And if they piss off a bunch of their, patrons, the Target folk, if you will, they that's the price they need to pay.
We literally can't afford this shit anymore. That's wild. Yeah.
Not into it. I don't like corporate virtue signaling for this reason, man.
Right.
If you're going to be an institution, be an institution. Do not try to participate on this level. Or, if you're going to, you need to be ready to pay the consequences.
Because now you're right. Now it puts them in a compromised position. If they do feel like that's the right solution, even if at their top corporate level, all the people believe in equity or say they believe in equity and do all the virtue signaling are like, listen, we literally don't know what else to do but besides put motherfuckers with guns in front of the store because even just the beefy dudes isn't working anymore.
Yep.
Like, what do you do? How do you, how do you ask people not to carry a gun in your store but have a dude with a gun in the front of your store?
Well, I mean,
other than saying it's for our own fucking, but it's the same shit.
Well, they could take the tact of, that's their form of a hardening on their facility so that they can protect everybody there because we want this to be a safe environment. So nobody's allowed to have guns except for us. Kind of like the police and, kind of like how that whole law enforcement.
That's what I'm saying is, it's the same thing. That's what I was going to say. It's for our own protection, but it's the same thing as everything else.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Just taking the personal responsibility out of people and placing it somewhere else so they don't have to think about it.
Bullshit.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of that today.
Yeah, I'm interested. $2.7 billion is a lot of money, man.
Yeah. I'd be really interested, like a general breakdown of what categorically was getting stolen the most. Is it petty items? Is it pharmaceuticals? Is it, is it clothing and food? Or is it big ticket items or what are we talking about? Especially if you're going to turn around. It sounds like a lot of it's being turned around on the dark web and being sold for profit. So I imagine it's like American, I don't want to call it a beauty product, but, like a skincare products and, hygiene products. We have a massive market of very expensive items like that. Stuff like that.
It's probably
electronics. You could take whatever you want. I did check the statute real quick, too. And technically, in the state, anything under $750 or less is still considered third-degree gross misdemeanor.
Well, and we know from, even Brady
Whether or not
Cruz that in Seattle, they're letting people go for gun charges,
Yeah.
So they definitely don't give a shit if you're stealing stuff.
Yeah.
And
just because it's on the books doesn't mean you're going to get prosecuted.
We got to make sure we get a little bit woke at the end. Fox 13 always does this. 2 paragraphs down. The task force will be going off organizations that have tentacles of thieves that work for them and won't be focused on other types of shoplifting. This is a quote from Bob Ferguson, our Attorney General. What it's not is someone who is trying to steal something for their personal need. They got an addiction problem. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about organized efforts on a broad scale. So if you're just an addict and you go in and steal shit so that you can fucking get high, then, it doesn't matter. And let's clarify even a little bit more, right? Because I don't give a shit if you want to do drugs. I don't care if you want to do any of that other stuff. When you start stealing shit for your own personal needs, start infringing on other people, right? That's when we have a problem.
Yeah.
You don't get to fuck other people over because you can't support your own habits. If you want to get high, I don't care at all.
Yeah.
I couldn't care any less. It is only when you start fucking with other people that it matters to me at all. I'm getting high right now. I'm not fucking with anybody. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing meth. I'm not shooting up. I'm not going to steal anything. Yep. That's not the point, though. I don't care what you want to do if you want to do those things until you start to infringe on other people. Mm-hmm. You can't steal other people's shit to feed your own habit.
What a liberty-centered point of view you just have, sir.
Just silly
so
to
proud.
Draw this distinction. Fucking Bob Ferguson. I love the law.
I love the law.
Yeah. We stop them, they will say, hey, you can't touch us. We go, yes, you are under arrest, says Carl Kleinkart, Director of Security. The Bellevue Police Department is usually there in 2 minutes, and the suspects are actually shocked that they're going to King County Jail to get booked and immediately released because they stole less than $700 worth of shit. We forgot to write that at the end.
Oh, my God.
Task Force will have its first meeting on July 7th. So we will see
July
what comes
7th?
of this.
Yeah.
I was looking
pay
at
attention
this.
for some notes.
I was looking at this article this morning, and at the very top, there's the thumbnail of the video of the guy stealing the big TV.
Mm-hmm.
And Dax said, who's that? And I said, I don't know. What is he doing? I said, he's stealing something. He's doing something bad. He said, that's a big TV. that is a big TV.
That is a big
You're right.
TV.
And he is stealing it.
Okay, I'm going to put this down on the calendar so I don't forget.
July, the first
July.
meeting of the task force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Task force meeting.
Yes.
That is hilarious.
So there you
So
go.
I'm going to keep an eye out for some minutes or maybe some video conferencing because I doubt. I mean, this is King County we're talking about, right? We're gonna, or no, it's a state. It's a state thing.
task force.
So,
yeah.
but it'll probably be run out of Olympia, I would assume, the capital, and I'll be really curious. I bet you they all probably aren't going to work still, and most of them will be zooming in and probably be able to watch that Zoom conference live.
And I forgot to tell you about this one. I wonder if you know about it. I just sent you the article. This article is from Cairo 7. You're going to love this if you don't already know about it. New Washington license plate. I knew you would love it. I knew you would love it. We get boned every year. It's a wormhole that I fell into that's going to really bother you. It's going to really heat you up for part 2.
Bring me there, but I'm ready.
New Washington license plate fees
put my
increasing
seatbelt
July 1st. Okay. New funding for the Move Ahead Washington project will come when the cost of license plate fees across the state.
Hey-o.
Jesus tits.
Oh, one of the.
Everyone saw me jump on camera. That scared the piss out of me.
That was
Okay.
That was interesting.
New funding for the Move Ahead Washington project will come when the cost of license plate fees across the state rise starting on July 1st. The nearly $17 billion transportation project includes many investments such as $3 billion for public transportation, $1 billion for Washington's portion of the Interstate 5 replacement bridge over Columbia River, $3 billion for maintenance and preservation, and $5.4 billion towards the carbon reduction and multi-modal expansion. Starting July 1st, license plate fees will change as follows. New plate is going from $10 to $50.
You can go fuck
A
yourself.
replacement plate will go from $10 to $30. New motorcycle plate goes from $4 to $20. A replacement motorcycle plate goes from $4 to $12. Other fees increases include detailer temporary permits will increase from $15 to $40, so that just rolls into the price. Anytime you buy a car, a maximum optional dealer documentation fee will increase from $150 to $200. A stolen vehicle check fee, which is out-of-state vehicles registering in Washington, goes from $15 to $50. The Washington State Department of Transportation noted that applications received on or after July 1st must reflect the increase, even if the applications are postmarked earlier. So you gotta be, don't try and sneak the state. They're gonna fuck you no matter what. And I was like, damn, Move Ahead Washington, like, I remember this, we talked about this, and I said, that's weird that they're increasing these fees because I thought that we had a surplus. Right? I remember us talking about having a surplus. I remember us saying that. So I typed in, Washington surplus. And I got this page. I should have sent you this one too. This is from the website of Alex Ibarra, who's a representative for the state. He's a Republican. So I'll send you this in Signal. Sorry about that. And I'll send you the next one after this too. It's a series of 3 because this is from his website. And what? Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Inflation's not really a thing. You don't have to worry about that.
No.
That $30 fucking increase is actually going to cost you more like $50.
It's for the roads though, because it's not. Don't worry about the inflation. It's for the roads.
It's for the roads, bro.
So this is from Ibarra, and he says, "This is awesome. It's pretty awesome."
Like many of
where's
you.
the portion here where he's talking about? With only a few days left in 2022, this is under supplemental operating budget, the second paragraph. With only a few days left in 2022 legislative session, the House passed their 2021-22 supplemental operating budget on Saturday, the 26th of February. The massive $65 billion spending plan was approved on party line vote, with Republicans voting no. Where does it talk about the surplus? Okay, I'm sorry. At the bottom under the graph, with a $15 billion budget surplus, why not offer some tax relief? This budget size was not the only reason I voted no on the spending plan. Despite a record budget surplus of more than $15 billion, the proposal offers no meaningful tax relief to working Washingtonians. Instead, the plan calls for an additional $6.2 billion in new spending to the 2-year budget passed by lawmakers last April. So instead of maybe cutting a little bit of taxes. The Republicans even proposed tax cuts for our sales tax, things like this, right? So they said, fuck you. Instead, they actually rolled some of this money over into Move Ahead Washington. So that's the third article that I sent you, which is actually from the state websites, HouseDemocrats.Washington. And it goes, let's see, at the bottom, I believe it talks about the breakdown.
Move Ahead Washington.
Yep, not the very bottom. Placing, disarm. How do we fund this transformative package? It's on the right there. Our package is funded through a one-time transfers from the state's general fund, right? That's the surplus, and the Public Works Assistance Account, which they're totally wiping out federal dollars from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and investments from the Climate Commitment Act. Move Ahead Washington does not include a gas tax. Oh, thank God. There's a people-oriented proposal that doesn't pass cost into working families, except for when we're taking money out of your pocket that we could have given back to you.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, it's not theft if you already gave it to us and we just don't give it back.
Yep. Don't worry about it. And we need to make sure that we can still tap into that federal funds because, goddamn, we don't have enough money.
You need that COVID money.
We don't have enough money. We have $16.5 billion surplus, but we don't have enough money. That's why we need Ainsley to keep those emergency powers. Hail Inslee. Thank the Lord for Inslee. Because what would we do without him maintaining his emergency powers?
We would just fade away into the nothingness because I don't know. I can't even. I'm so angry. I had no idea this was happening. I mean, is there any surprise that Bob Ferguson and the governor of Washington State, piece of shit Jay Inslee, have fought so hard to overturn memorandums by the people that tell you to hold up the end of the bargain that you promised us with our gas or with our car registry fees? And they have put in, I can't even imagine how many hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and court time, the whole 9 yards, attorneys, trying to overturn memorandums that have been passed by the people by direct vote for multiple times. This is why. Because they can't afford to do it because they've already spent all the fucking money that they told us they wouldn't do. I mean, this sounds to me just like some standard left-wing bullshit fucking corruption.
Yeah.
At the highest levels, coming from the state's attorneys general and the governor of the state himself.
And since we brought it up, because I just looked this one up, so that's nice, I'll send you this as well if I can get my shit together.
Unfucking real, man.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I
mean, the economy. Thank God Biden says the economy is like having the greatest recovery of all time because otherwise, I don't know how people could afford this.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, the goal was to make sure that the average everyday citizen cannot afford to drive. Because that's what you're doing.
Well, and that's excellent that you brought that up because I just sent you this last article that I actually just found.
Oh, hey,
and this is from News Press.
Oh, there we go.
Yep,
Santa Barbara News Press.
Santa Barbara News Press. Jay Inslee holds forth on gas prices, emergency powers, and this is just a copy from a different article.
Mm-hmm.
And I have my VPN on, and the first one wouldn't let me open it. So let's see a little bit of the way down here. We've passed a low-income tax credit to help low-income people in part with some of their oil prices. Governor Inslee said on the Seattle Morning News podcast, it's an average about $1,200 a year. We'll start receiving next year who are in the lower income bracket. So next year, you'll get it. And then he said there was a better plan than halting the state gas tax in some form. Let's see. Currently, almost 50 cents are tacked onto the price of every gallon pumped into Washington for state-based gas taxes, but Governor Inslee does not see that as low-hanging fruit for easing people's pain at the pump. We've concluded it's just putting more money into the gas companies' pockets is not a solution to this problem because that's what's happening. When you do like a gas tax holiday, a couple things happen. One, the gas companies just raise their prices to the point they had it before, so the money goes to the gas company, to the oil company, rather than the state. It doesn't actually reduce what you're paying at the pump, so all it really does is transfer the dollars that would be going into fixing our roads and bridges and just gives it to the profit column of the oil companies. Those remarks were delivered on May 20th. 3 days prior, Inslee addressed the issue of emergency powers and the separation of powers on the Crosscut Talks podcast. Governor Inslee talked about his February 29th, 2020 declaration of statewide powers still in effect in response to the spread of COVID-19 per the Emergency Powers Act. Under the state of emergency, Inslee has issued scores of additional proclamations, including shelter-in-place orders, business and school closures, and moratorium on evictions and mask and vaccine updates. And he has the ability to call the legislature into session and dismiss them whenever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And this quote, but the reality of this is that has not been some rogue executive running rampant like an elephant through the tall grass of our civil liberties, Governor Inslee said. The legislature now has had 2 or 3 opportunities to rescind or contravene any of the actual rules or protocols that I have announced. And you know what? They've confirmed them. Not only have they not repealed them, they've actually confirmed them, including a bunch of Republican votes in 2021 to actually confirm the things that we've done. So it's fine. I'm a tyrant because people say it's okay.
Yeah, no. This is ipso facto dictator of the Washington state.
Not a big deal.
And it's okay because he has the legislature in his pocket to parrot whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Right. And we've had several bills come from the state legislature to try and get him to rescind his emergency powers.
Yeah,
So
and every time they're shot down.
Because the Democrats have enough sycophants in Washington state, you're able to maintain your emergency powers just like they were in California if they wanted to, where I think we're the last state where the governor still has emergency powers, and it's because we're one of like 3 or 5 or something where he gets to decide when it happens.
Yeah. I do not know how you can say with any validity to it. I don't know how I want to say this. We're in a dictatorship in this state, period. We still are through emergency powers. And I don't know. I'd be really curious if there are any other states that still have governors with the
I don't think so.
the holdover COVID dictatorial
I
powers.
don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think they've all generally rolled back, even fucking like New York and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, with their unelected governor, Kathy Hochul, who's passing all sorts of edicts left and right. But we talked about that last week. We don't need to rehash that. I will say that that body armor clip we put out earlier today. So shout out real quick, everybody, if the 5 to 6 hour podcast is a little much for you, or even if the hour and a half to an hour long podcasts are too much for you, Monday through Thursday, you can get short clips from the various parts of each and every episode put out right here on our YouTube, Salty Shorts. There's a playlist with all of them. You could set it there. You can have the playlist play all of them if you really wanted to. They're out there Monday through Thursday. You're getting them. So if you want to introduce somebody to the show, if you're intimidated by the super length of the show, if your friends are intimidated from the length of the show, start them off with the Salty Shorts and move on up from there.
Yeah. Now, with that, I think we will move into our first break. We'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll come back part 2. We're going to be talking about some of the Supreme Court decisions, specifically the Roe decision, also the New York's decision for concealed carry. We're going to compare and contrast them a little bit and dig into those decisions a little bit. So I want a 10-hour pod. If you want a 10-hour pod, the longest we've done is 7.
Yeah,
so
we did a 7 once.
Don't fucking tempt us. Do not tempt us, Bilbo Swaggin. My wife will kill me.
Indeed.
We can't do 10 today. One day.
One day.
We will. That motherfucker Shane Powers, he had like the longest radio cast ever. We can absolutely
Yeah,
do
he
that.
did
There's no
the,
reason that we can't do that. It was like 27 hours. There's no reason that we can't fucking do that.
I remember we were like listening to that whole thing all the time.
No.
We're not going to do that. But
one day,
we could.
not today.
Yeah, that's what. Oh, yeah. Twitch streamers do that
I
sometimes.
want the record.
On their birthdays, they'll do a 24-hour stream sometimes. It's like a Twitch thing.
That motherfucker's crazy.
Indeed. All right. We'll be back.
3 minutes.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your road.
And we're back.
Thank you for joining us. Salt of the Streets. It's going to be part 2 of episode 128. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
Thank you again for joining us, coming back.
I didn't miss it today.
Yeah, no, there it is. Of course, I want to ask you to like, comment, subscribe on this episode here, on this part here, this video that you are watching. Go ahead and go follow us. We also have our Facebook, our Instagram, our YouTube, our Patreon, all at Salt of the Streets. Go to the Patreon, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this, the newsletters, the beer shows, all those beautiful things that we're doing. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. All of this is at saltofthestreets.com. And of course, if you need a haircut in our local area, go to Swab Blended. That is where I get my haircut. You can see this. We talked about earlier. I'm in the midst of growing out, so we've got some weird stuff, but it's beautiful. It's good. It's layered. It's fantastic. So
Yeah, as a man who has done the full blown ponytail, which I believe I had when I first started working at Bennett,
yes,
right? Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, you're in the thick of it right now,
Yeah.
and life's gonna be miserable for probably a month or two with your hair, and then it'll all come together and you'll be like, it was totally fucking worth it.
I can almost get a pony in the back.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for a low pony. You know.
Yep.
So
And you also don't want like just the half of it in the
No.
back that you can grab. You know, you want everything to be able to be pulled back, and
all of it.
it's all got to get caught up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say, luxurious looking locks today, though, good sir. Okay, it might be a little wild, but I mean, it is Pantene Pro V-esque.
Thank you.
Is that a '90s shampoo? I don't think anybody
Definitely.
uses that shit
I'm on
anymore.
that Monate shit still.
Okay, well, the beginning of
Yeah,
as
it's got
per the
beers.
usual now.
Yes.
Part 2 is when we kick off beers, and this week is import beer. So we have a Crystal Weiss beer. So these are all going to be general wheat beers.
Crystal
and then,
clear.
That's right. And then we have a Hefe Weiss beer, which is going to be your Hefeweizen.
Let
So
me get this crystal clear, bro.
do it up, buddy. But
Yeah.
I will need you to open
Yes,
that
I
for
will
me.
open them both.
Actually, wait a minute. I'm going to pull out my epic knife and do it up proper like. Hey-o. So if I pull
that
out the
one right
giant
away.
knife, here, let's go here and watch me just
Yeah.
fucking impale myself. Hey-o. Eh. All right,
As long as
Mike.
you don't feel yourself. Ooh.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
That was totally
That
worth
is
it.
awesome.
Totally worth
Right.
it.
I'll get the first pour here.
Shout out Papa Neil.
There we go. A little bit higher.
It's my sheath.
There it is.
Got a sheath up.
Tell you what, that is clear.
That's wicked clear. Man, William Wallace was making fun of me again last night for screwing up the pour so bad again on this beer show last night.
That's
Nailed it.
pour.
That's a solid pour. Look how clear that bad boy is.
Crystal clear.
Give us a taste. Does it taste like a wheat beer?
Okay. Coming back.
Smells
Smells
good?
real light. Like a pills. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it's these German beers are going to be subject to what they call German purity law. So
Right.
there's not much going on in there other
Yeah.
than the standard
It definitely
basics.
does taste a little bit weedy though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I mean,
Yes.
so here's this one. It's a slightly more
cloudier.
cloudy, and I think that's just because it's a more standard Hefeweizen type mix when it comes to wheat. Yeah, clean, but that biscuity warmth that comes in with that heavy wheat.
Wow.
I don't know why, man. I've been just really into the Hefeweizens lately. Oh, and that's clean too, slightly spicy. Oh yeah, this is exactly what I wanted out of this beer.
It's a good summer beer. These are good summertime
Yeah.
beers.
What?
Yep.
Weihenstephaner.
Yes.
I'm ashamed to my German heritage.
Yeah.
That way. Yeah, you definitely are.
That's quite the name. I don't know. I was looking at it trying to decide if I thought that you got it. That's about as close as I would get. So
Weihenstephaner. See if you just do that.
that's probably
It works.
If you just yell it. If you just yell it, that's the
That's
answer.
how it happened.
I love that.
Oh.
So,
Part
we
two.
have, Supreme Court decisions. That's what we're going to talk about. So we can go over some of the ones that came out this session. I have just like the Supreme Court's website, and they list on their homepage, all of the different decisions.
And
So-
it's the session is not technically over, correct?
Nope, these are just the ones that have come out thus far.
I think next week, I believe, is the end of the session. I'm not totally sure. And I don't know if they change it. I mean, shit, they moved the day to Friday for the Roe decision. So
The 27th is the last opinion issuance day.
okay.
So,
The 27th. Oh, yeah.
Which is Monday.
Whoa. So, yeah, we're going to get a drop on Monday.
Yeah. So I'll start at the beginning, which was the 23rd. We had the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association Incorporated versus Bruin, which is New York's proper cause requirement for obtaining an unrestricted license to carry a concealed firearm violates the 14th Amendment in that it prevents law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. So that was turned over, or New York's the restriction that they had. The second one, Vega versus Teka, a violation of the prophylactic rules described in Miranda versus Arizona, 384 U.S. 436, does not provide a basis for a claim under 42 U.S.C., which is like you can't sue someone for violating Miranda rights, I think, is...
That sounds about right,
Yeah.
given everything we talked about last episode,
Yeah.
right?
So we'll get into that a different time. Not today. We're just going to go over these ones, and there's two particular that we're going to really kind of dive into.
The two biggins.
Yep, Nance versus Ward. Title 42 is the procedural vehicle appropriate for a prisoner's method of executive claim, even if an order granting the relief requested would necessitate a change in state law. Berger versus North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP. The Speaker of the North Carolina State House of Representatives and the President pro tempore of the North Carolina State Senate are entitled to intervene in this litigation challenging North Carolina's voter ID law. Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Healthcare, which is the other one that we'll be talking about today. The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe v. Wade, 410 U.S. 113, and Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania versus Casey are overruled. The authority to regulate abortion is returned to the people and their elected representatives. And lastly, Becerra versus Empire Health Foundation for Valley Hospital Medical Center. The purposes of calculating the Medicare fraction, one of two fractions, is the Medicare program uses to adjust the rate paid to hospitals that serve a higher than usual percentage of low-income patients. Those individuals entitled to Medicare Part A benefits are all those qualifying for the program, regardless of whether they receive Medicare payments for part or all of a hospital stay. So, take comfort in that.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's nice. I mean, obviously the two biggest ones.
Yes.
That really shook the ground, if you will, this week. Because the Second Amendment case out of New York, that came on Tuesday, I believe, right?
Yes.
This past Tuesday. And then, of course, we all had Friday morning, the shock set in after they overturned Roe and Casey. It was Thursday.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 23rd is when most of these came out, the first ones.
So, how do you want to approach this? We had talked about kind of comparing and contrasting the two kind of big ones right off the bat, and because there's been a lot of, I think, false association between the two.
So, I want to compare and contrast the two cases because it's been done so much over the last few days. The New York gun case is pretty much cut and dry, right? You have the right to self-defense under the 14th. The right cannot be removed without due process. So that one is pretty simple. We're going to dig into it more, but on the face, that is that, because I've seen so much comparison, like I just said, of, so guns have more rights than women do, and things of this nature. The case of Dobbs is more complicated, right? But we'll start with the gun one. Like I said, on its face, it's pretty simple. New York State had tried to justify, and there are several other states that say this as well. New Jersey is very restrictive on that.
Very
so
much.
I'm excited
Maryland.
to see what comes of that. Is that you had to provide like a legitimate reason as to why you wanted to carry a firearm for self-defense, which was ruled under this court that the... What the fuck am I trying to say? Totally just lost my train of thought.
Well, let me add this on top of that.
Yes.
What happens is in these, what they call may issue states, where they may issue you a permit or may not.
May issue and shall issue.
And,
right.
Yeah, because most states are shall issue if they're not constitutional carry states already. But there's a few holdouts, the ones that are affected by the decision. I believe it's like 5 or 7. I don't remember totally offhand, but the major problem is that you had to prove, like you just said, you had to have some kind of reasonable. What was the phrase you just used? Like you had to have a reason. You had to have a reasonable means or a reason for wanting this gun. And most of the time, self-defense was not a proper cause. But the really screwed up part was the state was the one that determined whether or not you had proper cause. It wasn't whether you, the individual who has rights, felt like you had cause or not. It was arbitrarily up to the state itself.
Right.
And a lot of times, even tighter within the cities, within those states. And so most of these places were labeled may issue, but in reality was will not issue.
Right.
A lot of those were.
And it was ruled under the, ruled this way under the 14th Amendment, what is called the Due Process Clause. That's why I was trying to think of this and completely lost my train of thought. So thank you for saving me. Was ruled under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. So I'll read that part here. Amendment number 14. Let's see. The validity of the public debt of the United States. Is that the correct?
I believe it's the first section in 14 too.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdictions the equal protection of the laws. So what that says, in a little bit easy in layman's terms, right, is that your rights cannot be violated without due process. And because there is no due process in a potentially unelected official, if you're talking about a sheriff, then they're elected, if there's some, but anyway, a public official telling you whether or not you have the right to carry something. Mm-hmm. There are deeper issues that we'll get into later about allowing people to dictate what your rights are for you. But even under the framework of the Constitution and the amendments, the subsequent amendments therein, it is unconstitutional for them to decide and remove your right to self-defense, to conceal carry weapon, to carry a weapon outside of your home for self-defense without some form of due process. So that is what they're referring to. And that's where a lot of the confusion starts to come in. Maybe not even confusion doesn't even feel right to me because so much of it is intentional, right? Yeah. And it falls into a couple of different categories. Confusion, let me just finish that thought. The confusion between this and the ruling of Roe v. Wade, of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, because that was also ruled that way partially because of the 14th Amendment and the same due process clause, right? So I'm going to talk for a second about the different ways this is being confused, because we talked in your Let Me Ask You This about part of this, right? For a little bit, I was very angry because I know how simple it is for people to find out what the reality is of these two cases. I know how simple it is for you to look up, not you, but for anyone to look up exactly how these cases got ruled and why it is. And even if you don't agree with them, the logic, I believe, is sound. You know, I understand the reasoning there. You can disagree with it, but I think the reasoning makes sense from a logic basis. There's not a ton of jumps of, that's crazy. Why would you say something like that, right? So that part made me frustrated, and the other part made me very, very sad, especially for people that I care deeply about, that they, on two different levels, have been deceived. And on the first level, it is being told that this document and the amendments subsequent to it tell them what their rights are, right?
Oh, yes.
And they don't. And we've talked about that just tons of times on the show, right? And most people who are listening don't know. For anybody who's new here, anything like that, if you don't know, if you're here to learn, the Constitution doesn't give you your rights. The Constitution simply lays out a few of your rights and says exactly that the government cannot infringe upon them, that it has the duty to protect and defend them, right? That is what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights says. The Constitution lays out the responsibilities of the three different branches and a few other things after that. And then the Bill of Rights, like I said, is the 10 base rights that the government absolutely, definitely cannot infringe upon. So it doesn't give you your rights, nor do any of the people that are elected into it, or any of the people that you have decided that have any authority over you. And so
Not that you actually decided, but
it made me sad to that effect, that I believe people have been intentionally misled that way through rhetoric when people on the news, public officials, pundits are talking about your constitutional rights, your constitutionally held rights, all these things, right? I think the rhetoric is very important, that we have to be so specific because people now are under the general assumption that that is what's giving you your rights.
Yeah, this piece of paper, the Constitution, gives me my rights.
And it sets people up for failure.
It does, because that is the opposite way that you should be thinking about the Constitution of the United States of America. It was not drafted to give anybody rights. It was drafted solely so that the federal government at which the founders were establishing, they were setting the boundaries of the absolute rights that they cannot infringe upon.
Right.
And that it is not a list of your rights. It's the list of rights that cannot be infringed by the federal government. It is more for them than it is for us. Our rights are innumerable.
It said, and that's the Ninth Amendment, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. What that says, right, This is not a full list of your rights. This is a small number of rights that we are laying out that are specifically protected from the government. That the government we are laying out cannot and does not have the power to infringe on these rights. That is specifically what we're saying. And that's why creating an amendment is such a difficult thing, and that's why it's such a large obstacle to get over and why it's such a big deal. Right? It's because it is laying out constitutionally another limitation of the government that may not have been expressly lined out when the founders wrote these documents and whether people made the amendments.
Yeah.
What is up, Zeke? We're happy to have you here.
What up, big
So,
dog?
It concerns me that so many people are of that mindset because, like I said, I think it sets them up for failure. If those are the building blocks that you're going off of, that you're limiting yourself to what this piece of paper, what the document says, is you're setting yourself up for failure. That's the best way that I can put that. And the second layer to that is all of these people that are under the same uninformed, I don't know. I can't think of the exactly the correct terms. Uninformed assumption, or they're convinced that the 9 people on this council, on the Supreme Court, are dictating to them what their rights are. that they have some form of authority over telling you what your rights are. Right?
Yeah.
And it was confusing to me, and also kept me a little bit open. I'm seeing people, especially under the road things, say, saw a lot of shit like on Instagram of like, I will aid and abet abortion. As you should. As you should. I promote this because I don't think that if you believe that this is one of your rights, that abortion is one of your rights, then you should pursue that path, right? I believe that you are the one that defines your rights. So if you yourself, people that we really care about, that are posting shit like this, that say things like this, believe things like this, right? You're limiting yourself by allowing and providing, giving the authority to other people to dictate to you what your rights are, when truly the only authority to that lies within yourself.
Yes.
And it's like sad that, truly sad that people are not accepting of that. You know, that they're limiting themselves within that by providing that authority to other people. And
They've been spoon-fed this
Right.
false narrative throughout our entire life. Generations of people have been spoon-fed this bullshit about how the system is supposed to work, and there hasn't been a period in time at which that lie has been more substantial than in today's world, between the Gen Zers, the millennials, and the Gen Xers. Much less, we don't really count the boomers at this point, but because they obviously have no idea what their rights are and they don't care about them, or if they recognize them, they've proven that all they want to do is strip them away at every possible convenience.
100%.
But the real, let's put it this way, one of the I'll add another layer of problematic thinking that goes with this forced narrative, thinking that you should think that the Constitution gives you your rights versus vice versa, and that the Supreme Court can dictate your rights when they make an opinion and things like this. And so
Right.
when it comes to something like abortion, the place where that belongs is within your state and within your state constitution and your state laws. That's where all of this is supposed to be. But the brainwashing of the American citizenry for generations have been trained now to forget about the foundational aspect of small r republicanism, belief in a republic, that you know best for what you and your fellow statesmen want, to thinking that everything that you think should be forced upon the citizens of other states. So everything has to be done at a federal level because this is our democracy. And if you want something to be protected in your state, you have to automatically want that protection for the other people in other states, which by itself is not necessarily inherently wrong. And there are organizations that move within the states because this is America, and you do have the power to, say, strike up a 501c3 nonprofit that promotes say, we'll just use abortion in this case because that's what we're talking about, abortion being open and available and safe and all this stuff. And then you have offices, or you push for legislation in all sorts of different states and all that. You're trying to convince the populace of places to get on your side. That's the way that is supposed to work. You're not supposed to say, well, those dumbass people in Missouri are a bunch of backward-ass thinking motherfuckers, so we're going to force it on them at the federal level. That's the sign that wherever you're at on your stance on where your rights come from, you know that they were built in a backwards manner, because you cannot force another individual to infringe on someone else's rights. And if those rights are innumerable and it is not explicitly called out in either the federal or state constitution, you have to do the groundwork to change it from the bottom up. You cannot change it from the top down. That is how democracies work, and that's also how dictatorships work. And if you are raised, generations of people now are raised to believe that we live in a democracy and it's supposed to work like that. You're not concerned with your state politicians unless they're directly pushing for something you support. You're more concerned with the federal government and the consequences of those laws passed, because they affect us all as Americans, and we should all be one big, happy, United States of America. So we're one big country. We should have all the same protections that I think that we should have right here for me. And that is a fundamental misunderstanding of how the whole system is supposed to work.
And I'm not talking about people trying to enforce their opinions on other people. I'm trying to push for an embrace of people embracing their own ideas. And part of the concern of this is the way that this Roe case especially has been framed of, the constitutional right, or your right to do this, has been removed. Your right to an abortion has been removed. And so there's a debate on whether or not there is a right to an abortion. And I don't think that this discussion, I think that it is a mistake to base that in a document that says your rights are not fully encompassed in this document. So
I see.
For the concern of that to then be pushed, like I said, on the Supreme Court, I think is stupid. If you're hearing from them that this is not a constitutionally defended right, not a constitutionally protected right, then your push then needs to be, that's fine if it's not in the Constitution. My rights are not fully enumerated in the Constitution. I'm going to continue to push this. And that's why I said I'm advocating for people, regardless of whether or not I agree with it, because I think, personally, I think that it's wrong, right? Abortion, I agree with people who are saying, I will aid and abet abortion, because if you believe that that is your right and that is other people's rights, and you're both going to work towards that, then I think you should do that. And I think operating, like I said, from the standpoint of, well, it's not constitutionally protected, so fuck it, I think that's a bad starting point.
It's a bad starting point, and
if you want to see that, I agree with you to the effect that if you want to see the institutional change of that, then the right place to go is of your states, especially according to the Supreme Court. That's the way to go.
So you don't disagree with the sentiment, but it's directed at the wrong place.
And I don't really disagree at all. My point really is just that I'm cutting more to a base individual level of all the way that many people that we are seeing are identifying with the situation about their rights being defined by what these justices just told them. And I think that that's a logical fallacy that they're feeding themselves, and I believe that the root of that is us as a culture and society getting away from the founding ideals. And even if that's at the base of understanding the Ninth Amendment says your rights are not fully enumerated here, because people don't even fucking get that. They don't. It's just, well, if it's not constitutional, then I don't have that right anymore. But it even says that in here that's not true. The founding fathers, the people at the time when this was ratified, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights was ratified, understood what that meant. That's why the Federalist Papers were being produced, so people could understand what all of these things were saying. So at a time, people understood actually what that meant. And I believe, like I said, the further we've gotten away from even the base understanding of our founding ideals, the easier it has made it for seekers of power to distort our perception through simple rhetoric, like I was saying earlier, of constitutional rights, the things like this, instead of framing it correctly under these are constitutionally protected. But again, remind people every time they said this, but also your Ninth Amendment right says, right? The Ninth Amendment says
It says that it's there if you want it
tell
to be
people
there.
that. And if you're not
Yes.
telling people that, it's because you don't want them to know that their freedom exists within themselves. And that's what I was saying was really like bothering me yesterday, is how many people are so stuck on what the Supreme Court is telling them their rights are when they don't tell you what your rights are.
Now,
They tell you whether or not a law that is being passed is constitutional,
Yes.
but they don't dictate to you what your rights are.
because that would be what's referred to as judicial activism or
100%.
Legislating from the bench, and it is a way for politicians to divulge themselves of all responsibility, because abortion could be law
Right.
on a federal level
Right.
if the people's elected representatives put it forth and voted for it and made it a fucking law.
Yes.
And I would bet you can get a lot of people on board with that. Maybe not anymore because everybody's so polarized, but you could do that. And I would just add on to that. I feel like there is decent motive for particularly existing politicians to not make sure that you understand that Ninth Amendment.
100%.
Because it allows them it gives them campaign ammunition. It allows them an opportunity to get the populace riled up, to get them. We're gonna at this point I don't know what the rallying cry will be, but we're gonna pack the court so we can balance out the Supreme Court or something like that. When all that they would really actually need to do is push for legislation on it and then actually make it a law. The major problem with this is that one of the major problems behind the Roe decision to begin with, it was never law to begin with.
Right.
It was just an opinion from the court. So, and then when somebody tries to pass a law, obviously and then they get pushed up to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
They say, well, we have precedents here now that says this. Stare decisis dictates, obviously, so we have to do this. When in reality, you cannot make law from a court. A court does not make law; they enforce the law. So
let's take a moment here, and then I want to address Joseph's comments. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. Make sure to like, comment, everything like that. So I want to draw again a distinction between the rulings of the Roe decision and the New York gun decision. Right? The New York gun decision, well, because they're both decided under the 14th Amendment, the Due Process Clause, and so I want to make sure that we hit on why the one can apply to one and not the other one. And to me, this is why it makes logical sense, because the concealed carry case in New York, after it being decided through the 14th Amendment, is based in the Second Amendment, based in your inherent and not only your constitutionally defended right to self-defense, but also your natural-born right to self-defense, which is what inspired the Second Amendment in the first place, right? So because the decision of this was decided through the 14th Amendment based on your Second Amendment rights, there is a more stern basis. The Roe decision, this decision for Dobbs versus Women's Public Health, right, was based on the Roe decision, which was precedent based on precedent. It was based on the precedent set in Griswold versus Connecticut, which is it's not a law. It was a decision that law could not be passed, right? So it wasn't based. But it was based in the enumerative state of your laws in the Ninth Amendment. And because it wasn't explicitly stated in the Constitution, and that's what the Supreme Court has to interpret is the Constitution, that is why it was easier for them to overturn it. Again, whether or not you agree with it, whether or not I agree with it or Colin, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual reason that it was decided this way. Is because it is not explicitly stated in the Constitution, and you have people on the court who are originalists, contextualists, they're not. Whichever one, I always fucking flip them around. Whichever one is deciding what the words actually meant. I think it's contextualist, what the actual context of those words mean at the time that they were written, right? So it doesn't matter. Either way, it could be incorrect. The people that decided this, the majority, look at the Constitution based on the way that it was written and not as a living document that grows and changes based on our culture and everything today. Yeah. Right? That is why it was decided that way. So let's read these comments really quick. Joseph Garrett, people in certain states have lost their privilege of having an abortion. I believe that that's probably correct. Yes, I think that's probably a good way to put that. They still have freedom of movement to go to a state where it's legal and have their abortion if they so desire. 100%. Zeke, I don't necessarily have an issue with the federal government passing down the responsibility of determining whether or not abortion should or should not be legal. Personally, I like this because from a political standpoint, it shows you, the voter, where your representative stands on the issue and if they're willing to flip their state's ruling. Well, I agree with that because it makes them take a firmer stance, because all the politicians now can say, oh, I'm pro-choice 100%. But even the ones that are pro-choice don't ever have to set their line of where it's okay, you know?
Because they have a Supreme Court ruling to fall back on.
Exactly.
They have
and
no
now,
liability.
Now they do not. Now you actually, more people, I believe, will have their feet to the fire on exactly where their line is, which will make you more informed, not only about the issue, but like Zeke said, about the person you're voting for. Because most of the people that I've talked to about this case since I heard about it didn't know that there were states in the country where there's no limit on abortion. People don't know that. When you tell them you can go 4 days before you have a baby, go to Oregon and have an abortion, people don't know that.
Yes.
And even the ones that are vehemently pro-choice are generally a little disturbed by the idea of somebody who is 39 weeks pregnant going and having an abortion.
Yeah.
Right? It's pretty dark. So
there's a reality to that situation that you can't get around.
yes.
And whether you how you morally square that away in your own mind is your own business.
Yes.
But it's a thing that not everybody is ready to see. We'll put it that way.
So I'm not sure. I have really to decide my full opinion on it as far in the context of modern 2022 politics. I would really have to think about it. I don't think that it's necessary. I don't think it's a bad thing for it to go to the states because it's not explicitly stated in the Constitution. So I understand the ruling. I don't know. We've talked for years now about how I feel about abortion, and I don't fucking know. I don't know, where my line is because all this shit makes me uncomfortable. I don't agree with it personally. I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
But I got a difficult time deciding where legislation should be for, women to do anything. I don't know. And that's why I'm not fucking running for politics, because I don't want to answer that question of where my line is, because I don't know.
I don't know where my line is.
If you ask me, it's probably a baby as soon as you find out that you're pregnant. Probably. It probably is.
Once that cell goes from 1 to 2.
Does that mean that I should tell you what to do? It absolutely does not.
No.
It 100% does not. So,
and I would never, like in my personal opinion, right? I would never force my opinion on abortion on anybody else. I am not like a devout Catholic who insists that it's, I might personally believe that you're ending a future human life, period.
right.
And I, whatever, I'm not a religious man, but at some point, something will judge your decision in the future about that. And that's up to you. It's not my deal, man. It doesn't infringe on my rights.
Right.
We can have a conversation about when the unborn child gains personhood, which I think is probably more of a conversation people should have. And I think we talked about that before, but personally, that's where I line up.
Right.
But after that, it doesn't affect my life. And when it does, I will have an opinion about that. But until then, man, like I had to verify and double check what our own state's rule is on that, what our laws are for for that.
24 weeks, I think.
Yeah,
22.
they say viability, and they about 24 to 25 weeks, which is the end of the second trimester, essentially. And I don't personally, if I was in a situation where I was at that point, I'm not going down that road. I can't cross that line myself.
Right.
But again, it's not my life, man. It's not. And I've made this association before. People kill people all the time, and it doesn't affect my life, and I still believe that's wrong. If your stance is on that, there's nothing you personally can do as an individual to stop that. There's some weird conversations people can have way off in, hypothetical land, but realistically, there's nothing I as an individual can do to stop somebody from having a second trimester abortion without infringing upon their rights, which is something that I would not feel comfortable doing, nor would I feel comfortable the state doing it. And I do feel like Missouri, man. I feel bad for people in Missouri not having the ability to make a choice. I morally, whether you think it's right or wrong, I don't agree with that choice being taken away from somebody. I'd rather have more people have more freedom to make more bad decisions than stop people from even attempting to make those decisions to begin with. That just seems illiberal as possible.
Well, I know what happens when you tell people they can't do something.
Yeah.
You know? I know what happens when you tell people they can't do
Yeah.
something. When they told me, "Hey, you can't make guns in your house anymore," I said, "Bitch, watch.
Watch.
So I'm gonna go buy something. Watch this." So you can't, and that's what I was getting at earlier, right? On a deeper level, outside of the constitutional, I think that people are feeding themselves a logical fallacy of basing their own personal rights in the name of this shit. You know, it's if you think this is your right, then you should pursue that. And there's nothing that I or anybody else can do to stop you because we don't have any authority over you. You have personal and bodily autonomy. And if you're ceding that authority to somebody else, and that's your own fucking problem. I can't help you with that. You know, and that's what I say. It makes me sad for people who know, right? Like Morgan, right? That if this is the framework you choose to live in, then there's nothing that I can do for you because I don't think that you should be allowing anybody to dictate for you what your rights are. It was like another girl that I saw that I went to school with that said that I will aid and abet abortion. And it's like, against it's like I fucking as you should. If this is a right that you identify within yourself, as you should. I agree with you. You know, and and it concerns me to a deeper level, to a certain level, not deeper level, but it concerns me that I was saying earlier, the power hungry, the people at the top, whoever you want to attribute it to, are using that as a distraction because they know that even at the founding, this isn't what they were talking about. They weren't telling you what your rights were in that document. They know that. The people who have those jobs, they know that. They absolutely know what that says because they're choosing what they tell you about it. The people who work in the Capitol, the congressmen, the senators, they absolutely know what the document says. They absolutely know.
Yeah.
They're telling you that they don't. They're choosing to mislead you in a direction that limits your freedoms and your liberty. They're actively choosing to do that. Don't allow them to do this. They don't have authority over you. The authority they have is completely false. It's fabricated, and it's only because you give it to them, right? We've seen this. They're trying to strip power from you any way that they can while they retain it themselves. They don't even want you to have passive defense in the form of body armor. But they definitely are surrounded by people who have body armor so that if someone tries to shoot at them, everyone can stand in a circle around them and they don't die. Isn't that interesting? But you can't have it yourself. Right? They don't want you to know this. They're actively trying to deceive you by telling you that the Supreme Court is dictating what your rights are to you.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any similarity? We talked about Uvalde last time, and it's always on everybody's mind. The need to do something about that has been very prevalent since the tragedy happened. Do you think, especially not now, obviously, but because it's too fresh, but does it surprise you that you're not hearing calls to do something about this? There's a lot of rage and anger, but like Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden and everybody, they're all AOC, they're all out there calling the Supreme Court illegitimate. They don't believe in this ruling, blah, blah, blah. But would they ever... Do you think they'll ever actually call for we need to do something about this and pass some form of legislation that protects this nationwide? You feel like that would be their initial call because every time there's a big issue that they get ruled against or, some law gets struck down or they can't pass a bill, it's always like, well, we need to do something. We need to do something. You could be doing something even on the federal level by drafting some form of legislation that essentially would set some guidelines or boundaries or something. You could put something in law. And I don't know how that would work on the challenges and stuff like that, but there's nothing that says you still can't have a law. I don't know, on the federal level at this point, could you even do that now?
You could try, and I think that someone probably will put one forward.
Because there's no law there's no ruling on an existing law that would bar you from creating a federal law on abortion. Because all the rulings in Roe and Casey and back, these are all based off of state cases that brought up to the Supreme Court and then ruled. Nobody's ever tried to bring a federal abortion law to task.
And they also didn't. The Supreme Court also didn't rule that you don't have a right to an abortion. You know what I'm saying?
Just said it's not in our
Just
court.
don't have a right to one is what they're saying.
Yes.
So I know that may have sounded confusing, but like there isn't, they don't, the country and states, the country doesn't have an ability to block you from having one, but they're just saying you don't have an explicit right to go and get one.
Yes.
And that needs to be decided within the state. So
Yeah.
you can definitely try. You know, you're good. They would definitely run into issues, and it will get challenged because there are state laws that already intercede that.
But I don't see there being any federal precedent.
Right.
You know, like it
Because-
seems like an avenue they
because
could
it-
pursue.
You could try, but I think that it would be challenged and probably turned over under the 10th Amendment. That it's not explicitly stated, so the states need to decide it amongst themselves. But
Because I don't like.
I also think that the Democrats know that that's not a winning issue.
For sure.
I think the last number I heard is like, 61% of people agree with Roe v. Wade. I don't think that's true. Just like 90% of people don't agree with, universal background checks or whatever. That's bullshit. If that was true, then 60% of our representation would be leaning towards being pro-choice. And that's not what we see. So,
Not even close.
So I don't agree with that. And I think that it probably hits closer to halfway. And I think there are also a lot of people that say that they're pro-choice and are actually deeply uncomfortable with abortion. And I think that there are probably people on the other side that say they're against it, but really would, like, I would never tell someone they can't do it because that's not my fucking right.
Yeah.
So, as hard as it is to believe for traditional politicians, there are, in fact, pro-choice Republicans and pro-life Democrats. That is a thing that happens sometimes.
There was on Crowder when he was doing that live stream on Friday. They
Yes.
ran into that one pro-choice,
It's an odd cross-section.
yeah,
but it does
pro-life
happen.
Democrat.
Yeah.
And I think that illustrates the fact that, particularly on abortion, I would challenge you to put 3 people together in a room and have them have the same exact thinking behind where they think, how they want to deal with abortion. It is such an individual thing, and
100%.
I wonder if I want to
Anything.
pontificate a little bit upon the certain sect of people like Seamus Coughlin who have a religious standpoint about it, and that are, and it goes on both sides, the extremes on both ends,
Yep.
where it's like it's either wrong or it's totally right, and you can do whatever, and it doesn't matter. I wonder if the extreme pro-life standpoint wasn't as vocal and as proselytizing, proselytory.
Yeah. Proselytory, I think
Yeah,
is good.
if they weren't so proselytory about it, would it even be an issue? It seems like their stance is so wide, within the proper context. I mean, it's a very widespread belief that abortion is murder, right? It's not half, but there's a good chunk of dudes people out there that believe that, right? If they were less proselytizy about that, would we even have this discussion? Would it just be something that isn't talked about and there's no laws around it because the only people that are pursuing that path are just utilizing their own personal responsibility to go do whatever it is that they're going to do by themselves, and it's not going to infringe on anybody else's rights except for possibly the unborn child.
Yeah.
But I mean, if there wasn't a pushback, I don't know if there would be an issue here. I think everybody would just kind of, ostrich head in the sand type of thing. It doesn't affect me, so why am I going to think about it?
Because there would be people who it does affect.
There's always going to be people.
The women in states that it's illegal, or that it's limited or whatever, and they have to go somewhere else. If you live in the middle of a big ass state and you have to drive to another state.
Yeah, like that. We talked about that
Yeah.
once. There was like they didn't outlaw it completely in that one, but there was one at the
Right.
ass corner of the state or whatever.
If you got to drive 17 hours or whatever the fuck it is, if you live,
Texas is a big state.
that's what I'm saying. Or even if you're talking about it being according to the states and you have a group of states where it's illegal,
Yeah.
and you have to drive
You got to go like 3 or 4 out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think it would still be a discussion, but I don't see that waning because of how deeply held that is, especially when you're talking about someone like Seamus Coughlin, where it's religious. People who are devoutly Catholic, devoutly religious in any sense, that's part of who they are.
Yeah. And
So-
part of their job as a religious person is to try to save more souls or whatever. And so
100%.
they are built to proselytize for a reason. Yeah, it's kind of a utopian idea at the end. If it couldn't exist, well, we've talked about stuff like that before where it doesn't matter because it does exist and people do know about it.
Yeah.
And it just does, it tears at my liberty sense too, because whether or not I have a moral disagree with me and I have my own personal line, I don't like the idea that there's states now, more than a few, that people woke up yesterday and by the end of the day they couldn't pursue an abortion if they needed one in some states, for whatever reason, and this is not to, I'm going to go ahead and just say it because I think just to put it out there, I hate the fact every time we talk about abortion, it's an absolute deal.
Pro-choice, pro-life.
It's pro-choice, pro-life, and it has nothing to do with how you got to that situation.
Right.
Where you've already fucked up. Or I had a change of heart. I don't know. In some way, you fucked up to get to that position. Or, we had that case. And I did want to correct myself, even though I didn't say it on the podcast when we were talking to Brian the other day at work. It was the gal from Issaquah that had a partial miscarriage. She was in Malta off the coast of Spain and then had to fly to an island that was in Spain's jurisdiction. So it was Spanish law. And even though Spanish law is 14 weeks, I believe, for a voluntary abortion, and then they have at any time if it's a health risk at that point. So that she was able to fly to Spain and get the abortion from the partial miscarriage. But even then, it did make me check too. I was like, well, what is, let me make sure I know the date, what time frame the Spanish law is and all that. And it still is, it's half of what it is in our state, but
right.
But they keep that exception open for health of the mother and stuff like that.
As most states do, what I'm
yeah.
saying? I know even like the most restrictive, Jake Lyons was just posting some in that, like Idaho, I think they proposed a bill or have a bill or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And that still allows those exemptions. So Zeke said, slightly off topic, I'm curious with how midterms will turn out now with the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. I can see this really putting an obstacle in the way for Republican candidates. And I don't know that, because I don't know that like a federal law will be as big of an issue, but I would personally be more concerned about the splinter issues as far as like packing the court, overturning, or getting rid of the filibuster. I think those will be more prominent issues depending on how the Democrats are going to run, because the Democrats are going to use this as a push for those things, because they're already, we talked about it last week, they're already renewing the same talking points of, well, the Supreme Court justices have been dishonest this entire time and we can't trust them, so we're going to have to pack the court. We can't trust the process to get people in because they lie, so we have to overturn the filibuster. Also, we need a federal law to codify Roe v. Wade, so we need to overturn the filibuster, especially if the Republicans are going to win and blah, 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 blah. So that's more what I would predict would be those issues as opposed to just a federal codification of Roe v. Wade, because that is going to be a process.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You get that law passed, it's not going into effect for years.
Yeah. That's going to be tied up for a minute.
There's going to be an immediate injunction from the Supreme Court, because they're going to be like, all right, hold on. We'll take a look at this, but give us some time now.
Yeah, we only really work once a year, all right? We got to take a look here.
That's going to be a special session. It's going to be a whole motherfucking deal. So,
yeah. And I do think it's interesting, though. I don't remember if we talked about this on Friday or I was just talking with myself about it, or maybe I was talking with my brother about it, but I actually was thinking about that same issue. It's like, well, when you think about the timing, and not assuming that the timing was on purpose or anything, this is just when it happens, but it is rather inconvenient, I think, for Republicans in the midterms, because it's going to divert attention away from everybody's wallet issues with inflation and gas prices and the whole 9 yards. People will still feel that and they'll still be angry about it, but it might have temporarily changed the number one topic because of everybody's being so passionate about it. It is literally the biggest political thing to happen in probably 2 generations. so a little attention is obviously warranted.
Yeah, we thought the guns was big, and then Roe v. Wade dropped.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, damn.
And I mean, can you imagine for a second what this ruling, what the reaction to the opinion would be if the leak had not happened and kind of prepped everybody for it mentally? Because, I mean, I went through last night. I will highly recommend this video. I don't care what you think about him at all. I mean, he is a polarizing figure. But Ben Shapiro yesterday did a 2.5 hour long stream or video on his Ben Shapiro YouTube. And for the first about hour and a half, he literally just read through the entire opinion. Mind you, you know, you're not quoting and citing all the same things as they do and all that, but he read through the entire thing, including the dissents, and obviously narrated, you know, commentated on certain portions of it. But
That's very good.
that is if you watch that video, he says it right there, you will have a better understanding of that opinion than any of the politicians making remarks on it today.
Yeah.
And I cannot highly recommend that video, or I can't recommend that video highly enough because, again, regardless of what you think about him, he literally just reads it and gives you a little context as you go. You could disagree with the context, that's fine, but he reads it out verbatim, so nobody can fucking lie to you about when you see a story that Clarence Thomas pushes for rolling back gay marriage and LGBTQ rights.
Right.
Which is courtesy of The Hill, that headline, which is just bullshit. He does not call for that, although he does lay some foundational work for it in his opinion and stuff. But
in his concurrent opinion, he does, but not in the opinion that overturned Roe.
Exactly. So, but it's false framing. But
yes,
if
100%,
unless you hear his opinion verbatim or you read it, because I was reading along while he was talking, it was nice. But unless you do that, you have no people are going to continue to lie to you. Why would you trust at this point that the establishment, corporate fucking press, and the establishment politicians that run the government and try to just take every right away from you every single day, why would you assume they're going to be truthful with you about this?
What do we say, Colin?
Every institution hates you and wants you to die.
That's right.
So I would highly recommend that video. It's very good. It's a big process. It's an hour and a half, easy, but you will actually have a good understanding of what the fuck you're talking about at that point.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's too much to ask for that kind of understanding.
No, not at all. And we'll hit Joseph's comment here, and then I have an article that I'm going to send to you really quick because there's one more aspect of this that actually came to me late that I want to discuss with you.
Ooh.
So
I like that.
there it is. Joseph Garrett, perfect argument for why it should be left up to the states. Seamus can live in a state where his beliefs are upheld and vice versa. I don't disagree with that, right?
Yeah.
I think that it's a little bit understated that it's not so simple as people just picking up and moving to a different state, right? Bilbo Swaggart.
Never is.
We had a whole conversation about Roe, comparing it with guns and everything, all everything. It's okay. You're going to have to go back. Don't worry about it.
All right.
But
Part 1 will be released on Monday.
yeah, it was good. we talked about personal freedoms. At the end of the day, Bilbo,
Or 2.
the real message is that you shouldn't be allowing the Supreme Court or any documents or anything to define for you what your rights are. You define what your rights are for yourself, and you have to work to defend those things, to get other people to understand them so that you can live in a state, in a community where people have similar views as you, so you can live cohesively. It's good. So I don't disagree with you, Joseph. Like I said, I think it's a little bit understated how easy it is for people to just pick up and go to a different state. It's just not. It's not as hard necessarily as people think it is, but it's also not so simple as saying, well, I'll just move to a different state.
Yeah.
You know.
If I could put it in my own words, I'd say it's more expensive than ever to do it, but logistically and physically easier than ever before to do that. I mean, we looked at that. Sorry about that. Just smack my mic. We were looking at relocating across the fucking country very recently, and we definitely had a very, very hard look at what exactly that would take, both financially and physically. And I mean, even for people like you and I, it's doable to do it if you really want to set your mind to it. Being forced to move out of a state because
your personal liberties are being infringed upon.
Yeah, it's a shitty thing to have to do. But that's the way the Republic is supposed to work. It really is. I mean, back in like the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, people would move to new states all the time to take new jobs. I got a new job in Albuquerque. We're moving to fucking New Mexico. Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You know, and from wherever I'm moving out to San Francisco from fucking Wyoming because I got a new job and we're packing up the family and moving across country.
Right.
It was a big thing that people did when they had opportunities to take. They do that. The inverse of that is having to move because of a lack of opportunity or persecution and oppression in your home state, which is never a good feeling, but the option's always available.
And that's, I think, man, that's what you inspired me a little bit, because that's part of the problem, I think, with Roe being decided the way that it was initially, is setting a precedent that, well, this is going to happen everywhere, even though it obviously it isn't.
Yeah.
And now people live in a place, adults live in a place where before there was at least a baseline for what they perceived, what they interpreted as their rights, and that part could be gone, right? And that's like the actual tragic part of it, is that if it was always this way, then you could have had some say, you turn 18, you're like, this place is bullshit, I'm fucking done here, I'm moving somewhere that aligns with my rights. But now, even if you had just had a baseline of this and you identified with that, that could be removed. And I think that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's
like
what
the
makes
way
this country so amazing. We can literally have so many different cultures and opinions, 100%.
And that's the way. It's not that much. It's not that way as much as it used to be. You know, there used to be, like, when you drive across country, you see the welcome to fucking Oregon sign. You see the welcome to whatever sign. I mean, generally speaking, it's going to be damn near the same as where you live now, because we're so homogenized across all the states. There's very little difference from state to state to state to state to state, unless you're talking about very specific items and things like that. With the overturn of Roe, obviously there's going to be a massively huge social issue that is very different in all sorts of different states. And so whatever you're going to be doing in that area or traveling through, you need to obviously know that. I think you and I are probably we probably pay attention to that a little bit more because of the firearms laws in various states. That's a big social issue for us, so we pay attention to that a lot. And you know, that's very important. When we were deciding where we wanted to kind of land, was we had to make sure that our Second Amendment rights were protected, so that's a big one. But it would, I think, be nice to have states out there that, like, well, I'm going to go here because they're really good on this issue. They're really good on this. You have a better flight of tastings to choose from before you decide where you want to land.
Yeah,
I got to bring it back to
no,
beer.
No, that makes sense. I was just thinking, I totally think that makes sense. I was thinking about what the different states would have. Yeah, and I was like, in my head, I'm thinking like, Oregon's just going to be like, we are the fucking abortion capital of the United States, which is fucked up, but that's like, it's in the vein of what you're talking about. You know?
For sure.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. The last real point I think that I want to make on this, 2 points. We don't know exactly what the repercussions of this are going to be as far as the constitutional implications, right? There are a lot of people, like you already said, that are saying it's going to overturn gay marriage, it's going to overturn Griswold, which is like birth control between married couples and stuff. I don't think that that's likely, especially because in the opinion itself, it says that these abortion cases are different from those other cases that were decided through that same clause of the 14th Amendment, right?
Yeah, and particularly because it's not just due process. It is
privacy.
It's substantial due process.
Yes.
It's a different form of due process. It's more of the what instead of the how, I believe, when it comes to procedural due process and substantial. And it's not substantial. It's killing me now. I don't remember the exact term, but substantive due process, which is what this was aligned on. And that's what Clarence Thomas particularly called out in that. It's that substantive, what the fuck I was trying to say.
Yeah.
I think it's substantive due process. Those things need to be reexamined when he was talking about Griswold and so on and so forth, because they were also settled upon substantive due process lines, whatever the fucking term is.
No, that was it.
Like, I'm in my own head. Because those should be ruled on other merits, not just that. Because that whole concept of solely relying on stare decisis and precedent is not correct if the precedent that was originally set was wrong.
Right.
And then you should go back and fix that, no matter how. The major problem here is that we're ripping off a Band-Aid that's needed to be torn off for 50 years and readjusted, reapplied. It's been
so long.
Right. It's been so long, people believe that this is a thing that, because they don't have a good understanding of what their rights are. So they, like we've been talking about, they've been tricked into telling you this is where your rights come from when it is not.
You still have a choice. Vote locally and convince enough people in your state to vote in representatives who will, like 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hashtag
Absolutely.
Republic all the way.
Absolutely.
I would love to resurrect the Republic.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in anarchism and the fallacy of the state, but I understand I live in the real world and I live in America, which is not going to be anarchist. So I would much rather prefer a republic
Yeah.
where controls are more tightly constrained.
We can exist and thrive in this system and also consistently push for something better.
Amen.
I think that's
there you
kind
go.
of what
that is a very good way to put it.
Yeah.
What is Ron Wyden doing here?
Yeah, so I have talked before. My biggest concern with overturning Roe v. Wade is also the inferred right to privacy that also comes from the 14th Amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that the right to privacy was correctly decided. I believe that's correctly inferred coupons, especially from the Bill of Rights. I believe that right to privacy can also be inferred in the Bill of Rights if you're talking about the Third and Fourth Amendment, right? And that's when you're talking about search and seizure and also housing of soldiers. I believe that that's correctly decided, that you can infer a right to privacy through those rights as well as the 14th Amendment. Whether or not those things apply to Roe and doctors and stuff, I don't know how that would be decided. I agree with it, and that's my biggest concern, is removing the rights to privacy that we are enshrining. And so regardless of whether or not I agree with Roe v. Wade, like I said, especially in a post-COVID era, I'm very concerned with removing any rights or privacy protections that we have from the state. Privacy protections from the state that we have, right? That concerns me. Even if I don't agree with Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
When as Joseph Garrett said, depending on where you live and what your values are, it might be easier to move. That's 100% true. That's how we partially arrived at the choice of moving, is where we live in Washington State. It sucks here. Do we want to stay here? Do we want to leave? So no, we thought of the same thing. So Ron Wyden is doing something, thinking along the same lines, right? And I don't know if this is a brand new thing. He's been on the personal data thing for a very long time, so it might be renewed. But this article is from the OregonLive.com, the Oregonian. Yep.
Because Ron Wyden is a Oregon State
Senator. Yeah. Wyden among Dems seeking probe of tech's use of personal data after Roe. So there is a renewed concern, or a new concern, of the way that tech companies and different apps are going to use people's data and metadata in accordance with Roe, right? There are concerns about people in this. Let's just go through the article. So Washington, with the Supreme Court ending the constitutional protections for abortion, 4 Democratic lawmakers are asking federal regulators to investigate Apple and Google for allegedly deceiving millions of mobile phone users by enabling the collection and sale of their personal data to third parties. Excuse me. The decision Friday by the court's conservative majority to overturn Roe v. Wade is expected to lead to abortion bans in about half the states. Privacy experts say they could make women vulnerable because of their personal data could be used to surveil pregnancies and shared with police or sold to vigilantes. Online searches, period apps, fitness trackers, and advice helplines could become rich data sources for such surveillance efforts. The request for investigation of the 2 California-based tech giants came Friday in a letter to the Federal Trade Commission Chair Lena Khan. It was signed by the Democratic Senators Ron Wyden of Oregon, Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, and Cory Booker of New Jersey, and Representative Sarah Jacobs of California. It was sent shortly before the Supreme Court announced its decision overturning the 1973 precedent. Jesus Christ, how many times are you going to fucking say it? We get it. That's every paragraph. I'm going to tell you they overturned it. No fucking shit.
Welcome to modern media.
How do you not know? Like, good God. Good Christ. Yeah, individuals seeking abortions and other reproductive health care will become particularly vulnerable to privacy harms, including through the collection and sharing of their location data, the lawmaker said in a letter. Data brokers are already selling, licensing, and sharing the location information of people that visit abortion providers to anyone with a credit card. They said prosecutors in states where abortion becomes illegal could soon be able to obtain warrants for location information about anyone who has visited an abortion provider. Private actors would also be incentivized by state bounty laws to hunt down women who have obtained or are seeking an abortion by accessing location information through shady data brokers.
Well, that's fucking hyperbole right there.
Right, I was going to say. So I don't know about the extent of all this, right? But the concerns are already there, even amongst the senators. And if you have even some pieces of shit who are saying that, I guarantee that data hacking and all this shit, privacy concerns, are real. And like I said, I don't know about the extent of all of this. I know for sure people are already stealing your data. I know that Google's stealing your data. I know that Apple's probably stealing your data, right? They just keep it locked down tighter than Google does.
Yeah.
But
And I know for a fact that our state governor got a hold of location data to track people's movements during COVID. And it seems very, very, very surprising to me that these Democratic senators who were, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but obviously our Democratic governor was on board with this, and multiple other states also used cell phone geolocation data from the cell phone providers during COVID to enforce their fucking lockdowns. It is very, very surprising to me now that now they have a fucking problem with this because it touches something that is sensitive to them. This has been a problem for a very long time, and now because they finally found an angle they can take, they're going to,
now it's worth
whether or
mentioning.
not they actually mean any of this bullshit, they might actually push for something like this and get a little bit of control over what happens to our data. When
Right.
over the last 2 years, they could give two shits about our data security.
And I did not think about that, but that's a very good point.
Biden said this shit fucking yesterday when he was making one of his announcements and having fears that people like, lawmakers in like Missouri and stuff like that would be using, their location data on apps and so on and so forth to track these people and prosecute them if they decide to travel out of state and visit an abortion clinic and all this stuff. Who's the number one worst culprit for spying on the American people's data? It is not Google, it's not Apple, it's not Microsoft. All of them combined
It's the feds.
might make up what the NSA and the fucking feds do.
It's the
Okay? It's the fucking feds. And I hate this fucking pot calling the kettle black shit. I'm so tired of this hypocrisy. I agree that we should shut this shit down. We don't need people tracking our data. But this Ron fucking Wyden's going to get up there. Elizabeth Warren's going to get up there and proselytize about this shit. Fuck you.
Oh, I'm so glad I brought this up.
Oh.
I'm so glad I brought this
I was
up.
looking, man, because that Biden thing yesterday really fucking pissed me off when he
Yeah.
said that. And I was like, I got to write this shit. I got to work this in somewhere. I didn't know where it was going to be, but this is it. Thank you for teeing me up.
Yeah.
So there's an angle.
So
to
there's
think
two
about.
levels to it, because I think that's very valid. The other level is the other concern that they might actually do this shit because they've shown you that they can do it,
Yeah.
regardless of whether the concern for this is genuine. They might actually do it.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about using people's personal data to find out whether or not they traveled to another state to have a private medical procedure, you can eat my fucking dick.
Right.
That is unacceptable. You don't
Yeah.
have any business as the state government doing that, looking at what people are doing in their private time so you can try them for something that's illegal in your state.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
I was watching
What do
yesterday.
you call it? Interstate commerce, man.
Interstate
Yeah,
commerce. That's
fuck
right.
out of here. That's interstate commerce, my G.
And who has the authority to regulate interstate commerce? The feds do. But I was watching the yesterday's Drinking Bros podcast. I've been trying to get back into that show.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest to you one on Thursday to listen to, because Thursday they do a segment called their whole podcast. It's just called Fake News Thursdays.
I love it.
And it's fantastic. One of the hosts has been on IRL before in the past. But what the fuck was I going to talk about? Data, Drinking Bros, son of a bitch. I just listened to them. They were talking about this stuff yesterday during their episode, and I had a point, and I lost it. Son of a bitch. I'm trying to remember. Data. Nope. No, I got nothing.
That's
Moving
okay.
on.
I just pulled up this article. I just saw DHS warned in memo of likely violent extremism following Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, no shit.
The intelligence branch of the Department of Homeland Security warned officials on Friday of what it says is the likelihood of domestic violent extremism in the wake of Supreme Court rulings. Wait, I thought that was us. In the wake of Supreme Court rulings that eliminates federal-level abortion protections, multiple news outlets reported. The department's Office of Intelligence and Analysis reportedly sent a memo to law enforcement, private sector partners, first responders, and others that was obtained by Axios and CNN. The memo warned the government officials, including judges, were at the greatest risk of violent extremism following the Supreme Court's decision, while noting that faith-based organizations and reproductive health care centers were also at risk. This is from The Hill, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And there's 26 other sources.
I saw personally on my own Twitter feed yesterday at least half a dozen direct calls to violence against Supreme Court judges yesterday. all of which whose accounts are still there. So I don't. One of them even got reported, and then they they posted the screenshot of Twitter saying that this does not violate terms of service. As I have seen the most visceral, racist, and terroristic messages on Twitter over the last 24 hours after this decision, and it's only coming from one side, obviously. I've heard a lot of people bring up Levin v. Virginia, directed at Justice Thomas and his wife because they are in an interracial marriage. And people saying, like, he obviously didn't bring that up in his opinion, did he? I don't think it's settled along the same line. So, of course, it's not going to be in his opinion. But then again, I'm not a fucking lawyer. Which, by the way, we need to hit the streets, man. We need to start making friends with lawyers so we can get lawyers in here on the show to talk about things like this. Because yesterday, Will Chamberlain came on the IRL podcast, which is nice because he's a lawyer active in all these types of like constitutional cases and shit like that. We got to get us a lawyer in here so we can have somebody that really fucking knows what they're talking about with all this legal nonsense these days. But I
wonder if I know anybody who went to law school.
That's what I'm like. I don't know if I know anybody. Most of the time, once I hear somebody's going to law school, I'm like, all right, well, it was nice to know you. I'm not into that. But who knows? Who knows?
I wonder if Larry can hook us up with a lawyer.
I bet you he knows somebody.
Yeah.
Lawyer. Yeah, they... I saw Larry active on Twitter the other day. It made me happy. I hadn't heard from him in a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I know he's got to have a lot of stuff going on in his life.
He's hustling.
Yeah. Oh, I told you about our dear friend of the show, Creatrix. She was due to go up to PorkFest.
Right.
And got hired to be the actual photographer up there, and ended up not being able to go.
Right.
Because her fucking Airbnb canceled. And then that same day, she was like walking around and she said she was in heels and just ate shit on the street and fucking scraped up her face. It was like, not only do you not get to go to PorkFest, which is like the biggest libertarian festival in the nation up in New Hampshire, but your Airbnb got canceled and you ate shit on the street and fucked up your face.
That's fucked up.
That's like bad day right there, dude. Bad day. So anyways, there's that. Do you think we covered what you wanted to cover?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Is there anything else that you want to hit on this?
No, the Biden thing was literally the last thing.
Excellent.
His data business.
Well, with that, I want to thank everyone for joining us. If you just got here, don't go away. We'll be back in 3 minutes for part 3. We're going to be talking a little bit more about guns, right? Some renewed conversations about that. The Senate bill that was just passed was signed by Joe Biden this morning, by President Biden. That doesn't feel good to say.
No, it does not.
So it's passed by Joe Biden, or signed by Joe Biden this morning. I do want to thank everybody again for joining us. Make sure that you like, subscribe, share this with everybody. That's it. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Where'd my mouse go?
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever.
Boom, and we are back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody, for joining us, for coming back. My name is Donovan.
I am Colin.
We are very happy to have you here. I want to thank you for a third, fourth time. Doesn't matter. I want to ask you to like, subscribe, and comment on this video here.
Do
If you
it.
like what we're putting out here, go ahead and check out some of our other content. We also have our social medias. I am at Salt of the... Sorry, we have our other social media. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, all those things at Salt of the Streets. Go to our Patreon, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com. For segment number 3, you want to talk about Location Skate Shop. Go down to Location Skate Shop if you're in the local area. It is in Bremerton, downtown on 4th Street. They are a great skate shop and a great community venue. With that, we'll go to part 3. We're talking about some Second Amendment talk today. Very common topic on the show here. So we have a few different things that we're going to hit. Like we said, the Senate gun control bill was signed by Joe Biden this morning.
Yep.
So it was passed by the Senate, I think, just earlier this week, by the House just yesterday, and then signed by the president this morning.
First thing this morning. It's the first thing I saw on my Twitter feed when I
Yes.
woke up this morning at 6 a.m. I woke up early. I'm trying to be good about waking up early on weekends. Fuck trying to screw up my sleep schedule by staying up super late and getting up late on weekends. It's not a good idea.
So we'll talk about the Senate bill first. I don't know. What is the name of the bill? Do you know? Do you have the bill up?
I do have the bill up, as a matter of
What?
fact.
What's it called?
It is called... Oh, gosh. Where is it? It's called the... Oh, yeah. This is... You know it's good because of what the title is here. Here we go. This is the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act,
Oh, jeez.
which also, as a side note, because they always do a bunch of shit in these stupid omnibus bills,
Yeah.
the first 3 sections of the bill are the Senate or the Congress renaming 3 different federal buildings, including a post office. Why is this in the bill?
Why?
You stupid. Never mind. We'll get into that later. But
All right.
that's the name of the bill, the, quote, Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
All right. So there are a couple of things that happened in this bill. One of the first ones is it said, this is an article that I have from New York Post that I'm reading, and this is off of the Senate bill. Specifically, it strengthens background checks for gun buyers who are under 21 years old, which means if you're under 21, it takes a look back into your juvenile records to see if you have any juvenile felonies or any like violent crimes in there that would hinder you from buying a firearm. It provides financial incentives for states to create mental health services and implement red flag laws. We'll go over that a little bit later. It also increases penalties for straw purchases. A straw purchase is if, like, I know that Colin isn't allowed to buy a gun, I go buy a gun and then give it to Colin. That's a straw purchase, which is already illegal, and closes the so-called boyfriend loophole. And we'll talk about that a little bit later too. Prohibiting romantic partners convicted of domestic violence from obtaining firearms. And I want to ask you, because it didn't say in either of the articles I looked at, is there money in there for mental health in schools? Is that a thing that happened, or is that not? Okay, it is in this bill. Okay.
Available via grants.
Via grants. Okay, okay.
Because we got to remember, the one thing that Congress is really, really bad at is being able to give money to lower levels of society unless it's directly to, like, a state.
Right.
Because they're not designed to give you money. But anyways.
So we should probably start by saying, here at Salted Streets, we believe that all gun laws are infringements.
Period.
So that's a good starting point for the end of this, right? Just to contextualize everything, we will talk about all this in the context of 2022 because that's the year that we're living in. But at the end of the day, all gun laws are an infringement. That is where we're at here at Salted Streets. So,
and you could say that safely, and I would not change a word.
So we're out here. So let's talk first about the background checks, right? There's all this talk, expanding background checks, strength background checks, expand background checks. The only thing they did was to people who are under 21 anyway. So there's only some states that you can purchase a firearm in if you're under 21 anyway. Federally, it's 21 for handguns, so it's really sporting rifles and things that you're talking about. A sporting rifle is like the actual name for an AR-15. The classification for an AR-15. There's all this assault rifles and stuff like that. That's not real.
Not real at all.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as an assault rifle. Unless, I guess, maybe if you have a rifle that you commit assault with, maybe posthumously you could call that an assault rifle.
You hit somebody with the butt of your stock?
Yeah, something like that. You assaulted somebody with your rifle.
Yeah.
But other than that, there is no such thing as an assault rifle.
These are good colors.
They are good
Forgot
colors.
to talk about these beers before we get too deep into this segment. I just poured this, didn't show it or anything, so that's nice. This is, what do I call this? The La Fin du Mont.
La Fin du Mont.
La Fin du Mont.
And it's a Belgian IPA.
Shall not be infringed, pretty clear. Shout out, Joseph.
That's right.
You know
it is.
up.
It's a very, very, very clear statement. And it's like a second grader. Are you smarter than a fourth grader or fifth grader, whatever that fucking Jeff Foxworthy show was?
Fifth grader, yeah.
You could do that if you read that.
Yes.
If you read that amendment.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Oh, and I have a. Here, let me. Before we do that, I got a double, a Belgian double, which is also Belgian for double, which just means it's their
sweet.
Belgian ale. And
Super like a little bit like flowers.
Maudite. That's why I like Belgian beers, man. They're very floral, and it generally comes from the yeast and malt profiles and the spices involved.
Really
They're
nice.
fucking bomb, dude. That's a one-way ticket to Flavor Town. Shout out Guy Fieri. I don't think Guy Fieri would be a fan of our show, but, you know, I'm a fan of his show.
One day he's coming on this show.
Hey, dude. Hashtag life goals.
Even if he walks out 10 minutes in, he's coming on the show.
We'll get him in.
Yeah. Okay. So after that, I'm sorry, is financial incentives for states to create mental health services and implement red flag laws. So I know that I just want the weapons that our private companies are able to make and have. 100%.
100%.
I think we said last week, Michael Malice said it the best, that I just want the right to the firearms or the weapons that we paid for the Taliban to have. Right? That's the bare minimum. Those are the things that I would like.
Yes.
So
I would like that very much.
I don't think that's too much to ask. So red flag laws. I know that you have a real stance on the federal incentivization of these laws.
Yes.
Right? So do you have a point that you want to make on this? So if you don't have them prepared, that's fine. I just know you were talking about it yesterday, and I want to make sure that I gave you the platform for it specifically.
But I would best articulate
we
it.
can certainly move through and come back to it if you'd like.
Let's do that, because I think as the conversation goes on, I could probably gain a better angle on what I want to say about that.
Hone it in. So we'll talk about red flag laws in particular, right? A red flag law is basically a law in which someone can report you because they are concerned that you might do harm to yourself or somebody else, and either the courts or the police come and take your guns, and they tell you that you can't have guns for a determined or undetermined period of time, in which you may or may not get them back.
Yes.
There are many concerns across the board about this, right? there are no shortage of cases in which people have had their firearms taken from them without cause. And after the investigation, after the time period, it's found that there really was no cause, and they had to go a certain amount of time without their guns. Not only so they had their due process infringed upon, right? There's no reason for them to do that. They're, at the end of the day, they found out there really is no reason. There's also no shortage of people who have had terrible things happen to them and while their firearms were taken from them. That's my personal, I don't want to say biggest concern. One of the deeper concerns I have is that what if something happens to me while I don't have my firearms? If you remove my ability to protect myself and then something happens to me, whose fucking fault is it?
Yeah.
Then what?
Because you're not going to get your guns back in any timely manner.
No, if the cops took them, then they're locked up at the police station.
Yeah.
You,
And then,
you don't
and then
have
you,
them.
then you got to wade through the court system where you defend your innocence
Yes.
because you are now presumed guilty instead of innocent, which is 100% anti-constitutional. There is. Let me hand it back to you. You just keep growing. You're on a roll. I didn't want to jump in.
No,
but
100%.
red flag laws. Somebody coming to steal your rifle. What if something happens to you while the cops have your rifles in lockdown?
Correct. There's also numerous cases in which people have been killed while the police are serving red flag warrants, right? That happens.
Yep.
We just, not too long ago, there was a guy that was killed in his house or in his cousin's house when they went to go and serve a red flag on his cousin.
Yep.
And he was sleeping on the couch and the cops fucking shot him,
Yep.
right?
Woke him up in the middle of the night. He was
Yes.
covered in a blanket, sleeping because he passed out on the couch watching TV.
Yes.
Big
There's-
guys come in with guns. They start smashing and they shoot him.
Right. Or an angry reacts, Joseph Garrett says, and that's so, we'll go over some of those kind of the
That's where
main, quote unquote mainstream concerns, right?
Yeah.
That's not, I'm not denigrating them, but they're more common concerns, right?
Yes.
Is that concerns on what the oversight is, who has the ability to report these things, because we already have evidence, we already have cases in which people have been reported and it's been found out that there really was no reason at the end of the day.
Yes.
Right. I've expressed concern in the past for my own times of mental health in which someone just maybe who overheard a conversation, I mean, they didn't understand the context, that then reported me. And, you know, how do we, so let's take a stop there, right? Who do we decide? How do we decide who can and cannot report somebody, right? Is it okay for a random person to hear something out of my conversation out of context and then say, hey, I heard this guy, he's there right now. If you can talk to him and get information, blah, blah, blah. Does it have to be someone within your personal circle? Does it, who do we allow to do this? Because
Yeah, and this is where the problem with this particular law comes into play, because what this law does is provide money to states to help incentivize them to create their own versions of red flag laws. Every red flag law will be different in every state.
Right.
Imagine.
But the framework, I believe, have already been laid out by the federal government. I think that happened a few years ago. You go ahead and
Yes.
continue, and I'll look that up. But I'm fairly certain that maybe even Donald Trump, because he was one of the first presidents that said, take the guns and do the investigation later.
Yeah. Yeah, which is, if that's not an infringement on multiple rights, I don't know what is. But because what we're talking about here is the ability of the state to, without due process in the slightest, come in and remove your Second Amendment right by force. And there is nothing you can do about it until you prove your innocence in a court of law after your rights have already been infringed. And I mean, there is a long list of precedent at this point. A couple cases of which we talked about last episode, where the government does not give two shits if one of the agents of the states infringes on your rights. You have little to no recourse, period, after that has been done to you. So you are just subject to this. And the problem here is that if you find a framework, that's awesome. But even if there isn't a framework, what you're talking about is giving money to states to help develop these red flag laws to put into place. And 9 times out of 10, the problem with the red flag law is that it circumvents due process every time. This is remarkably similar to, say, the Soviet communist state, the Chinese communist state, where neighbors are ratting on neighbors, family members are ratting on family members. Depending on what the incentive is, if your neighbor doesn't like you, if you have an issue with an ex, if you have an issue with anybody that doesn't like the fucking looks of you, they can call in a red flag on you for no fucking reason, and your ass is getting swatted by the state. Period.
Right.
That is going to, it already fucking happens now. People get swatted all the goddamn time now. And we don't even have red flag laws on a widespread, national level. But I would imagine that our state does. I can't remember if we've covered this or not before. But
I do not know.
But you better believe there is no way that, I'm going to use Bilbo Swaggins right here, there's no way that Big Brother is not going to be taking initiative on somebody when their neighbor calls in and said, I heard banging on the house next door. I think my neighbor is abusing his wife or something like that, right? There's nothing to stop you from getting swatted at that point. And as we have seen, when there are aggressive law enforcement entries into people's homes without them knowing it, there will be deadly side effects. And I hate to say this because you generally only really hear about it if it's an oppressed minority that's getting killed by the cops, or a cop gets killed or something like that in one of those means. Most of the time, the cops are going to come in guns blazing, and they're not going to ask questions, and they're just going to shoot, and you have no recourse against that. There's none at all. We're talking about Soviet era communist fucking rat on your neighbor bullshit. If this happened, red flag laws are the biggest danger to American civility that I can recall in my entire life. This is a breach of privacy. It's a breach of due process. It is a breach of your Second Amendment rights. I mean, you name it. It checks the fucking box on everything that's in this fucking Constitution that says the government can't do this.
Right.
But because, hey man, if it saves one fucking life, doesn't matter how many people's rights we infringe upon getting to that one life. Not to mention you're going to kill a bunch of other people in the fucking process with all the goddamn swatting that's about to take place.
So, 3 points. The first one, Washington does have a red flag law. We have an extreme risk protection order law. Already the state passed the law through a 2016 ballot initiative with nearly 70% of the vote. There is a federal framework for a red flag law that was laid out in June of 2021. So it was under the Obama administration, not the Trump administration. Third.
2021.
2021. Just last year.
During the Biden administration.
This is an article from NPR.
Okay.
The department, and it's from June 7th, 2021. The Department of Justice on Monday issued model legislation from which states can craft their own extreme risk protection orders, commonly referred to as red flag laws, as part of the Biden administration's ongoing effort to curb U.S. gun violence.
This was the point I was going to get at earlier. I remembered now. I don't like the fact that this framework business, right? We're going to give you a template to work off of because we can't pass this at the federal level because it would be unconstitutional. But if we give it to you and we tell you what you want or what we want, then you'll go ahead and do it. National Propaganda Report. Thank you, Bilbo Swaggins. That's a perfect term for that. That's exactly what this is. This is insane. How does anybody not see this? People have disagreements with their fucking neighbors all the goddamn time about where they put up a fucking fence. I mean, and that shit, I've been on those situations. That was my former line of work, man, property rights. You would be surprised how many people will sink $50,000 to $75,000 into a legal battle about getting a extra foot of land so they can put up their fucking fence.
Let me do you one better.
Please.
Let me do you one better.
Please.
I know somebody right now, right? I know someone who I got to be kind of very vague about it. So, a person person A is the person that I know. They live near person B. Person B alleged with zero evidence that person A struck them with their vehicle and is now dragging them to court with zero evidence. With not only zero evidence, but actually evidence to the counter in favor of person A. They're still suing them for alleging them that they've struck them with their vehicle.
Okay, we're gonna have to talk after the show, but because I can't figure that one out myself.
Yes,
but,
bitch. Yes. So if someone will lie to the state to tell them that you have hit them with your car when you have not, they will absolutely turn you in when they hear you say some such shit. I have videos on my phone of me standing in my yard practicing draws and shit for my pistol belt. I go on walks in my plate carrier. There's nothing to say that someone could not hear this show, see me do that, and then say, that motherfucker's going to do something. He says he's part of the militia. He's going to do something.
Yep.
Right? Here's a great example of that. Very controversial. You guys can believe what you want. I've heard this story from multiple different sides. I don't trust the powers that be, so my stance on it is my stance on it. Bill Willis Wagons. It's sad. About 6-7 years ago, NPR actually reported good info. Then 2016 happened. 100%. I used to fuck with NPR
Right?
heavy in my car because it was just a good, like, decent shit. It was decent. First time I heard them do
TDS
a fucking
was
equal
a bitch.
payday, it was like, you lost me now. It was like 2018. I was like, we're talking equal payday. I'm out of here. I'm not going to be a part of this conversation.
Once the I'm not going to call it mainstream. Once the corporate press fully got engrossed in TDS, it was over. And then everybody went woke. And then everything was unlistenable at that point. It was unwatchable, it was unreadable, it was unlistenable. It was everything. It was terrible. But before Trump came along, it was halfway decent from a left perspective.
Yeah.
It was a good left-wing perspective that you can get that was still somewhat rational.
Right.
And it's a travesty that the fucking Daily these days, man. Remember the Daily used to be halfway decent? Like not that long ago.
Yeah.
It didn't take them long.
So I have two articles here before we move on to my example. I have two other articles here, one from The Hill and one from the Washington Post, both opinion articles about the potential consequences of red flag laws, right? So it's only within the last few years that this is the answer, that's become the prominent ideology. This first one from The Hill is from 2019, and this one from the Washington Post, which they made sure to tell me with a big ribbon at the top that this article was published more than 3 years ago. Well, it's an opinion article. If you've changed your opinion that much in 3 years on red flag laws, then you might be kind of a shill.
Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't have reported it.
And they're both red flag laws can have deadly consequences. Is the first one, and that's from the Hill. That's from Washington Post. The second one is red flag laws and their awful consequences. That's from the Hill. So right, the example that I would draw, the easiest one that I would draw, is not only the man that we saw last year or just a few months ago. I cannot remember his name. Amir Locke, maybe, is that?
I don't.
I'm going to Google it right now because I'm fairly certain that that's his name. Let's see, Amir Locke. Let's see.
I bet you if you
Yes,
describe
killed
the
in
case, I'll
Minneapolis
remember.
police raid. Yes. Who is Amir Locke? 22 years old at the time of death. Police claimed at the time he was brandishing a gun when they entered the residence. CBS reported Locke's family told Nikema Levy Strong. Yes. Yep, that's him. Okay, so Amir Locke was killed a few months ago. We went over that here on the show. The other example that I want to bring up happened a few years ago and was a young man named Duncan Lemp.
Duncan Lemp.
We've
Oh
talked
my
about
God, we
this
talked about this.
many times on the show before, and it got even hairier than I believed that it did when I first started digging into it. So, the story from Duncan Lemp's, let's talk from the police story first, right? Is that the police say that Duncan Lemp was admittedly part of a militia, and he was preparing to do battle with the police because he expected them to do a raid on his house. He was manufacturing firearms and he was selling them, and the police say that they then issued a red flag on him because he wasn't supposed to have firearms and did. And when they went to his house, they weren't wearing body cams like they're supposed to. And supposedly he had one of the doors rigged in his house with a shotgun shell, and they went to one window and broke the window open, which woke him up. And he then started to walk through the house and look for a gun when they're yelling orders at him. And then they also, at the same time, hit his front door with a battering ram, and they enter his home through the front door. When the officers in his window see him try and grab a gun, allegedly, he aims the gun at the officer, in which they shoot him 5 times. So the story from Duncan Lemp's family and his pregnant girlfriend who's pregnant at the time, is that he was shot in his bed through the wall of the house while he's in bed with his pregnant girlfriend. So believe what you will. There is no body cam footage. There is no proof of anything. There's one set of body cam footage that the body cam was turned on after the raid happened.
Oh, of course.
So, even though there's law in that state in which they're supposed to wear body armor or body camera. So this article is from the American Conservative. Let's pick a different one.
Bilbo, hold on to that because we will definitely get there.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. So this one is actually from the Washington Post. So, and I can't send this. Well, I can send it to you, but you won't be able to see it because you have to subscribe to them. But I can read it. A Maryland SWAT officer will not be charged in the fatal shooting of 21-year-old Duncan Lemp during a pre-dawn weapons raid in Potomac that became part of the nationwide debate over no-knock warrants. Prosecutors said in a 17-page report released Thursday. This is a no-knock warrant to serve because of a red flag law to go and get his guns. The Montgomery Police Department was legally justified when he fired 5 rounds at Lemp through a broken bedroom window in March because prosecutors said Lemp had ignored commands to raise his hands, gotten out of bed, grabbed an assault-style rifle, and pointed it towards the officer. Let me ask you, if you are woken out of your bed and people are screaming at you and you're already in, call it justified or not, if you are, let's be
Extra steel, Manny.
yes. If you are in a distorted viewpoint in which you believe the government is out to get you, and you wake up and you're hearing people yell at you, is your first reaction not going to be to grab a firearm? Are you going to listen to the voices that are coming at you, that are screaming at you while your pregnant girlfriend is in the bed next to you? Or is your first instinct going to be to try and defend yourself? If you already believe the government is coming after you, in which they know that because that's in their report, right? They're saying that he's saying these things on the internet. So you already know that, right? So the solution then, when we think that you have assault-style weapons, when we believe that your house is booby-trapped, is to go to your house, and scream at you and wake you up. That's the right move. That's the safest way to apprehend you, right? Is to do that. Not to use our, and I'm not advocating for this, right? Not to use our infinite resources underneath the Patriot Act to literally spy on you anywhere that you fucking go and track you to a store and wait by your car or wait till you get out and just say, hey, let's fucking talk for a minute and then fucking arrest him, right? That's definitely not the safest way to do it, right? Not at all. The safest way is to go to his house, wake him up, and then shoot him because he's so fucking disoriented with what's going on and his brain is so distorted. Again, Steelman, his brain and his viewpoint is so distorted that he believes the government is coming to get him. That's the safest way, right?
That's definitely the worst way possible to handle that situation, and it seems to be standard operating procedure from everything we've seen from every single no-knock warrant served over the last, I don't know, since we've been watching them. Do you not have a reasonable expectation of privacy within the walls of your own private home? For anybody to be woken up
Not even
in
your
a
parents'
startling manner by people screaming around your house and screaming at you and wake you up from a dead sleep, because it's always when these no-knock warrants are served are in the middle of the night because everybody's asleep, right? That's the safest time to do that. When people can make real rational fucking decisions as soon as they wake up and come out of their fucking REM sleep when they don't even understand what up and down is yet, then yeah, you should definitely scream and yell at them, because no sane person in their right mind is going to have the instinctual reaction to grab a firearm in an attempt to defend themselves and their family from a obviously hostile force that is screaming at them from outside their home. That is not a natural reaction even in the slightest, correct? I don't know a single person. We know some real woke motherfuckers. I don't know a single woke person that wouldn't think that that is an insane train of logic to follow. Period. Every leftist argument about police engagement stems from a soft approach, because that is the most de-escalatory way to have that interaction with a private citizen from a law enforcement standpoint.
Unless you have scary guns and you say you're part of a militia, Colin.
Yeah. And even then
we
it
can't
doesn't
trust you. We have to murder you in your house. That's the only way.
It's the only way you can do it. And that's the only, and that is so many problems here. So many fucking problems here. But the fact that the state feels like that's the way to do things is fucked up enough. The fact that they don't care about infringing on any of your rights while they do this is also another problem. The most simple and, dare I say, common sense approach to this is not going in there screaming and yelling like a goddamn barbarian on fucking full tilt ready to pull the trigger. Ever. How is this ever the right decision? I have been in law enforcement. I understand from a federal law enforcement standpoint, like the threat pyramid, how you go from, the base level to deadly force. The deadly force pyramid, I think is what they call it, it's taught to every federal law enforcement officer how you handle that situation. And that's why you always want to handle things at the lowest level. Calm, controlled. It's the only way to be productive about this situation. Because you're hemming somebody up, period. The very last thing you need to do is to arbitrarily escalate the situation, guns a-blazing, because that only ends bad every single fucking time. these red flag laws incentivize you to go in a guns a-blazing. They always have and they always will. Anytime there is a need to hem somebody up in a surprising manner, is it any fucking surprise to you that they're not going to want to go willingly? For one, they don't have a good understanding of what the situation is going on around them. They have zero situational awareness because you just woke them up out of a dead fucking sleep. How do you expect anybody to respond? Any one of these officers that's involved in one of these things should be fucking fired and never hired back onto a point of authority ever again. Because they're just fucking following orders, man. I got to do what I got to do. I got to make the paycheck. I got to make sure I can take care of my... Fuck you. You're a goddamn bootlicker. Oh, I'm not... Ooh, I'm getting so angry. Sorry. I'm getting so angry. I use bootlicker. That's how you know I'm angry, man.
Yeah, you're hot.
But it is not... It is... I don't understand any situation where that is the way to do that, unless you are literally in a war zone and the only way to protect you and your squad safety is to go in guns blazing. And by then, if you don't have intel on what's inside, I don't know why the fuck you're going inside. If you're going into a foreign, I mean, it's hard to make a war analogy in this point because the last 20 years of fucking wars that we've had aren't actual like wars necessarily. There's a bunch of civilians and shit involved, but that's the only time
There are
where you need
wars
to go in
involved
guns
in
a-blazing, man. You need to go in guns a-blazing because you're a military force doing a military action. If you are a civilian law enforcement officer, there is no way you cannot convince me in any fashion that that is the correct thing to do. I don't care what kind of quote-unquote intelligence you think you may or may not have on what's inside that building. You don't understand what's inside that building. You're a civilian in a law enforcement role. You're an agent of the state. You have no right to enter that place without a warrant and without letting the person inside know that you have a warrant and the right to enter.
Let's check this. Let's make it a little bit worse.
How do you do this?
A gifted computer programmer who lived in his parents' home, LMAYT had caught the attention of police after they received tips that he illegally possessed weapons and had written online that he was an active member of a self-proclaimed militia, the report said.
Thank you, Bilbo.
They also suspected that LMAYT had been illegally manufacturing and selling ghost guns, which don't have serial numbers and can't be traced. The frontline SWAT officers in the raid weren't wearing body cameras. One of them, the officer who fired his weapon through the window, did so as other SWAT members stormed through the house after battering through the front door. The raid was complicated because earlier surveillance of the home showed that LMAYT had rigged a different exterior door leading to his bedroom with a booby trap designed to explode a shotgun shell in the face of an intruder, according to prosecutors' findings.
Which is federally illegal, unfortunately.
They also asserted that private text messages LMAYT had written in the months before the shooting revealed he expected the police to raid his bedroom. He wrote about the need to reinforce the interior door to his bedroom to withstand a battering ram's blow, and he indicated he was ready to shoot when officers came in. I've accepted the inevitability and made peace with my demise, he wrote to a friend earlier in 2020, according to a report. At least I'll go down kicking. After the raid, the report said police recovered from LMAYT's bedroom at least 50 boxes of ammunition, a ballistics vest, 3 assault-style rifles, a handgun on his nightstand, and parts for more booby traps. The threat caused by Duncan LMAYT retrieving a rifle and pointing it at the officers, coupled with LMAYT's apparent refusal to obey law enforcement commands, justified the shooting officers' use of deadly force, prosecutors concluded in the report, which relied on the use of a grand jury and several witness interviews. LMAYT's family members have long held that the police exaggerated the threat he posed. His family said police obtained a no-knock warrant based on flimsy evidence, opened fire on him while he was still asleep, and then burst into his room and stomped on his neck, assertions contradicted by the report. LMAYT was struck by all 5 rounds in front of his girlfriend. Attorney for LMAYT's family and his girlfriend blasted the report as incomplete and misleading. The exoneration of the officer, they said, has caused more anguish to their clients. So it's not good.
No, it's not fucking good, man. Yeah. Any broadening of this fucking red flag law bullshit is only going to lead to more people dying. And unfortunately, it's the people that the state wants dead anyways. So there's not going to be any fucking pushback. And the only people that are going to push back are you and I, like the fucking 2A extremists.
Wait, check this. The reasons for the no-knock provision, this is part of the Montgomery County report. The reasons for the no-knock provision was due to LMAYT being anti-government, anti-police, currently in possession of body armor, and an active member of the 3 Percenters, the report said, referencing what is called a far-right militia movement. Additionally, police had viewed several videos showing LMAYT handling and shooting firearms. The police felt that knocking and announcing their presence would put the officers in serious danger if LMAYT decided to resist his arrest. So it's safer for them. So The only thing in that list that you don't fit is being like an active member of the 3 percenters. And
Yeah.
for anybody who doesn't know, which is a stupid ass thing to say, 3 percenters is based in the assumption or the statistic that 3% of people fought actively in the Revolutionary War. That's where that comes from, right? That's stupid. That's because you're part of a group that says that. That's dumb.
Because you're a part of what the Second Amendment would call a you know what? Let me just pull it out and just say it: a well-regulated militia. Because you have decided to uphold your Second Amendment right. Now you're a goddamn domestic terrorist.
So, Colin, you're liable to be raided at any time.
At any time. Literally. We need to get the studio out. we need to move to an undisclosed location. Although I'm not that concerned about it, to be perfectly honest.
Additionally, police had viewed several videos showing Lemp handling and shooting firearms.
That makes him a fucking terrorist, doesn't it? If he knows how to use guns and puts it on the internet, for fuck's sakes, that dude he's just a ticking time bomb waiting to happen.
The report said the Lemp home was subject of an earlier police raid in 2016, but didn't say what precipitated it. McCarthy and Sandler declined to comment on it.
So we have a case where somebody's privacy has been infringed upon by the state, which then makes him a target for a no-knock warrant raid because of how dangerous his rhetoric has been and his videos and freedom of association, by the way, with the 3 percenters, all of which are incredibly constitutional, and the state has decided he's too much of a danger and must be taken out. Whether or not he's dead or locked in a fucking cage at the end of the day, doesn't matter to them. That's basically what I'm hearing from this case. And I don't know if I was this verbose when we talked about it at the time. Probably not. I think
was early in George Floyd.
my understanding of my own rights have drastically increased since then, and so I'm probably more passionate today than I ever have been. But
It's April of 2020. This happened.
I'm not okay with the state arbitrarily deciding who can live or die, and that seems like a fucking extremist view, doesn't it, to modern day people? I don't understand why you do not have the right to do everything that he was doing, and insisting that the government was indeed infringing on his rights, because they were. And then he was afraid the state was going to come after him. And they did.
Which they did.
So they just took him off the board because he just was too much of a problem for them. There's zero rational logical thinking that gets you from exercising freedom of speech, freedom of association, and the Second Amendment to you need to die or be locked in a cage for the rest of your life. There's zero way to get from point A to point B on that one, but the state does anyways. Fuck the state. Every major institution hates you and wants you to fucking die.
And they don't even have to show evidence for it.
No.
No, and
Of course not.
Montgomery County has a policy of not having SWAT officers wear body cameras, even though it's a policy for all uniformed officers to wear body cameras. But if you're a SWAT officer, you don't have to.
Something about this, this is like that fucking apathy stuff I was talking about in part 1. This is the shit that really bothers me, because there are more and more people every day that think this is the right way to think. And they're getting propagandized by the establishment politicians, the fucking the corporate press, everything, of reaffirming their misunderstanding of their own rights. And it just gets worse and worse and worse every goddamn day. Every day it gets worse. We had a small, well, contextually, we call it a big W we haven't even addressed it yet, but the passage of, we addressed it in part 2, but with the passage of the oh my gosh, I'm just going to pull it up so I can actually read the fucking title of it. The New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin.
Yes.
Where they affirmed the right to be able to carry a firearm outside of your home, and made it so that may-issue states no longer have the ability to not allow you to fulfill your Second Amendment right. And that only really affects about, I think it was like 7 states. that have the May issue. But that was a big W in the world of the 2A. But it doesn't stop the state from still coming in and putting their boot on your fucking neck and killing you because they don't like the way you exercise the rest of your rights. Like, it's a nice win. I'll take it because I love more and more people have the freedom to exercise their Second Amendment rights, their God-given right to defend themselves. That is a beautiful thing, and I love more people to be able to have that. It still doesn't stop the state. If anything, it incentivizes the state even more to overstep all of your other rights to come into your world and fuck your life up or end it just because you decided you wanted to carry firearms and you don't like the fact that the government is infringing on your rights now. That makes you an enemy, a piece on the board that must be taken off because you're running contrary to what they want at the end of the day. And that is not, it's not okay in any fashion whatsoever. The idea that you would use these dead kids from Uvalde to push this bullshit about red flag laws and give everybody, well, if somebody's dangerous, they should, we should have the ability to let the government. You already do. Everybody that's in these motherfucker circles that knows these people that they're interviewed afterwards. Yeah, he was always a weird guy. He was killing fucking cats and putting them on the internet, blah, blah. They already had the ability to do something about it and didn't. Now the state has to come in and supersede everybody and just say, it doesn't matter. If your neighbor calls in and says you're a threat to yourself or others, state's going to respond because if it saves one life,
Big Brother will handle it.
That's right. That's right. I'm so fucking hot right now. I feel like I'm not thinking clearly. So if I'm a little all over the place, please forgive me, guys. But it's not okay, man. This is why. This type of shit is how I became an anarchist. Because you cannot trust the state. Period. You coined the phrase, every institution hates you and wants you to die?
I did not coin it, but I've definitely regulated the use of it. Certainly. It is from a pillow that Tim Dillon gave to Bridget Fetisi.
Oh.
And they both mentioned it one time. And so we
got to keep it going.
So I can't take it for myself, but I certainly have popularized the phrase.
Okay. I'm going to get on Bridget Fetisi's
And
local
I'm gonna keep
tonight and
running
just
with
drop that in there and see if there's any response, just to see what's up. What's going on in the chat here? There's a lot of chats.
The people love what you have to say. That's what's going on in the chat.
It comes from a foundationally good place, I believe, so it doesn't surprise me. But thank you, everybody, for the love. Well-regulated militia, they have regular weapons to the enemy or tyrant. Amen. You're complete straight in. The mind, you're being fueled by passion. I am being fueled by passion. I'm passionate about people's lives being taken away by the state for arbitrary purposes. Fuck me for
100%.
believing that.
People's ability to defend themselves in the way that they see fit.
Yeah,
and
man.
Their right to defend themselves in the way they see fit.
It's not, and I hate the fact that it always comes back to like, you're a 2A absolutist. Well, you're goddamn right I am. I'm also a 1A absolutist. I'm also a 3A 4. You go down the fucking list. It's all absolute, man. This is not just something you pick and choose. I have problems with the Constitution and its entire creation and inception. I understand. I live in a world where there's nothing you could do about that. I understand. I didn't sign up for the Constitution. The people that signed this fucking thing are dead hundreds of years ago. Me and you did not agree to this fucking thing. That's fine. I understand that.
By those rules.
But, if there were a set of rules that I could be born into that I am forced to live by, this ain't that goddamn bad. And you can't even do that. What we are getting into now terrifies me because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to our quote-unquote elective representatives that all control the future of our lives, what we can and cannot do. They have no relationship to the Constitution or the meaning behind it.
Oh, we even saw the DOJ come out and say, we respectfully disagree with the decision from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, hashtag the Republic is dead. If it wasn't dead before that, the president and the DOJ just affirmed it today or yesterday, whenever the fuck that was. There is no such thing as a constitutional republic anymore, man. We are, as a nation, what people would call a fucking rhino. We are a republic in name only. Have you never put that together?
Ooh.
Hot dog. I feel pretty good about that one. But yeah, no, it's all bullshit, man. And I'm tired of feeling threatened by a governmental institution whose sole sworn duty is to do the opposite.
It's to protect you. It's their only job.
It's their only goddamn job. And every single person, I don't care if you're fucking Dan Crenshaw, MTG, or fucking AOC, none of them are there to actually do their goddamn job. Period. MTG, shout out to MTG. Like, I don't like her. I like when she's in a normal setting and she's just having conversations on IRL. She's a halfway decent person. Seems like a nice gal to have to a barbecue.
Say some
Be
crazy
fun.
shit though.
Yeah, she's fun. You throw a couple fucking Coors lattes at her.
She'll talk about the space lasers.
Amen.
She'll talk to you about the space
But-
lasers all night.
Exactly. But I don't necessarily want her in an elected representative position.
Right.
First of all, but I don't. Okay, rant over. I'm fucking done with this shit, dude.
No, that was like
Healthy.
that was perfect.
Makes me. I've had a fucking rough couple weeks, dude, and this has been very healthy for me.
And I think that you have fully and well encompassed why this is a problem, and also why these rights are so important. You know, why directly after the ability to freely express yourself, the ability to freely defend yourself, is expressly defended in the Constitution. That's people say it all the time. It's played out. It's whatever, you know. But
It's not, man.
it's true.
It
It's
is
true.
needed more today than ever, which is in 2022, one of the saddest things anybody can ever hear, is that your need to defend yourself, your God-given right, or your natural-born right, whatever the fuck you want to think of it as, to defend yourself and your family, is now 100% considered by our elected representatives as a second-class right that doesn't necessarily need to be enforced. Every single politician in Washington, D.C., every single politician in the State House should be first A absolutist, second A absolutist, down the fucking line. They
100%.
should be. Otherwise, I don't know what the fuck they're doing there. If they are not there to uphold every single one of those amendments and enumerated rights, they don't belong there.
Or unenumerated.
Yeah. Whatever their fucking job is as far as protecting your rights, if that is not the only thing that they are there to do, they need to be gone. Because otherwise, I forget who fucking said this, but it was the government is essentially just a job placement program built for the people, or designed for the people that built it. There's no other way to look at it at that point. If you're not out there bending over backwards to protect your citizens and your representative constituents' rights, you're just there for a job and to make sure you can get a job next election, which means you should not be there, period. And I don't understand how anybody can think differently. Well, I want to put Derek Kilmer in there because he keeps to get us more money to save the salmon and the orcas. What does salmon and orcas have anything to do with your constitutional rights? No, I mean, none? None at all. I mean, if he's there to just shill for the Fed so that the state can get some more money to uphold the rest of our rights, that's cool. And then the state can get money and then the state can take care of the orcas and the fucking salmon. That's cool. Why is our federal representation out there? They're just there to shill for more money so that fucking dictator Inslee can get on his high horse and make sure that we can't have you can't afford to drive to work because, you know, fucking Go Ahead Washington needs, or what is it? Is it Go Ahead Washington? What were we just talking about, part one? Move Ahead Washington can be funded, even though we have a surplus. We need more money.
No, we don't, Colin. We spent that money over the next 2 years.
We
don't have a $16.5 billion surplus. It's not there anymore.
What we really, really need is, as Joe Biden was talking about the other day, there's going to be another pandemic. We need more money for the next pandemic. We need more money.
That's why Ainsley needs the emergency powers.
Exactly.
For the next pandemic.
Amen. And I can understand that logic. That makes sense to me. If I'm going to be a dictator, I need a slush fund, and it better come from the next goddamn pandemic that may or may not come in our lifetime. I mean, monkeypox, though, you better watch out.
That's
It's
right.
coming.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Oh,
That's hilarious.
that's good.
With that, I don't want to say anything else to stop with that because
Okay.
that was so absolutely perfect. I'm such an enormous fan of it. With that, we are going to end part 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for part 4, which is the grab bag. We have lots of great stuff for you. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. We got the COVID boosters. We got the Uvalde police. So we're going to talk. We'll start off with the Uvalde
Nicotine.
police. Nicotine. Colin obviously needs his nicotine buzz. So, we're out here. This fantastic segment. Fantastic show. Thank you guys for being with us. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we are back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody, for Salt of the Streets. This is part 4 of episode 128. My name is Donovan,
I am indeed Colin.
and we are extremely happy to have you guys here. Thank you
Indeed.
for everyone who is returning. I want to remind you to like, comment, and subscribe to us here on YouTube. We also have our Facebook, Instagram, Patreon, everything else at Salt of the Streets. Go to our Patreon, subscribe, help us make more, better content just like this. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. And you can find all of this on our website at saltofthestreets.com. The last sponsor of the day is leggings and aprons. If you need some cakes, if you are in this local area, she is just about to start taking orders again. English muffins first. If you want some English muffins, and she does mail them. They do go in the mail. They've gone to Albuquerque, to Florida. So
If it fits, it ships.
they go in a brown Bennick box. They ship.
yeah.
So if you want some, let us know. Leggings
I am
and
getting in
aprons.
on that order because making like breakfast Sammys and stuff before getting up in the morning, I try to make like a couple days at a time, 2 to 3 days at a time. I'm not trying to do like a whole week and go hard, but I have been avoiding I almost bought some of those stupid fucking, what are they called? The standard brand of English muffins the other day. And I said, if I buy these, Jordan's going to fucking kill me. I will wait and I will have it on regular ass bread until then. Because once you have had a leggings and apron English muffin, God, I wish I remember the old name. You'll never buy another brand ever again.
Yeah.
Period. There's just, just for context, I was a professional cook for almost a decade. So actually over a decade, because I did it a little bit after my military career too. So, and I can, with all the force that my experience gives me, some people might call me an expert. If I was in the government, I'd be considered an expert on this. I could say hands down, literally the best English muffins that I have ever had in my entire life. Shout out leggings and aprons.
Yeah.
And I am first on the list. I call the first batch of 12, please.
Absolutely. Dad and Dax Day, she made some this week to get back in the swing of things. So I had those same sandwiches that we had, 6 eggs and a smoothie every morning. Fuck yeah, 6 eggs. Get
Hot
after
dog.
it, Bilbo. Fuck yeah.
I hope you're hitting the gym with all that protein.
I'm
That's a
here
lot
for-
of protein,
we
baby.
Gotta be. No way you're crushing 6 eggs not hitting
And
the
a
gym.
smoothie.
Yeah, no way.
Smoothies are basically a gym's person's,
Yes.
I challenge somebody to find somebody that's on a regular smoothie, intake diet that isn't going to the gym or working out in some fashion.
I have smoothie almost every day just
Right.
to get more protein in my diet. Bro, I
You gotta,
I
man.
weigh over 200 pounds. To try and get 1 gram of protein per pound is like insanely difficult unless you're crushing a steak like every day.
That's the 1 gram per pound?
That's if you're trying to lose weight but maintain your muscle mass, it's 1 gram of protein per pound,
Buddy, that
which is a
so
lot,
much.
bro. Yeah.
God.
So I'm like doubling up protein. I'm telling you, the eat is
That's
a
a
struggle
lot,
right now.
man.
The eating is a struggle right now.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
and
a
of
lot
course,
of protein to try and take
with
in.
inflation being what it is, you're going to go broke doing it. Fuck, bud.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm crushing protein shakes like almost every day just to get an extra 50 grams of protein in because it's tough, bro.
All right. Well, this is the point of the show where I begin to shill for the CCP for the first and only time.
Let's hear it.
So, as part of today's beer selection, I was at Total Wine. I'm just going. They have this cool thing. If you don't know, Total Wine is it's like a giant big box store for alcohol. And one of the things they do is in the beer aisle, they have these things called mix and match. And so it's just this broad spectrum of basically loosey beers that you can fill up a 6-pack with. They're all priced individually, and you can just get whatever you want and carry it out. That's where all these beers have come from today. And I just saw these, and I had to get them because they were so off the wall. This is a puffed rice Chinese pale ale, and I just had to try it. And then I saw that one there for you. It's a jasmine
Jasmine tea
beer. I think it says ale brewed with jasmine tea or something
beer
like
brewed
that.
with jasmine tea. Yeah.
And that one automatically reminded me of the Avatar jasmine. Is that an IPA or a pale ale?
Yeah, I think it's an IPA.
I think it's an IPA, a jasmine IPA that Elysian makes. So I got that one for you. And I got this weird puffed rice Chinese pale ale. I don't know what the hell this is going to bring, but I imagine it's probably going to taste a little bit like Budweiser because as a what they call an adjunct to brewing is most clean beer is made from roasted barley, which is called malted barley, right? And then,
Okay.
And then hops and yeast. That's a standard. That's like German Imperial Law shit. And those three things, and that's it. But then Budweiser adds a lot of things like rice and corn, which also impart different sugars that can be converted into alcohol the yeast can eat, and then it eats the protein
Right,
and poops
right,
out alcohol
right.
and carbonation, right? And rice and corn are common adjuncts, especially in domestic light beers. And I saw that. I had to give it a shot. And I have a feeling this thing's going to look like fucking water when I pour it.
It's pretty light. That was
It
fast.
is pretty light. And I'm holding it to the camera, and I didn't even switch the camera.
Ooh, ooh,
No, it's safe. It's totally safe.
You're an
And-
expert.
and
I
it's
trust you.
actually
It's
got-
cloudy a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually got way more color and character than I would have originally anticipated.
I'm almost done with this one.
Yeah, you can finish off your crazy Scandia beer.
It's very good. It's definitely heavy. I
Ooh.
like it though. I was honestly that whole
smells
last
clean.
segment. I'm just watching you. I was listening. I was just listening, taking in like everybody else.
Sounds like a stout Bud Light. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know what the brewery situation is like where you're at. In Indiana, I believe is what Bilbo said.
he's
Around Zeke, right?
Yeah,
so
he's-
yeah,
Because Zeke's pretty. Yeah, I think they're pretty close.
Zeke's in Indiana. Yeah. So I don't know what the brewery situation is like there, but in Washington, there's fucking microbreweries everywhere, just tiny little breweries all over the place.
Interesting. Does not suck. I won't say that much. It's very sweet for a light beer.
Okay.
Very, very sweet. Very
Here
strange.
we go. This is a
Baby jasmine,
tea.
dude. I love that. That can looks so
I'm
gross.
gonna move the microphone so I
Super
can get
dope.
the full arm extension.
Yeah, there you go. Glug, 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 glug. Perfect pour. Shout out Bilbo Swaggins. Well, if you watch the beer show, you'll see this is not a regular occurrence on my part.
Yeah, Bilbo, you checked out the beer show.
The beer show is this lovely little fun endeavor I do every Friday. Sit down, have a beer, talk about it. Not a 1-inch line, though. Yeah, this is true. This is true. That is a good looking beer right there. That is good. Does it smell like jasmine? I fucking love jasmine, man. Avatar ruined me. Hey, you got some on the old schnoz. I got like one of them. I'm German, so I'm assuming I did my DNA thing. I don't have any Jewish blood in me, but I got a Jewish nose. It's huge. It's a parrot beak. It's massive. I fit right in.
Big bird.
I live across from Bourbon County. Bourbon country. Oh, yeah. Bourbon
Good.
is
Mad light.
it Mad Light? You get that floral jasmine in there?
No,
Oh.
it definitely smells like tea. It's a deeper smell.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a deeper smell. It's not the same floral from.
That can art is really cool. Hard, it is.
This
like,
one's a super cool can.
yeah, it's definitely
Get the
super dope.
full-
I gotta tell you, bro, I'm a sucker for a cool can too.
Oh fuck yeah!
I don't care what the beer is. If I like the can, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try that one. But then again, I'm not afraid of any beer. I'll drink everything from fucking the champagne of beers to something dark and
That's good.
barrel
bro.
aged. That's
Then
good.
You can taste. It's like an undertone of tea. You know how green tea's mad subtle?
Yeah,
It's like that.
yeah. Do you mind if I take a sip?
Do
I'm
it.
super curious.
No,
about
it's
it.
delicious. I'm a big fan. Yeah, it's super subtle.
Ooh,
Yeah,
very subtle.
it's really good.
Damn.
Yes.
Yeah, like it doesn't. The jasmine tea is, I think, the difference there because like Elysian is more about the jasmine flower.
Yes.
And so you get that floral. That's a tea beer. Wow. I have that. We might have to fuck around with that when
That's
the fucking brewery
mad
comes online,
unique,
bro. That is
Yeah.
not.
I
that's
wonder if they just
interesting.
put the dry tea in there, or if they do they put a little bit of tea in it?
I imagine they would add the tea in the.
Beer brewed with jasmine tea. So
Yeah.
they have to you cook beer first, right, in like a big ass pot.
Yeah.
So that's probably what they're doing then.
I would
right?
imagine, in my brewing experience, if I
Probably
was
no
to brew
more than I
this,
do,
right,
yeah.
I would add that in with the hops at the end of the brew. You brew it for like 5 to 10 minutes at the very end.
We should
Depends.
do that.
And I think that would be a fantastic idea.
Very good.
It is.
Salt of the Streets beer coming soon to you.
Yes. Bourbon is the superior drink. I'm not gonna argue with you, Bilbo. I mean,
Love
people love Scotch. I love Scotch. It's a good deal. I
Scotch,
like
Scotch,
whiskey,
Scotch.
but I had so this is the way it worked out. vamp a second before we dive
We're out
into
here.
today's topics, right?
Segment 4 is the grab bag. We're out here.
This is a grab bag
This is
topic.
what we do. We've had 3 beers.
Oh.
We're chilling now.
Exactly.
Bilbo Swaggins knows what's up. He's out here.
Amen. So, Coast Guard career. I am, surprisingly enough, I am 30. I'll be 35 this year, I think. I think that's how Jake. I'm going to have to ask Jake. I don't remember. That's because I shaved recently. That's the problem. But when I was, in my early adulthood, I couldn't drink beer. I couldn't stomach it. It was nasty.
Me
It tasted
either.
like I grew up mucking horse stalls and shit like that, and beer generally always just kind of reminded me of horse piss that had sat there for like 2 days in the stall in the wintertime, and it always was never appealing to me. But by the time I was like 23 or 24, I had been forcing myself at least twice a year to try to get through like a Bud Light or something like that. And one time it hit, and I was like, hey, I could drink that. And then next thing you know, boom, I'm here. And I was at but before that, right? Before that happened, I was 21 and I could drink. And so I remember my ship was down at the Baltimore yards down in fucking Glen Burnie. It's a wonderful, wonderful town that has a pizzeria with bullet holes in it. That's the kind of neighborhood it is, but that's where the Coast Guard, official Coast Guard dry dock is at. So we were down there doing some maintenance, repairs and shit, and go up to this enlisted man's club, which is just a bar, dance floor, kind of a place for, the enlisted guys to hang out. And I'm sitting there at the bar, and there's another cook. He's a cook chief that's stationed there, and he's behind the bar and shit. And our engineering officer, who was on my ship, he was an enlisted guy. He was quit drinking 2 weeks ago. Hey, shout out Joseph Garrett, man. If you're not drinking, I would assume that you have good reasons for it, and props to you for not doing that, man. But I like to drink, so this is what we're talking about. So I go to the E Club, right? I'm hanging out, and my old salty fucking senior chief, he's from he's from Georgia, I believe. Real deep Southern guy. And I'm sitting there, and I was too pussy to be drinking beer at that point. I didn't like it. So I was drinking whiskey and Coke. That was my thing. Give me a Jack and Coke. Give me a Jack and Coke. And he sees me order one, and he goes, you ever had a bourbon? Like, I see you drinking whiskey. You ever had bourbon? He's like, good old Southern boys, we drink bourbon, not whiskey. And I was like, well, I've never had that shit, but let's try it. So he ordered me a Jim Beam and Coke. My world just clicked and changed. I have never placed bourbon on a second tier in the world of whiskeys after that.
That's the key.
It is just bourbon has, because when you're talking about whiskeys, right, bourbon requires a certain percentage of it to be a corn mash when you do the distilling process. It can't all just be, wheat or whatever it is that you're going to make whiskey out of. A certain percentage of it has to be corn, which makes it, I want to say slightly sweeter, if that makes sense, in the world of hard alcohol. And I've just never gone back, man. There is nothing in the world of brown liquor that can replace bourbon in my mind.
Bourbon all the way, huh?
I would take a down-home fucking Kentucky bourbon over the most expensive bottle of, scotch that you can find. I will take it 100 times over. It just tastes better, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like the taste of a swamp in a drink. Then I drink scotch.
Just a little hint of swamp.
Yeah, just all the hints. That's what that peat moss comes from, is like these Scottish bogs and shit. But, if I want that, I'll go to scotch. But generally speaking, if I want whiskey, I'm going to drink bourbon because it's just superior in every way. It just really is.
All right. So we'll jump into our first topic here. We want to start with Uvalde, right? So over the last few weeks, we've had some pretty stark updates from Uvalde police. Let's see here. Sorry, let me get the correct window pulled up. Let's see. Okay, so two of the things that we've seen, two of the bigger things that we've seen, is some video footage came out from, Robb Elementary, right? And in this video footage, there are some screenshots in which we can see police officers 3, maybe 5 minutes into the actual event at the school have rifles and a ballistic shield at the end of the hallway. We found out that there are two doors that go into that room that were unlocked, that were not attempted at any point in time, while the chief of the Uvalde police fumbled with his keys and said that he was looking for the key that would work for the door. And, every minute he's just more stressed and more stressed and more stressed. Excuse me.
Excuse you.
We have also seen an extreme amount of pushback from everywhere, from Uvalde police all the way up to the state government, pushing back on releasing documentation about the shooting itself, the event itself, pushing back on releasing body camera footage and different documentation that lead into it. And
I'm fairly sure that to this day we don't have body camera footage, correct?
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, so let's see here. This is one, again, that I have from the New York Post. New York Post, we use them a lot, and part of the reason we use them so much is really just because they don't ever ask us to subscribe to their shit. We can always use the New York Post. So I
That
just sent you
and-
that article.
I do kind of go to them more regularly after Sora Bamari kind of went over to the New York Post as one of the lead editors after leaving Commentary magazine. Just because I knew I was familiar with him and his thinking.
Right.
And I trusted the New York Post's editorial staff a little bit more because I actually knew somebody a little bit that went to run that department.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, people forget that he used to be on Commentary a lot.
So this is the New York Post article that we have here. City of Uvalde is trying to avoid handing over records on the Texas school district's embattled police chief and the botched police response to the school massacre, despite multiple requests from the Post and various other media outlets. Lawyers hired by the city wrote to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton last week, laying out 52 reasons why they shouldn't have to adhere to the numerous requests for records under the state's sunshine laws. The law enforcement response to the massacre that left 19 kids and 2 teachers dead has come under intense scrutiny after it was revealed the school district police chief, Pete Arredondo, didn't immediately storm classrooms to kill the gunman. In the wake of the May 24th shooting, the Post requested all audio from 911 calls, including some made from the terrified students, as the gunman stormed into Robb Elementary School. Records related to the embattled police chief were requested by other media outlets. In the letter, lawyers representing the city asked AG Paxton to rule on whether the information requested by media outlets is, quote, accepted from disclosure under the Public Information Act. The city's claims that the requested information is not information that is collected, assembled, or maintained under a law or ordinance or in connection with the transaction of official business by a government body or for a government body is exempted from disclosure, the letter signed by attorney Cynthia Trevino says. The AG's attorney didn't immediately respond to the Post's request for comment. Arredondo has largely been blamed for the botched police response to the school massacre after he ordered law enforcement to try and negotiate with the gunman, allowing almost an hour to pass before a group made up of mostly U.S. Border Patrol agents bucked orders and stormed in. So, this is speculation from my end. And I imagine if they're unwilling to release the body camera footage, it's probably because there's some debate amongst the police officers themselves about what they should do.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to say I understand, because I think that it's a bullshit justification of, it's totally a good Germans thing of like, oh, I'm just following orders. You know, I have to, that's what my chief said. I have to listen. That's what my commanding officer said. I have to listen. Right. To which I would ask you, would you rather be the person explaining to the chief why kids are dead, or like, would you rather be explaining to the parents why their children are dead, or explaining to the police chief why you didn't listen to your commanding officer and you saved children? You know, I would rather explain why I didn't listen to my commanding officer than explain to parents why their children are dead because I chose to sit at the end of a hallway and not do what I knew what was right within myself.
And I think we talked about this before, but the oath that a police officer swears when they become inducted into the actual law enforcement, once they pass academy and so on and so forth, can vary from state to state. But what kind of human being are you that is in a position of authority in law enforcement?
Lethal authority.
Lethal authority, where you choose to fall back on the, well, I was just following orders instead of saving people. How much of a piece of shit are you that you would sit there probably 15, 20 feet away from an active shooter who's murdering children, and you're just going to go, I was just following orders, man. You're a fucking piece of shit.
Oh, he told me not to go in. I couldn't go.
I couldn't go. There was nothing I could do.
No.
The door was unlocked, and my police chief said, wait.
We all had rifles and someone had a shield, and we still couldn't go in.
Yep.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, because this fucked up piece of shit as the NPR guys, Orlando.
Arrendando. I love that so
you.
much.
Okay, you know, if you're gonna try to be culturally friendly and try to use some accents when you're pronouncing people's name, you don't need to do it to this giant ass piece of shit. Okay, you don't need to be friendly to him. Nobody
No.
gives a fuck what his name is. He's the biggest piece of shit in the country right now, and you should have just done what you knew was correct and tried to fucking save some people.
This article says that Arredondo he ordered law enforcement to try and negotiate with the gunman. So let's see.
Which I thought.
Uvalde, Texas negotiator tried phoning school shooter. Oh my God. A negotiator tried futilely to reach the Uvalde, Texas school shooter on the phone as cops waited to take out the crazed gunman, and terrified kids called 911 begging for help. He literally tried to send in tried to have a negotiator call when you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was that testified in front of the state Congress, but they were saying they even called it the Columbine Doctrine. Like,
Yeah.
there's a set of rules based on the Columbine school shooting that lays out what you should do, and it says stop the fighting,
Yeah.
or stop the shooting. That's insane.
Period. From everything that I've heard so far at this point, every single officer that has showed up on that scene had standing orders to engage the shooter regardless of circumstance upon arrival. None of them did that. Every single one of these people, and including the Border Patrol people that actually finally went in to do that. I'm telling you, as a human being who is ready and capable of engaging in that scenario as a law enforcement officer, whether federal, state, or local, you should not have a job right now if you did not go in and do that. Period. What is your fucking job? It's to stand up. It's to follow orders, like you're in the military. Military is slightly different. Like, we could talk about rules of engagement and so on. You're a civilian law enforcement officer, dude. There's people in there with their rights being actively infringed upon, and you refuse to do anything because your boss says not to. In the military world, we call that an illegal order, and we say, fuck you, we're doing it anyways, and we move in and we take care of business.
Yeah, exactly. I understand even like the commanding order. You know, I understand the chain of command that exists, like I said, in the military and in the police. I understand that. But there's, just like we were talking about with all of these other topics, when you're talking about with Roe or with gun rights, your morals stand above this. Your rights stand above this.
Yeah.
If you know that this is wrong, what you're being ordered to do is wrong, it is incumbent upon you to do the right thing, especially, as you said, placed in a position of lethal authority.
Yeah.
You have a rifle of the exact same qualifications that the shooter has. We're supposed to believe that you individually can outmatch him with the same firearm. You're better trained. You're a police officer, right?
Yeah.
Fucking kill him.
Regardless.
He is killing children in that room right there.
Yeah.
Fucking kill him.
Go now.
And now there's 7 of you. There's 10 of you. There's 19 of you at a certain point, and you still don't do anything.
Yeah. In my personal opinion, every single one of these law enforcement officers should be, what's the equivalent of being disbarred from law enforcement ever again? You know, I don't think there is such a thing, but
Just completely stripped of your badge.
you
I mean,
are
just
not
fired.
allowed to do this anymore. You've already proved that you are incapable or unwilling to do your job. You will never again hold a law enforcement position, period, full stop. And you're lucky if we don't charge you as an accessory to the murder of these kids, because you refused to act when you had the means and you had the authority. Every time we get an update about Uvalde, it gets worse and worse and worse. And on top of that, they're going to demolish the school.
Yes.
Can I just
they're gonna
say
tear the school
that
down
you
now.
can't, bro, I don't know who needs to get involved here. I am not one for government authority. Listen to part 3 or 4 if you want confirmation on that. But we don't have all the answers yet. We never got any answers for Vegas. The Las Vegas shooting,
No.
we didn't get any answers at all. This school should not be demolished until we have a 100% accurate recounting of exactly what happened. And if they do demolish the school before that happens, all you're going to do is breed more and more dissent and conspiracy out of that
All the
because
stuff that goes on with Sandy Hook, yeah, it's just
about
gonna-
as sus as you could be, you're going to do
Yeah.
the worst and most suspicious thing ever. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the support, but it was never a problem. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. Hey, man.
Excellent.
I have also been down that road as well. It happens, man. Sometimes you get going down a road, and good on you for recognizing that and being, I'm just going to take a break for a minute. You know, everybody, I believe, should have some form of a sober October, if you will, to use the Joe Rogan phrase. Give yourself a month where you have a vice that you don't do anymore. Catholics call it Lent. It's a good deal, man. I
Yes,
like
they
it
do.
because it's a good thing to prove
Break
that there's
period.
something out there that you don't need.
Yeah.
And then you can go back to it even more after that and be like, yeah, you know, I'm back into this because I know I can give it up. I don't want to make light of that situation, bro. Good on you for taking some time off.
No, I'm here for it. So as we said last week, this is, as far as Uvalde goes, this is what happens when you leave your protection up to the state. It's not a good look, and this is why it's so important that you have the ability to defend yourself in the way that you see fit. We saw all these parents that were stuck outside the school. We saw a mother that was arrested who had to talk herself free and then work her way into the school to save her own children. This is unacceptable. These people are supposedly, according to the social contract that none of us ever signed, they are supposed to have the lethal authority that we talked about in a trade-off to defend us all. Instead, they would rather hem us up and do nothing while our children are killed. So
Yeah.
do not leave your self-defense or your right to self-defense or your ability, your protection up to the state.
Yeah. And hey, man, take a page from the leftists that are now saying that the Supreme Court is illegitimate. You know your rights. Use them.
That's right.
And oh man, was it a? I'm not recalling off the top of my head, but there was a guy whose wife was a teacher at the school. I thought he was a police officer. That tried to get in, and they took his gun and detained him so that
yes.
he couldn't get in. Was he a police officer?
His wife called him and told him that she had been shot and that she was dying. And he went in the school, and the police officers not only arrested him, but took his firearm and turned him away. Well, he's a police officer.
I want to say something that I shouldn't right now. Fucking turn and face the wall, dude. Anybody that stops somebody like that, you don't deserve anything more than that. Period. I'm not going to say it.
Your wife is bleeding out in a classroom, and you're
gonna-
hemmed up.
You're going to fucking stop me from that? Dude, there is no force on earth except for sheer physical overpowering me.
You don't even care about your own team at that point. Like you don't even care about your own team.
No, bro.
This guy's on your team, dog.
No. I will use William Wallace as an example because I
Yeah.
know he would understand. But let's say Will Wallace and I were cops at that situation, and then my wife calls me, and that's the situation, and Will goes, bro, but we can't do that. I'm not gonna let you stop me. Period. I don't care who it is. It could be you. There's nothing to stop me, and I would hope that you would assume the same thing.
100%.
Nothing on this earth would stop me from attempting to resolve that situation.
Yeah, no, I told you last week when we talked about the mother who was hemmed up that I
Yeah.
don't. There's
Nope.
I carry all the
Shoot
time.
me.
There, yeah, no, 100%. I would rather draw than be stopped from saving the life of my son.
Yeah.
Trying to save him with every fiber of my being.
Yeah. And I'm going to die happy knowing what is going to happen to you after that. Because the public opinion, the court of public opinion on that one, dude, you're not making it out the other side. There's no way anybody with two fucking cents that can rub together and make some common sense is going to understand that one, period. Where do you think, let's put it this way, when do you think the conversation about Uvalde is going to end? I mean, we got legislation passed. That was the big thing, you know, the do something bill. So we did something. Is the conversation about Uvalde going to stop now? Is it going to go by the wayside? In your opinion? We got all sorts of other big fish to fry and take over the narrative. Just a matter of if they want to.
No, I think that I'm just thinking. I think that it's possible. Yes, I think probably yes. Something happened, and now like something happened, quote unquote. There was a bill that was passed, and it's according to the left, it's never going to be enough. And according to the right, it's always too much. So I think that it's going to be just like Gabby Giffords, just like all these other Sandy Hook. It's going to be just like that. It'll be another statistic
moving
that
on.
adds to it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We talked about that last week, the episode before. So these people don't really care. They don't care about these children. They don't care about the kids that died. That's why they were so willing to make points about politics or political points before they even knew what the details of the situation were. They're talking about all weapons and all kinds of stuff where they even know what's happened yet. They don't even have any details, and they're willing.
It was
to make
immediate, man.
It's because they don't care.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's about the means to the end. And as we talked about in the 2 seconds before this, it's about power. They want to take that power, and this is a beautiful opportunity to strip more power from people. This gives them just another angle into the door of your house now, because they have an incentive for red flag laws in your states if you don't already have them. There's financial incentives. So if your state is in any kind of financial
everybody needs a bigger budget, man. Everybody needs a bigger budget.
there's money there.
Yeah.
Well, you had a state legislature last year or in 2020 that cut your budgets because of George Floyd. Now 2022, you're Republican again. Here's some money. You want to put a new law in there? All you got to do, it's just a little law.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of new money for your police department. You can hire more police officers. You can do all kinds of stuff. You can buy some equipment for the government. Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right that money is going to be the doorway into all the states that don't already have them.
Yeah. And I can't think of a single politician alive today that I don't trust to not use that as a tool to get more money, to get more power. There's not a single one in Congress today or that's running that I know of that I could trust to not use that as a cudgel to get what it is that they want, which doesn't have anything to do with those dead kids.
Right.
It just has to do with them and their power and what they might in their highest and mighty dreams be able to achieve. They're not afraid to walk on the bodies of dead children to get there.
They don't care.
They don't. None of these people do. But there's... I want to... how do I want to phrase this? Remember that this school was used for testing by the federal government. It was indeed. It was indeed. They were given grant money, too. And not a small amount of it. There's a lot of people... I'll say this. Just to protect my own ass on this one. There is a conspiracy theory floating around that questions how it is that this young man got a hold of all the super Gucci gear that he got a hold of at the time. And we talked about it a little bit last year.
The truck, the guns, the ammo.
Yeah. And there is definitely, it doesn't help that theory that there was a pretty decently sized grant appointed to these people if they went through these trainings and tried to go through, set up the procedures for mass shooting situations and all that.
They just went through the training, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't help the false flag crowd narrative when that kind of stuff comes to light, because realistically, when you think about the bloated government bureaucracy that is handing a buttload of money to a small-time department or a state that just disseminates money to here or there, and these people don't have any idea what to do to this thing. They just, here's the guidelines we need to follow to make sure that we can get this money. Let's get that money. Let's do this thing, and let's do this training, and then we're much better off fiscally than we were last year. Why would we not do this? It seems like a good thing. But at the end of the day, some of these people are fucking morons.
Right.
Who just care about the sanctity and safety of their job. And yeah, it would be nice to have all this super Gucci gear for our super small town police force. And we'll get that.
Maybe.
If we follow the guidelines here and we get this program, we get all this money. Like, you don't have to go too far down the conspiracy train to just assume that these people are fucking idiots who just took their chance to fatten their budget a little bit.
Right, because
and set up some SOPs.
Because most of us who live in a small town, big town, anybody who know people who stayed there, someone who's a cop who probably shouldn't be a cop.
Word.
You know someone who, at the end of the day, they're like, I'll just fucking be a cop because it pays $70K a year, and that's a good job where I'm from.
Yeah.
I
think cops are a lot like presidents. I don't think anybody who wants to be a cop should be a cop.
They're just people.
I
They're
think
all
somebody,
just people.
I think somebody that truly cares about your rights and your safety, who doesn't want to be in that position, should probably be in that position. Just like the president. You know, most politicians, if you want to be a politician, you probably shouldn't be one. If you don't want it, but you care so deeply about those rights and the community of people that should have those rights that you see every day are being infringed upon, you should probably be a politician, even though you don't want to. Thomas Massey, for God's sakes, he was kind of forced into that position because his local government was coming down on his ability to run his little homestead farm. And then, boom, now he's thrust into the federal fucking, into federal politics. He doesn't want to be there necessarily. Now he's there. He has a purpose. He has a bigger purpose. He has a higher calling. But nobody that wants to be a politician, nobody that wants... Law enforcement is a little bit different, obviously, because people can obviously want to help their communities. But if you deeply, deeply, deeply want to just be a police officer, to be a law enforcement officer, to have the power and the authority to make sure your community is safe, seems like the wrong approach to me. I feel like you should care at a deeper level before you, and you should not want to do most of the things that police officers do. You should not want to give out traffic tickets. You should not want to, sit there with a fucking speed gun on the side of the road, catching people doing something wrong. No, you should want to ensure that your community is safe and a couple other things, make sure that the rights of your community are maintained and protected.
You should almost losing your job all the time because you're not giving out enough tickets.
Yes. Yes, that is a great way to put it.
You should be running
Amen.
the border of keeping your job because
Yes.
you're like, they don't need it. They just needed a reminder.
Exactly. Can I
100%.
pass? Thank you,
Always.
sir. It's not. I want to put this Uvalde thing to bed for now.
Yeah.
But I don't trust anything I hear about it. I don't like what I do hear about it, and I don't think there's going to be any kind of actual resolution in this situation. And I think that in it just alone is a fucking travesty. Don't get me started about we have no closure on Las Vegas, but we are not going to have closure on Uvalde, period. We're not going to. All the questions that we want answered are not going to be answered. And something else is going to grab our attention and we're going to move on and people are going to forget about it. And that is a goddamn travesty. And every single one of those teachers and children that died, they're going to die for nothing. And that's sad to me. It's really sad. I'm getting all emotional and shit. It really is, man. Like, grown up now, like watching Dax grow up has severely affected my relationship with young people because that little shithead of yours is adorable and he is the most lovable thing on the planet. And I can't imagine the pain that these parents have to go through because the people that should have been a man, that should have done their goddamn job, didn't do it for some arbitrary bullshit reason. This is not just me getting upset about, procedural shit not being followed or constitutional rights being followed. These are fucking kids, man. It continues to happen. And because I am a 2A advocate, an absolutist, does not change my emotions about this tragedy. And there will be another one. I don't care that we did something because we just went over the legislation in part 3 or 4. That's not going to change a goddamn thing. It's not going to stop the next one, period. All you're going to do is prevent anybody that might be able to help. You're going to prevent them from being able to help. And if the usurpation of your rights aren't going to do it, it's going to be the goddamn law enforcement that's on the scene to stop you from doing it. And it's the same goddamn story every fucking time. The only thing I can even pretend might make a difference is that every single person in that community is strapped up and knows how to use their fucking firearm and is not willing to put up with any of this bullshit. That's the only thing that's going to stop this stuff, for people to take personal responsibility and handle some shit that needs to be handled, regardless of whatever the arbitrary laws are in place at that place. That goddamn cop, the guy that got arrested and his gun taken away for trying to save his wife, dude, every single one of those officers should have been in that same exact position doing that same exact thing. They should have assumed that every one of those kids in that school was their kid. They should have acted accordingly. And it's not just the Uvalde police, that's the real tragedy here. It's not just the Uvalde police, man. We see it happen all the time.
It's a microcosm of the true issue.
Amen. It is just a single data point that has been thrust into our attention. This happens every fucking day. Not every day, but every law enforcement officer that makes a terrible decision because there's externalities that push on them to not make the right call, to not do the right thing because of one reason or another. There's 1,000 reasons, but I'm so fucking tired of hearing about this shit because it is a tragedy. And just because I'm a 2A absolutist, like I said earlier, doesn't take away the emotions that I have around this tragedy. It is a fucking tragedy. There's no two ways around it, man. Just because I can have a logical and reasonable conversation about why the action you want to take is irrelevant, wrong, and probably backwards, and will probably make the situation worse, doesn't mean that I don't care about those kids, man. And I'm so tired of fucking being told that that's why I have the opinions I have, because I don't care about children. I don't care about the lives of children. Fuck you.
You just care about guns.
Fuck you.
Right.
That's what I got to say about that.
Oh, Colin.
It's been a minute since I got emotional on the
We're out
podcast,
here, bro.
This is a
We're
good
out
one.
here.
This is a good one. Yeah. On this note, I also got to say, this beer that I had, the CCP beer, I'm never buying again. It's not good. It's not good, man.
Oh.
The puffed rice pale ale is not
no.
a winner, dude. Not a winner. Do you have anything else to say on the Uvalde situation?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not. That was beautiful.
How do you follow Joey Coco Diaz, man? That's
you do
how.
not. No.
Exactly.
This is I'm officially titling this Colin's show. This is it.
It's been a couple weeks, but
No, and we're gonna finish on one of your favorite topics because earlier this week,
yes, we are.
Juuls got banned by the FDA.
Yeah.
Of just a few days after Joe Biden and the Biden administration said they want to start lowering the amount of nicotine that are in cigarettes
Yeah.
to non-addictive levels. I don't smoke anymore. I don't use Juuls anymore. My personal stance on it, obviously, you can't tell people what to do. There is no stance in which you should tell people what to do. There's no justification for telling people what to do for what they want to consume for their own body. We talked about this earlier with illicit drugs. I don't care if you want to smoke meth, you want to shoot heroin, you want to smoke heroin, you want to do whatever. I don't care. It is none of my business at all. And it's especially none of the federal government's business to be telling people what they can and cannot consume. People know by now cigarettes are bad for you. We know that.
We know that.
We know that nicotine is addictive. Everybody knows that. When I was 16 years old, I knew that
just gonna
cigarettes
ask
are
you
bad
that.
for you. I still started smoking
I
cigarettes.
was gonna say.
I was still.
Yep.
I got on the bus. I remember vividly being told by the bus driver, "Hey, you need to smoke farther away from the school bus stop
Just go
because
that way.
you cannot do that here.
25 feet, all right? That's
You
all I
need to
want.
step back 20. Yes, you just can't be that close to the school bus stop because you're not allowed to smoke here.
Yeah.
That's
I am willing to give liberty enough for 25 feet. Right. I'm good with that because
even at 16, I didn't care. I'll step back.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm
Yeah.
gonna smoke a cigarette either way, but
Exactly.
I don't care.
I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. And I struggle today with nicotine addiction.
You
all
love
the time.
Juuls.
I love Sweet Lady Nicotine in all her various forms.
Little Nicky.
If you were not married and I had a can of Copenhagen sitting in front of you, I would think that at some point you're throwing a fucking dip in, right? Because as anybody that has had a relationship with Sweet Lady Nicotine knows,
I loved it.
it's not. You can be addicted to nicotine pretty much instantly. It's almost don't quote me on this shit, but I'm fairly sure that I've heard studies say that nicotine is more addictive than cocaine, because it's super quick, because it plays specifically off of your dopamine receptors and things like that.
Okay.
It just hits so hard and so quick, and you get an instant relief, and you get a little bit of a buzz. You get a head high. It's a very rewarding drug to intake. Now, as a former smoker, I can attest to the fact that I don't want cigarettes in restaurants. I don't think there should be a federal law mandating that you can't. I think it would be up to the restaurant owner, and any restaurant owner with half a brain in his mind would make sure that people are not smoking in his restaurant, because if there is one person smoking indoors, everybody knows it. That's how it goes, man. You understand the deal, and it is just kind of a dick move to other people, because that shit does not smell good. It does not smell good. It does not taste good. We all know that.
Yeah.
And so those kind of accommodations I'm willing to undergo, because it's more of like a respect for your fellow man thing. Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick, and that's fine. You know it smells bad. You wake up in the morning after having a cigarette, and your mouth tastes like any analogy that is the most stomach churning thing you could think of.
That's what made me stop smoking cigarettes, was the smell.
It's terrible.
And the taste when I woke up the next morning.
How about this for those non-smokers out there? You go to a casino where smoking's allowed, right? You might get an initial whiff of it when you first get there, but they have these hardcore ventilation systems so that like you walk into the main game room, there's not like a cloud of smoke there. They suck that shit out pretty quick. But no matter what happens, you're going home and you're getting up the next morning and you're like, bro, how was I in the smokehouse? What happened? I don't remember what was going on. You smell like fucking cigarettes, period. So I understand the need to separate the general public, I guess, from it. But what Joe Biden now and the Biden administration is looking at, I'm just going to pull this article up real quick from Axios. The Biden administration wants to take buzz out of cigarettes. So the Biden administration wants, and this was last week or earlier this week. I can't remember.
This week. Juuls just happened on like Thursday.
Yeah, but then that was, we'll get to that. We will get to that. But
yes,
the Biden administration wants to make the tobacco industry cut back the amount of nicotine in cigarettes sold in the United States to non-addictive levels. We'll just continue. Why it matters. The bid to essentially take the buzz out of cigarettes, fucking Axios, do better than this. Smoking cigarettes would be unprecedented in a long-running public health fight to curb tobacco use, which the FDA says leads to more than 480,000 deaths per year. That really only matters if you have a socialized healthcare system, or in some manner, some way for the taxpayer to contribute to that, because then it costs the other taxpayers dollars to take care of somebody else that is making a bad decision, which is also why it's a whole nother thing. But that's the only thing tied to this, is so that why would you care if somebody decides to smoke and give themselves cancer? Why would you care? Only because at the end of the day, you might have to help pay for that. That's not fair. That's an infringement on your rights. It is.
So you think this is possibly like a means to an end then?
Yes, this is a means to an end. And the dead giveaway is the fact that they're not going after one of the most addictive and most widely used drugs of choice in America, which is alcohol.
Right.
Alcohol, for one, cigarettes, if you quit cigarettes, they're not going to kill you if you're hardcore addicted to nicotine. Alcohol will literally kill you if you are alcohol dependent.
Death, right.
100%.
Okay.
And you can drink yourself to death, yes.
And you cannot drink yourself to death if you drink too much.
Exactly. It's a whole deal. But if you're not willing...
Interesting. Because I've always been obviously on board with, like, you can't tell people what to do. All of these people who smoke, who now you have to be 21, so you definitely know what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you're choosing to smoke, you know what you're doing, and it's a choice. You can't.
Well, hey, Donovan, your prefrontal cortex is not developed until you're 25.
Oh, I love it.
I can't get it. One thing we didn't quite touch on in the gun bill was that when you're 16 years old now, when you go buy a gun, right, you're 18 years old, they have the ability to check your minor record. That is how now all of a sudden you're 16 years old, and you're basically, anything you do when you're 16 now basically makes you an adult, not an 18. But that was a point I should have made back then, but we won't do it now. The red Gesundheit. That was a good one. That was a powerful one,
just
dude.
one.
A single. Part of the problem behind this thing, right? One of the reasons it's a ideologically driven bill is because there's no mention of any other addictive chemical in wide use today, much less any talk about like a cigar or pipe tobacco or something like that. It's specifically cigarettes, and as we'll go on, it's specifically Juul, because these are targeted industries that the government doesn't like for one reason or another. But what they're trying to do, let's go back to here. Let's just continue to read. Why it matters. The bid to essentially take the buzz out of smoking cigarettes would be unprecedented in a long-running public health fight to curb tobacco use, which the FDA says leads to more than 480,000 deaths per year. I know we already covered that, but I broke it up because I'm an asshole. But it's sure to face vigorous opposition from tobacco interests, as well as libertarian-leaning consumer freedom groups. Driving the news, the FDA can't, and I'm actually kind of a fan of the way Axios lays out their stories.
Yes.
Driving the
Bullet points and
news.
shit.
Yeah. The FDA can't actually just ban cigarettes, but can create product standards that make them less attractive, experts say. So on Tuesday, the agency proposed a rule to establish a maximum nicotine level in cigarettes and other certain finished tobacco products. It is unclear if they would do it at once or gradually, because tobacco-related harms primarily result from addiction to products that repeatedly expose users to toxins. FDA would take this action to reduce addictiveness to certain tobacco products, thus giving addicted users a greater ability to quit, regulators said. So I want to stop there for a second because
So it's really because you're a slave to cigarettes.
yes,
Because you're a slave to nicotine.
it's
It's really
because
what it is.
yes, it's because, and honestly, I think there's a little bit of argument to this. Like,
Right.
I don't-
Nicotine is harder to kick than opioids because it
Yes.
affects a different part of your brain than affects patterns and normal activities in the brain.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it definitely does. I haven't been addicted to a lot of things in this world, but I have been addicted to nicotine, and it is not a fun situation to get off of. It's something you have to plan for. It's something you have to think about, and you have to tell everybody in your orbit that you're going to go through it because you're going to be a different person for 7 to 14 days.
Right.
And then after that, then you just have to struggle with the habitual problems that come after addiction, which any addict, I think, can talk to at all. But what we're talking about here is industries that have vastly relied on widespread marketing, which is putting these people in the eye of the U.S. government and specifically the FDA. They're not talking about cigars, and they're not talking about pipe tobacco. They're not talking about nicotine as it is delivered in the form of a tobacco leaf.
It's just cigarettes.
It is just cigarettes. And that's particularly because the industry behind cigarettes have marketed themselves into the spotlight. It's the same reason why Juul, which we'll talk about here in a second, also is the only vape product that is under the microscope right now. It's because they have gone down the pharmaceutical drug, big pharma road and decided to widely market their product to people they think that would use it. And I have problems with that because I don't like marketing, period. I have a huge problem with people trying to sell you something. And that's why when I was 18 years old, I cut the cable and I got rid of fucking cable, and I have never gone back, is because every single advertisement that you get is trying to sell you something, and fuck them. I am not a commodity to be bought and sold. This is something you should tell me what it is, and I will make up my own goddamn mind.
You're so
fuck
fired
you
today, bro.
for trying to make me spend my dollars on you. I'm
You're
not
so
going to do
fired
it.
today.
So, anyway, so they're trying to talk about cutting back nicotine cigarettes, which I think if you are a nicotine user, you will understand that as a logical fallacy and is a ridiculous concept, because there are tobacco leaves that you can get raw that once they are dried in the most organic and natural way possible, with no additives or anything, can range between, say, 0.3% alcohol or nicotine to 9%, depending on what type of tobacco you're talking about. The South American nicotine or tobacco that's like the hardcore stuff. The
That's
stuff
that
they grew
shit.
in Virginia and all that stuff is generally between 1 and 3%. So when you get like a Marlboro Red, you're getting some relatively low dose type of shit. So to remove the amount of nicotine in that means that you're going to have to undergo another chemical process to extract nicotine from a natural resource that's already there. I understand that in the cigarette industry specifically, there are a bunch of other nasty, nasty shit in there that are definitely carcinogens and that are definitely killing you. I understand that. Anybody that doesn't know that, you should fucking learn, because every time you smoke a cigarette, this is why I don't smoke cigarettes anymore because that shit's nasty.
The filter is
It's
the
really
worst
bad.
part, right?
It really is. But when you're talking about the actual nicotine itself, what you're talking about is a naturally occurring chemical in a naturally derived and grown plant. Period. It's like weed. Natural weed, cannabis has THC content to it. Hemp does not.
Right.
We smoke cannabis. We don't smoke hemp. You smoke tobacco because of the nicotine that's in it, because it gives you certain something. You drink a beer not because necessarily it tastes good. It does. But you drink beer because of the whole package involved. You drink it because of the alcohol content, generally speaking. You might just really like beer. I don't know. I'm not going to make judgments, obviously. But this is just nothing but I don't see this any more than when, it's not any bigger than when Bill de Blasio tried to take giant sugary drinks out of the hands of people in New York City.
The soda ban.
It is a morality law that they are trying to pass to get something they think is correct. They want to save people. So they want to save them from killing themselves by smoking cigarettes. And that's not the government's remit.
Right.
It has nothing to do with what they are supposed to do their job is to not do that, period. Unless we ask them to do that, which we have not asked for. I don't remember voting on something like that. It's never come across my table. You just you elect somebody because they say certain things that's a whole different subject. This whole thing is so contrary to the freedom of, to your enumerated rights. You have the right to drink alcohol. That one they actually threw in the Constitution because at one point they banned it, and then they had to repeal that shit. Right. And so that's why they're not coming out after alcohol. If there is one thing in America that kills more people than anything else, it's probably alcohol abuse. It's not good for you, man. Does it stop people from making that informed decision? Are most people actually informed about the decision they're making? Probably not.
Joseph
but
just
it's
made the
not my
choice to
fucking
quit
problem.
after 18 plus days.
Amen.
18 plus a night, he said, and he said, I'm going to take it. I'm going to chill for 2 weeks.
18 plus a night. It's probably a good thing to take a break.
It's a lot of days in a row.
It's a good one. That's a good decision to make for yourself.
It's a good streak.
It's a good streak. It's not one I would be proud of. I will say that much. But, it leads to bigger things that will destroy us as free people. Amen, buddy. It's a slippery slope. And every slope that is slippery is a slope you should not begin to go down.
I love it so much.
I don't think that's too much to ask.
No.
If you consider it a slippery slope, that's your red flag to say we shouldn't be talking about legislating this. So, to get further into the more applicable news, because we haven't seen anything that has actually come through that. They've talked about banning menthol cigarettes before as a thing because it's a flavor and, all I'm saying is try to pull Newports out of New York and you will have revolution. I feel like I'm getting some feedback in my headphones here. Do me a favor. Pull this thing just a little tighter to you. I wonder if it's maybe picking up on the Wi-Fi signals picking up. I'm sorry if you guys are hearing that stuff. Otherwise, I just sound like a crazy person. But the big news this week was when... Oh, where's my Juul ad? Just had it. The Biden administration... via the FDA, crack down on Juul, the company that makes...
Just Juul. Which was the weirdest thing about the whole deal.
I'm just going to... I can't remember what window I left my
You
Juul
got a
stuff
Juul article. You got a Juul. Oh, look at all them tabs.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go.
There it is.
Appeals court. So this is from...
Look, she's Juuling.
Why would you zoom in on that particular person to do that one? I mean, it's like, come on, bud. But
because look at her lips, bro.
Yeah. So
artistically,
oh man, I fucked up. Here we go.
That's the same woman from a different angle.
It's the same
That's
person.
Weird.
So, and this is from NBC News, right? That's NBC or is that ABC?
That's NBC.
The Peacock. And then on the Wall Street Journal, they obviously used the same person. It's the same goddamn photographer.
What is
photo from... What's that?
What does it say underneath it? Underneath the picture?
Underneath the FDA said that Juul hadn't submitted sufficient evidence that its devices were safe. That's the argument that the FDA is using to crack down on Juul.
I wonder if that's like if it's from a study or
associated P.
something, because that's so weird. They have a different picture of the same woman.
The picture.
That's so
The picture
weird.
came from the same person that is that works for AP, that sold the picture to the AP.
Word.
So all this
He's
stuff
just
comes from the
clacking
same
all
thing.
around this woman.
Yeah. And if you don't know, this is how the corporate press works.
Right.
How many articles do we read all the time that are just a news network reporting off another news network? So this one I wanted to kick off because it comes from Timcast, and as you know, Timcast holds a very special place in my heart. So the Food and Drug Administration bans Juul e-cigarettes, and this was written by the wonderful Cassandra Fairbanks, who has got a weird obsession with monkeys, on the 23rd. So we're talking last Thursday. This was a very last-minute deal. So what they did is, here, quote, as a result, here we go. According to the FDA's press release, all Juul products must be removed from the U.S. market. As a result, the company must stop selling and distributing these products. In addition, these currently on the U.S. market must be removed or risk enforcement action, the announcement said. Today's action...
Pull them off the shelf, huh?
Pull them off the shelf. Otherwise, yeah, the day after this came out, were they pulled off the shelf? They were not.
Did you get yours?
I'm not willing to divulge. I'm pleading the fifth on that one. Today's action is further progress on the FDA's commitment to ensure that all e-cigarettes. I will neither confirm nor deny my culpability in this crime in which you state.
Juul pods.
Right?
Of the illicit product once known as a Juul pod.
Yeah. So I could go on. I'm not going to. They make a bunch of bullshit arguments about why they have the necessity to do this. They've put up arbitrary regulations. Back when I was a very heavy vapor, they cracked down on all the kind of like the mom and pop shop, e-stores that were ordering their own chemicals to mix their own flavorings
Make
and
their
then
own
sell them
juice.
to the public. And the FDA decided to come out and say, you can't do that without running it through us. Oh, and by the way, it's approximately $1 million to get one flavor put through and approved by the FDA. And that's not even to guarantee approval. That's just to put it through the system. I had a conversation with one of the local guys who, it should be no surprise to anybody, is no longer in business after that situation happened. Because literally, it was up to Juul, who was the biggest competitor on the market at that point. They were the only ones that could actually foot the bill to get things through the FDA. And now, much like the NFA, the FDA really can just change their regulations at whatever time they want to achieve the goals that they deem necessary. So they came after Juul and they said, you got to pull the shit. You got to pull it. And within 24 hours, there was a court injunction. Let's see, what is a good one? Let's just go to the Wall Street Journal's one on this one. Appeals court delays FDA ban on Juul e-cigarettes. A federal appeals court on Friday granted Juul Labs, Inc. a temporary stay of the Food and Drug Administration's order for the vaping company to pull its e-cigarettes off the U.S. market. A panel of judges from the U.S. Court of Appeals from the D.C. Circuit on Friday afternoon granted Juul's request to delay the FDA's ban. According to court documents, the temporary stay gives the court time to hear arguments and wasn't a ruling on the merits of the case, the judge wrote. Well, yeah, because that's what a stay is called. It has no fucking sway either way. They're saying, okay, we're going to pause the ban to hear the arguments. There's nothing more than that. I hate the fact that you actually have to say that. The FDA Thursday had begun to enforce its order, sending notices to retailers. Meanwhile, some customers were scrambling to stock up on Juul products before they might be taken off the shelves. Again, pleading the fifth. On Friday morning, Juul petitioned the court for relief, saying the FDA's order was extraordinary and unlawful, and it would suffer significant, irreparable harm without a stay, according to its court filing, which was partly redacted. Why exactly would you have to partially redact that, by the way?
For the children.
For the children. I'm glad you said that, actually. Because the children is generally the argument associated with the Biden administration's approach to all this stuff. It's because parents can't control their children.
That's why the flavors were taken off the market.
That's why the flavors
Juul
were
pods.
taken. That's why today you cannot buy the original creme brulee or the original, I think it was berry mix when it came out. You can only buy menthol and tobacco flavored, which
Gross.
do not do the tobacco flavor.
So you hit the menthols?
I smoked Newports when I lived in New York. We'll put it that way.
Ooh.
Newport's menthol's the way to go if that's what you're gonna
If
do.
you're gonna smoke a menthol, smoke a Newport.
Amen, buddy. That's all I'm saying.
If you're gonna smoke a menthol, yeah.
So, but this only came after Juul made a public announcement that said they would have to seek bankruptcy if this was
Right.
going to happen.
I
Because
remember you telling me on
how
Friday.
is it that you decide that a multi-million-dollar industry can just go bankrupt overnight because you decide to pass an arbitrary regulation, not a law, but like an NFA-style regulation that says
yeah.
you can't sell this shit anymore. You can't do that. Don't worry that all the other off-brand things that they're selling the shelf for two underneath you, we don't have any problem with that right now. You're just the big fish here that's been fighting us all along. So we're going to come down on you. And it was immediately after that press conference, and I would assume that as soon as the feds came after them, the FDA came after them, they immediately sucked their, lawyers in this thing and said, hey, man, we need an injunction. We need to stop this thing. We need to have an argument because this is bullshit. This needs to be a law. This cannot be a regulation at the whims of whoever is in power at the FDA. You
to
cannot
ban
do
one
this.
particular company's products from the
One
market.
company's products. This has nothing to do with the entire e-cigarette market.
Because you
This-
don't like the way that they marketed the particular product. There's
Yes.
all this in
And I'm not going to argue that the Juul did not fuck up and go on a hardcore marketing campaign.
when they promoted it, like a bunch of people like Supreme Patty and like TikTok influencers and
Yeah.
shit that were selling like wraps for your fucking Juul stick, for your battery.
Yeah.
So they definitely whether
They
or not they
marketed it.
were intentionally trying to go for children, I don't know. Definitely the youth, the young market,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to know in 2022, in the 2020s, in the 2010s, when social media is all the craze, if you're catching 20-year-olds, you're also catching 16-year-olds.
Yeah.
That's an umbrella that hits both sides of that.
There is not going to be, let's put it this way. I have tried to convince somebody that we both know to quit smoking cigarettes all the time because they go through a pack or two a day, and it's not a good thing. And I've tried to get them to move away from that. And generally speaking, it's harder in older crowds to convince somebody to move to something different like that, especially when it comes to, a drug where they get some form of dopamine response to it. I mean, try and convince an old timer not to drink fucking Coors lattes anymore or get away from Busch Light, that thing they've been drinking for 30 years. I mean, try to convince them to come over to a different area. Try to get over to the seltzer game. That's not going to play well in Peoria, man. It's not going to work for a lot of those people that are doing that. So naturally, as a company, as a corporation, that your marketing dollars are going to be wasted on a specific audience. The corporate press is not trying to target certain people. They're trying to target people in, what do they call that? I forget what it is. The something. It's like what is the term? It's killing me. The primary demographic. It's like the 18 through 45-year-olds or some shit like that. When you're trying to market a product, there is a market for it, and you're going to market to that community, to that industry, to whatever the case may be. And while I may have moral judgments to who it is that Juul is probably marketing to, I have a bigger problem with their need to market to a specific community to begin with. I mean, I understand it's a capitalist society, and I understand you're trying to make your nut, and I don't fault you for that specifically, but you don't have the moral scruples to say, let's just put this on the market. We already know it's nicotine is an addictive chemical. The product will do its own work. I am not spending a bunch of money to market Salt of the Streets. Neither is Donovan. It's because I don't, personally, I'm not going to speak for Donovan in this one, but I don't believe in targeted marketing campaigns. I think it's a shitty way to try to get what you think is yours. And if you cannot, I understand that a lot of times people will not be able to get their products to market if they do not rely on targeted marketing. But I think it's a shady game to play, and I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. I don't like you trying to sell me something. I want you to present your product, and I want to make the decision myself. I want to know that if I'm out if I'm out and I'm smoking a bunch of cigarettes and I wake up in the morning and I hate the taste in my mouth, but at the end of the day, I got to get up, I get out of the shower, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, man, it would be real good right now, a fucking cigarette. I want to be able to see other people using another product and go, what the fuck's going on with that? What do you mean you don't wake up and your breath doesn't smell like shit every morning? It doesn't smell like, an alligator's asshole. Right. Because that's kind of generally what it fucking feels like.
An alligator's asshole.
Yeah. I don't appreciate that, so I understand that much. But at the end of the day, what the fuck are we talking about here? Because I'm sitting here, I went to the store. You can go to a fucking gas station. You can go to a supermarket. You can go to an actual alcohol retailer. You can go to a restaurant. You can go damn near anywhere and find access to one of the most addictive chemicals on this planet that we call alcohol.
Right.
And there's no recourse about that. But this in particular, we're not okay with because we're going to say that you target children. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Americans that are trying to quit smoking or trying to use a different alternative of nicotine. If I want to be a nicotine addict, there's nothing you can do about that, Mr. Biden. I don't care. You can't convince me. You cannot force me to break that habit. If this is something I want to do, I have the fucking right to do that.
100%.
Period. I don't care if I have to make it in my own goddamn house. I have the right to do whatever the fuck I want with my goddamn body. Whatever I put in here, it's my call, not yours. You have nothing to do with that.
Do we trust people to make their own decisions, or do we not?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I think alcohol is a fantastic example.
Mm-hmm.
If you're able to choose to get drunk, smoking is no worse for you than drinking alcohol on a consistent basis. Do we or do we not trust people to do what they feel is right for themselves?
Yeah, and I think the Biden administration's answer to that is no, because we don't think people are making the right decisions. We want to make sure that legally they have to.
We're gonna make sure if you fly, for a certain period of time, you got to get a vaccination. So no, of course we don't trust people to make the right discretion.
Or you got to go through that fucking security theater we call TSA.
Exactly.
Who was fucking bragging the other day? I tweeted about it. It was like this big, huge display of tables and stuff of liquids that they had confiscated from people trying to get on board planes and they were making a point like, this is, the required maximum is like 3.4 float ounces or some shit like this. And there's a table full of water bottles and sodas and fucking peanut butter, snow globe souvenirs. And they're just bragging about confiscating all this property from everyday citizens who thought they were going to try to, be hydrated on a fucking flight. Fuck them, I guess.
Right.
They're breaking some arbitrary bullshit. Well, it's a safer place now that we took all this shit away.
Hey, it's civil asset forfeiture, Colin. Okay.
Take a fucking I don't know how you detonate C4 or chemical bomb. Do any of those things? Do they explode when you activate them? No, which means that you confiscated them arbitrarily for no reason whatsoever. Because the whole idea about confiscating liquids is like bombs and shit like that.
Terrorists, Colin.
The goddamn terrorists win here.
It's for the safety of America.
If we don't confiscate your water bottle and your Skippy peanut butter jar and your snow globe you bought from another country to give to your grandchild, then the goddamn terrorists win, and you better believe that, all right?
How do we know if you're a terrorist or not? Snow globe equals terrorist.
Because I would try to blow up a plane with my shoe, Donovan. That's how that works. Exactly. So either way, I'm fired up about this. This is all nonsense bullshit. They're going to continue to come after it. But automatically, that their argument is bullshit because they're only coming after one specific industry. One specific company.
Yeah.
There's enough knockoff now that you can get way more fruity flavors again that they say attract so many, young kids.
And that's you said, I didn't know that. I'm not in the Juul, I'm not in the vape game anymore. So I did not know that.
I spend a lot of times at gas stations.
Right.
And when you go to Strebel's all the time, which is my local stomping grounds, I hit there. I got the Choco milk on Friday. It was real good. You see them right there behind the thing. There's all the Rogues and all the different nicotine things. They're always behind the counter. For whatever reason, you can't have those things on the main aisle because I guess we don't trust Americans to do that. It's controlled
people would
stuff.
probably steal them.
Well,
if you're addicted to
there's
them.
Also, there's beer sitting in the fridge that anybody can grab and run out with. But
and people do be stealing that shit all the time. When I was in high school, it was just called a beer run. That's just what it was called. Just making a beer run. So you walk up in a Safeway. And you just grab a big-ass rack of beer and just walk out.
You know what we called a beer run when I was in high school? It's when we gave our buddy's older brother or older sister like $20 to go pick us up a 6-pack, and that's what we call the beer.
Yeah, well, when you have money, that's what you do.
Hey man, not my fault. I had a job when I was 16. All right, it was
Listen,
forced
Colin,
on me.
We're talking about different socioeconomic circumstances, okay?
I know. I'm just being.
You're a North Ender. You don't know. You're a North Ender. You're not from Central. You don't know.
I'm just being incredibly discriminatory against
Yeah.
people of different socioeconomic groups,
fucking
and
bigot.
it's just I'm just showing my privilege right now. Is what's
Can't believe
happening.
I host a show with you. What's wrong with you?
Oh, let's read a couple comments real quick.
Yes.
Joseph Garrett. We seem to have 1 foot already on the slippery slope. We are going to do a split and pull a groin on this line. I can't even get through it. That's
Or slide off the slippery slope at this point. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Amen.
Bilbo Swaggin says, we are at the end of our republic and we need to fight for it. Colin is a big advocate of that viewpoint.
Republic
I
is
hear
dead,
that-
brother.
I hear that very often. If you hear one of our friends' brothers, he says, "Not dead, it's just dormant." I'll never forget that. That was so funny.
What do you say?
It was our friend's brother when you tweeted that at one point. And I think it was in response to something I said, and you said the republic is dead.
Yeah.
And our friend's brother said, "It's not dead, it's just dormant."
Oh yeah. I mean, there is a utopian world at which that could be possible.
Right.
But realistically, no. Once something's dead, bro, there's no zombification happening here. It's not coming back.
It was pretty funny.
I mean, I like to live in Zombieland too. There. Oh, I remember who we're talking about now.
Yeah.
That makes it
Yeah.
even more funny. So that's all I got on right now. There's a stay against it. I don't know what'll happen. I would assume that it'll fizzle out again because there is no real legal precedent to this. This is insane. It's the literally equivalent of Bill de Blasio trying to ban drinks with X amount of sugar in it. You can't do that. It's unconstitutional, man. People have the freedom to make their own choices. People have the
It's so
ability
weird.
to market whatever they want. It's
just
it's
so
the stupidest
weird.
fucking thing in the world. But it's to protect the children. So
For the babies.
it's the only leg they have to stand on is the emotional pull from the you're getting kids addicted to vaping real easy. Okay, first of all, let me address that real quick because you see these little fucks all around all the time. These little cloud puffers and shit. They got these giant ass fucking mods that have all these different parts. I used to be a part of that game
So you
back
used
in
to
the
be one
day.
of those guys. Don't lie.
Yeah, and then they puff on these things. They want to. Juul doesn't do that. Juul is not about that, man. This is Sean Hannity smokes a Juul in between fucking segments on Fox News and sometimes gets hemmed up because they go live and he doesn't remember and he's sitting there toking on his Juul.
Really?
It was a story like a year ago, yeah. It was not a big deal because who gives a fuck?
Oh, it's
But,
an
like,
enormous deal, Colin.
It's a very different thing than if you're sitting there with this giant ass box mod hot boxing the fucking room with a bunch of vegetable glycol in the air. It's a totally different story. Kids, there's no way any parent can control whether their kids are going to smoke or drink. Actually, like physically, you cannot do that. What you can do is try to instill values and let them know and blah, blah, blah. You could do the whole parenting thing. And it's just a fucking shot, man. Did you listen to your parents when you were fucking 16?
No.
Probably not.
Not at
Are
all.
your kids going to listen to you when they're 16? Probably fucking not.
Don't even.
Kids are stupid, man. That's what they do. Wait a man, Joseph. That's right. How many have crossed our southern border in the last year alone? Oh, fuck.
Oh shit, a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's dude. We
we haven't done a
can't
good
even-
immigration segment. We haven't done a good immigration segment in a long time, but I have a feeling that one is going to be overdue pretty soon because it hasn't gone away. The whole problem, the problems we were talking about back when we were talking about them, have continued to happen every single day.
Yeah.
You got to remember, I forget his name, but one of the dudes from the riot squad has been down at the border lately, making a bunch of videos on Twitter about just
the riot squad.
hundreds. Yeah, it's like Richie McGinnis.
Okay.
And
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
like,
okay.
There's like a crew of
I got
on-street
you.
journalists. They call it Riot Squad over at IRL. But he's been down there on the border and he's been interviewing people as they come across, and you could just sit there and for 10 minutes, there's 50 people that just kind of just come on through, and there's nothing being done about it. We've talked about the Biden administration shipping them all across the country in the dead of night via private charter plane, and certain federal employees and local law enforcement kind of, I don't want to say, they're like, what's the equivalent of a whistle whisper? Like,
Hey, don't talk about that.
they're just they're like trying to pretend that they're going to blow the whistle on it, but they're really not doing it.
Hey,
So
that's not important.
it's a whole
Don't talk
thing
about
but
that.
We Yeah, we should eventually talk about an immigration.
It's been a while.
Sometime soonish, but honestly, when you do a show every 2 weeks, I mean, shit, this show didn't really write itself until halfway through the week last week, and we've been kind of scrambling to build this thing until now. But
Bro.
It's just you handle the things as they come, and you take the things off the top. When the orders come in, you just grab the order off the top, and there's really only so much you could do there. But it definitely deserves more attention, and I would hope that other people, I mean, you got the Riot Squad folks down there doing it. I hope to, I'll retweet them every time.
100%. Bilbo Swaggins, I got to head out for the night. Hopefully you guys have a great night and a wonderful life. Good night, boys. Absolutely. Thank you, Bilbo, for being here. We're out of here in just a few minutes, so I want to thank you. You were a fantastic guest. We will be back here in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks from today, we will be here. Joseph Garrett, I fear the day they show themselves reminds me of Mel Gibson's Patriot speech. Our children will learn of it, and they will. Yes.
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 With their own eyes.
Yes.
I feel fucking inspired. I'm going to have to rewatch Patriot tonight.
Gonna be a
Mostly
great
so
night.
that I can try to picture you as Mel Gibson with that haircut.
We're getting there, bro.
Just to kind of make sure,
there.
I can square that shit away.
We're getting there. It's going to be like this.
I'll be here. Bilbo, you the man. Peace out.
Absolutely. Anything else you want to add to this here segment there, Colin?
No, I feel real
I
happy
think we're
about
good.
this.
Yeah,
This
this
is
has
good.
been a fantastic show.
Good show.
Absolutely great show.
Let me end on this question for
Yes,
you,
sir.
good sir. Out of the 3 beers you had today, you had the
Ooh.
we had the Crystal Weiss beer. You had your crazy. How did you say that? You said it all Frenchy.
La Fin du Monde.
La Fin du Monde, and your Jasmine beer. Which one do you think was your favorite?
I think the jasmine tea is my favorite.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You CCP shill.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Well, good. I'm glad. It was really good. We're gonna have to try something like that when we get the brewery up. and running.
Yes. Yeah.
So please give us a line tonight, my friend.
Yeah, with
to
that,
walk out
absolutely.
on.
I just want to thank everybody again for being here. Bilbo, Joseph, everyone who was here for a few moments or for here for the entire show, however long you were here watching this afterwards. Thank you again for joining us. Like, comment, subscribe, share with all of your friends. Go ahead and you can find us, obviously, on our Instagram, our Facebook, our Patreon.com, all at Salt of the Streets. We also have our personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Streets. All Salt of the Street on Twitter.
Singular.
That's right. Or at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com. It's all
Just
right there.
it right there from the
Obviously.
plug
Exactly.
page. There you
Exactly. Go to the Patreon, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this.
go.
And with that, we do have a quick little line for you. This is from our June book, actually from the book club, which is Can't Hurt Me.
Which
by
you
David
know
Goggins.
means it's gonna hit hard.
That's right. And it's just a short one. You heard a little bit of this earlier. This is from when David Goggins was running a race called the San Diego 100. My shins were the next domino to fall. Each subtle rotation of the ankle joint felt like shock therapy, like venom flowing through the marrow of my tibia. It brought back memories of my duct tape days from class 235, but I didn't bring any duct tape with me this time. Besides, if I stopped for even a few seconds, starting up again would be near impossible. A few miles later, my lungs seized. My chest rattled as I hawked up knots of brown mucus. It got cold. I became short of breath. Fog gathered around the halogen streetlights, ringing the lamps with electric rainbows, which lent the whole event an otherworldly feel. Or maybe it was just me in that other world, one in which pain was the mother tongue, a language synced to memory.
Powerful stuff. On that, we love you, everybody.
Good night, everyone.